Chapter 964. On New Year's Eve and the morning of New Year's Day, people in the ancient city of Cham and stayed up all night to celebrate the new year. Colorful lanterns were hung everywhere in Cham, and dragons and lions were dancing, firecrackers were set off to ward off evil spirits, and paper money was burned to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. It was a lively scene everywhere. Ba was even more lively than Cham, and because more than half of the people here were single men without families. They could not stay up all night with their families during the New Year's Day. Naturally, they would go to the taverns with their friends to celebrate the New Year together. In a small tavern, Yang Fan, Renwei, Abdullah, and Abbas sat at a table in the innermost part of the tavern. Originally, Renwei and Abbas did not dare to sit, but in such a small tavern, it would be too much of an eyesore if someone stood beside them to wait on them. So they could only sit. Abdullah frowned and looked at the bustling scene in the tavern. He said loudly to Yang Fan, "You and I are so comfortable in the inn. Why do we have to come here?" His voice could not be less loud. There were people setting off firecrackers on the street outside the tavern. They were the kind of firecrackers with saltpeter added. They were loud and bright, and when they were set off, thick smoke billowed. The tavern was full. There were people singing drinking games, talking and laughing loudly. If he did not shout, Yang Fan would not be able to hear him. Even if he spoke loudly, he had to be in someone else's ears. Yang Fan, who still had a big beard on his chin, said loudly in his ear, "It's so lively here. This is a grand festival for the people of the Eastern land. You and I don't have families here. What's the point of hiding in the lonely inn? It's better here." The government had been sealed, and the officials had gone to celebrate the new year. That night, Yang Fan disguised himself and went to Ba again. Abdullah shook his head. He did not think much of this Eastern carnival. He approached Yang Fan and asked loudly, "How's the preparation on your side?" Yang Fan said, "The dry wood has been set up, and even the oil has been poured on it. Everything is ready. How is it on your side?" The firecrackers outside the door caused a cloud of choking smoke to roll into the tavern. Abdullah coughed and waved his sleeves to fan the smoke away. He said to Yang Fan, "What else can I do? I've already tied the camel's hooves to the grill. Now, as long as there's a spark, Motherf Asterisk Cur, your Three Rivers gang is too arrogant. If it wasn't for the new year, I would have crushed your balls. Bulsh Asterisk T, do you think we, the brothers of the Three River gang, are afraid of you? Come, as long as you dare to come, next year's New Year's Eve will be your death anniversary." Before Abdullah could finish his sentence, the guests at the two tables beside him, whose faces were flushed from drinking, started to quarrel. Abdullah had just turned his head when he saw cups, plates, bowls, and chopsticks flying. Two square tables were flipped into the air. Two groups of men pounced on them and started punching and kicking them. The entire tavern was in an uproar. Soon, the other gangs that belonged to the Eastern and Western alliances joined in the fight. This time, all the tables and chairs were thrown into the air. Rin Wei had already stood up and caught a table that had been kicked over and placed it in front of him. Although Abbas had a sharp tongue and did not seem to be good at martial arts, he also jumped up and loyally stood in front of his master to protect him. The gang fight in the tavern soon spread to the streets. The disciples of various sects who were strolling in the streets for the new year joined in the fight. Some of them had no idea what was going on, nor did they know where the main battlefield was. They only knew that their own people were fighting with their enemies, so they pounced on the enemies who were walking toward them. Chaos quickly spread throughout the entire Ba. The owner of the tavern didn't move. He stood firmly behind the counter and shouted, "We, the Wei River Gang, are not part of the Southeast Asian Alliance or the Western Alliance. We mind our own business and mind our own business. You've borrowed my place to settle your grievances. You've ruined my business and destroyed my property. Please compensate me for the losses." Yang Fan smiled at Abdullah and said, "Look, there are plenty of sparks. Do you still need to look for them?" Abdullah's expression froze, and he said in a low voice, "Are you ready to fight?" Yang Fan's gaze slowly shifted outwards. The people fighting in the tavern had already joined the crowd on the streets. Countless people were waving their fists, punching and kicking each other. Some people were hugging each other and wrestling on the ground. Their clothes were torn and messy, and their faces were bruised and swollen, but they did not know why they were fighting. Yang Fan said, "From now until the Lantern Festival, the government will be closed and sealed off. During this time, we can let Ba cause a ruckus. After the 15th of the first month, they won't have the chance to be in the limelight." Abdullah took a deep breath and said, "When do we start?" Yang Fan said, "Tomorrow. Today is New Year's Eve. It's a good day. It's better not to see blood." As Yang Fan spoke, he stood up and walked out. Abdullah asked, "Where are you going?" Without looking back, Yang Fan waved his hand and said, "I'm looking for someone to stay up on New Year's Eve." The street was still a chaotic battlefield of scuffles. Yang Fan was like a loach, burrowing into the crowd and disappearing in a few moments. Abdullah grabbed his beard and struggled for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "I'm also looking for someone to stay up on New Year's Eve." Today was New Year's Eve, and the 5th day was the 66th birthday of Old Master Qin of the Five Elements Guild, Qin Ziyuan. The Qin family celebrated this year's New Year's Eve especially grand. San Langjun, who had stayed in Yangzhou for a long time, also brought his wife and children back to Ba to celebrate the New Year's Eve and celebrate the old master's birthday. The whole family sat around the stove on Sun Qinghuan's knees. Old Master Qin, who had worked hard for half his life, felt very satisfied. As long as this happened every year, he would have nothing else to ask for in this life. His children and grandchildren were very filial. They were very careful in front of him and said things to make him happy. Old Master Qin was very comforted. During this time, the family steward secretly reported that the gangs of the Eastern and Western Leagues were fighting on the streets again. The whole town was in chaos, and many disciples of the Five Elements Guild were injured. Qin Dalong suppressed this news and said, "Today is New Year's Eve. We have to make the old master happy. Even if the sky falls down, we have to deal with it tomorrow." Qin Ziyuan was already in his 60s and did not have much energy. Although he said he was staying up on New Year's Eve, how could he not take a nap? When it was almost midnight, Old Master Qin felt a little tired. He was about to ask his wife to help him rest when the vice steward hurriedly walked in. The sky did not fall down. He was only holding a visiting card in his hand. However, when Qin Dalong took it and looked at it, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately rushed over and whispered a few words in his father's ear. There were no words at the place where the visiting card was signed. There was only a picture, a very strange picture. It looked like a boat, but also like a fish on the top of the waves. Qin Ziyuan's expression turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Bring him in through the corner door. Father will wait for him in the study." The person was brought into the study. This person was tall and well-built. He was wearing a black bell that covered him from head to toe. There was a bonnet on the collar of the robe that covered his head. When his head was lowered, it was impossible to see his face clearly. When this person entered the study, he lifted his hand and took off the bonnet. Qin Ziyuan, who was hurriedly walking over, was instantly dumbfounded. He recognized this person because this person had once come to his door to sell him some petite and charming maidens. This person was the Arab merchant who had booked an inn in the town, if he had not already checked the visiting card, and confirmed that there was no mistake with the secret seal, Qin Ziyuan would not dare to believe his eyes. He composed himself and exclaimed, You are here on young master's orders? Young master is truly resourceful. He actually, Abdullah smiled faintly and continued, Even a who like me can be used by him. Is that so? Qin Ziyuan was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly said, I didn't know that Mr. Abdullah was one of us. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Does young master have any orders for Mr. Abdullah to come tonight? Five Elements Association, Qin Ziyuan, a member of the hidden sect. Currently, the profits from the water transport business were not attractive to the aristocratic families. Based on their connections and abundant capital, they had plenty of profitable businesses to do. However, Shen Mu cared. Shen Mu started from a humble background. In order to fight against the obvious sect, which was much larger than him, he would not give up on any power that could be won over or used, even if it was just a little. Thus, no one knew that the hidden sect had secretly planted an ambush at the water transport port. Back then, Shen Mu supported the Five Elemental Association because he wanted to develop a new source of income. He also wanted to use the Five Elemental Association to recruit various heroes for his own use. When the hidden sect gradually grew stronger, Shen Mu no longer cared about the Five Elemental Association's benefits. From then on, he rarely gave any orders to the Five Elemental Association. It was until the last food war in Chang, and that the obvious sect and the hidden sect started. To the hidden sect, the Five Elements Association, which was tasteless and a pity to abandon, played an unexpected role. Back then, in order to defeat young Master Jiang, Shen Mu not only used all his stored rations, but he also borrowed a large amount of rations from the Li clan, Wu clan, and other aristocratic families in Shandong who supported him. He even used some corrupt officials to extort from them. However, even if the rations were obtained, they wouldn't be of any use unless they were transported to Chang. And back then, the Five Elements Association played an important role. This time, what was Shen Mu going to use the Five Elements Association for? After Abdullah sat down, he slowly said, Recently many things happened in Ba, and I am here for this matter. Qin Ziyuan was surprised and asked, Young master already knows what happened here. Abdullah smiled slyly and said, He already knew what happened here before it happened. Qin Ziyuan pondered for a moment, and his old eyes instantly burst out with two rays of brilliance. Could it be the rise of the smooth sect is young master's doing? Abdullah said, Although it's not accurate, it's not far. Qin Ziyuan was astonished. How can this be? What is young master trying to do? Abdullah smiled wholeheartedly and said, This is the reason why I am looking for you tonight. Chapter 965. Abdullah had sold a great deal of jewels, spices, carpets, and slave girls, but he had bought a great deal of oriental goods, porcelain, silk, and the like, which were very delicate, and so he continued to rent the whole inn. Abdullah had servants to serve him, and even his food was cooked by himself. The innkeeper was happy and relaxed. During the new year, the waiters were on leave, and the innkeeper's family returned to the city for the new year. The entire inn was left to Abdullah, and it became his home. A long string of red lanterns was hung in front of the inn, and many firecrackers were piled up. There were even dozens of boxes of fireworks on Ba, which ordinary people were reluctant to buy. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and let his entourage of warriors celebrate the Tang people's festival. The pole of the inn was very tall, and the string of red lanterns was very long. There were lights everywhere on Ba, but this string of lanterns was not particularly eye-catching. But Gu Zhuting saw it, and so she quietly came in amidst the sound of firecrackers. It was the same room that Yang Fan used to stay in. There was wine and food on the low table in the room. Yang Fan sat cross-legged. The door opened, and a delicate deerskin boot entered first. Gu Zhuting walked in lightly, and took off the warm cover of Zhao Junwei'er on her head. She said cheerfully, Lang summoned you. Are you going to fight? There was a small red clay stove in front of the table, and wine was warming on the stove, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. When Yang Fan saw her, he smiled and pointed to the opposite side, saying, Come, sit down and talk. Gu Zhuting hesitated, but did not walk to the opposite side of the low table. Instead, she walked slowly to the side of the bed, bent down and took off her boots, leaving only a pair of snow-white stockings. She sat cross-legged on the bed and gently leaned against Yang Fan's body. Her bright cheeks seemed to be illuminated by the fire in the stove, and a faint blush appeared. Yang Fan was slightly surprised. He did not know how much courage she had to muster to make such a bold move. Yang Fan could not help but hold her hand and said, Let's not talk about other things first. This is the end of the year, and also the beginning of the year. How about you and I stay up together? Of course. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Gu Zhuting's eyes were as bright as the fireworks outside the window. She was a woman who was easily satisfied. This year's New Year's Eve was destined to be the most unforgettable New Year's Eve of her life. When Yang Fan woke up, he heard the sound of firecrackers. It was the morning of the first day of the new year. His head was dizzy. His mouth and tongue were somewhat dry. Only now did he realize that it was New Year's Eve. He had failed to keep watch on New Year's Eve, and he was completely drunk. Yang Fan, who had just woken up from his hangover, vaguely remembered that he and Gu Zhuting drank to their heart's content last night. It was fine at first, but later on, when he was drunk, he told her many stories of the past. He told her about how, by a freak combination of factors, he mixed into the imperial court, and how he wanted to achieve great things after he took up his position. He also talked about women. He mentioned Xiaoman anew and Finally, he talked about Ning Ku, who died early. He remembered that, at that time, his face was full of tears, and he drank faster and faster. Gu Zhuting was like a gentle elder sister, comforting him softly. He remembered that he staggered to stand up and wanted to raise his glass to Ning Ku's soul. Then he fell down. It was Gu Zhuting who dragged him to the bed. She seemed to be using his arm as a pillow. She lay with him for a long time and talked for a long time. Yang Fan gradually regained consciousness. He turned his head and saw that the animal charcoal in the brazier was still flickering. He was still wearing his clothes. He was wrapped in a Persian blanket that was as soft as a feather, and there was a thick quilt on top. The quilt was very warm, but the tip of his nose was a little cold. Yang Fan took out his hand and touched his nose. There was still a lingering fragrance on his hand, a wisp of a woman's fragrance. Yang Fan lay in a daze for a while. Then he sat up, grabbed the kettle from the table, and drank a few mouthfuls of water to moisten his throat. Then he lifted the quilt and put on his boots. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he staggered, and the feeling of dizziness did not disappear. Yang Fan touched his dizzy head and opened the door. He saw Runway standing outside, dressed in new clothes. Behind him was a row of sword-like icicles under the eaves. Runway grinned, showing his white teeth. He cupped his hands to Yang Fan and said with a smile, Lang, you have a new life, and your longevity has been extended. Yang Fan blinked his eyes and then reacted. He hurriedly cupped his hands to return the salute. Everything will be smooth, and good luck will come. Several guards who were in the courtyard heard the commotion and rushed over to greet Lang. Yang Fan cupped his hands in front of his chest and repeatedly returned the salute. Everything will be smooth, and good luck will come. Because he was drunk last night, he did not untie his hair and did not comb his hair in the morning. Now, the bun was tilted to one side. coupled with his cupped hands in front of his chest. He looked like a little squirrel holding a pine cone and nodding its head. After the New Year's greetings were exchanged, Run Wei held back his laughter and said, "Alang, your bun." Yang Fan touched his head and exclaimed, "Boil some hot water for me." Just as Yang Fan was about to turn around and return to his room, a figure flashed by the door. It was Abdullah, leading his little attendant Abbas in high spirits. Both master and servant were wearing new clothes and hats. As soon as they saw Yang Fan, they laughed loudly from afar and said, "Everything will be smooth, and good luck will come." Yang Fan was startled. His auspicious phrase was snatched away by Abdullah. Yang Fan first cupped his hands in front of his chest, and then thought of a phrase, "Congratulations on making a fortune, congratulations on making a fortune." Just as he said this, he heard a commotion outside the east wall. Someone was speaking in an intense tone, as if loudly complaining about something. Someone else's voice was angry, as if constantly cursing, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps of a large group of people passing through the alley. Standing in the courtyard, one could see a scene of sticks and spears flashing across the top of the wall. Yang Fan had just woken up from his hangover, and his mind was not very agile. He stared blankly at the chaotic scene outside and asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Abdullah turned his head to look at the main culprit and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that it's going to start today?" Yang Fan's words before he was drunk caused Ba to be restless for the whole night. The chaos on New Year's Eve lasted until the third watch before it gradually calmed down. At this time, Gu Zhuting had just settled the drunk Yang Fan and returned to the Shun Gate. As soon as Gu Zhuting returned to the Shun Gate, she summoned her 3 elder brothers who were drinking with Xue Yiqing and the others around the stove and gave them some detailed instructions. At the Qin Fu, Abdullah quietly left through the corner door. Qin Ziyuan immediately summoned his eldest son and his trusted chief steward into the study. The 3 of them discussed in secret for a long time before the 2 of them left. Qin Ziyuan then summoned a concubine to serve him on a small couch in the study to rest. Qin Ziyuan's concubine had received instructions from the old master beforehand to wake him up at the 5th watch, so she did not dare to sleep at all. She only leaned against the head of the bed and pretended to sleep. At the 5th watch, the sound of firecrackers could be heard on the street. The concubine immediately woke the old master up and helped him wash up and change his clothes. Qin Ziyuan had finished washing up and was dressed neatly. The chief steward immediately rushed over to help him up and reported something in detail along the way. Afterwards, Qin Ziyuan rushed to the main hall. The entire Fu from top to bottom entered the hall one by one according to the order of sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, stewards, accountants, servants, and maids, and kowtowed to the old master to wish him a happy new year. Afterwards, the whole family ate breakfast, drank 2 su wine, ate steamed cakes, popcorn, gelatin, spring cakes, and so on. Then they opened the Fu's doors to receive their relatives and friends who had come to wish them a happy new year. The leader of the Chuan gang was the first to come to wish Old Master Qin a happy new year. Old Master Qin personally went to the gate to welcome him, but unexpectedly, he was assassinated in front of the Fu's mansion. The assassin was extremely skillful. Fortunately, the major gangs in Ba had been hiring highly skilled Jianghu masters to help them these days. Old Master Qin and third brother, the leader of the Chuan gang, each had 2 highly skilled bodyguards. They acted in time, and the assassin only injured one of Old Master Qin's arms and then escaped. Almost at the same time, gang leader Qiao of the Shun gang was assassinated on the Long Street. Gang leader Qiao was going to pay a Happy New Year visit to Huang Yinshan, the leader of the Sanha gang. The Shun gang was now an ally of the Life League, and the Sanha gang. Among the 3 major gangs, Huang Yinshan of the Sanhe gang was the oldest and the most senior. Unexpectedly, Qiao Mu encountered an assassin in full view of the public when he was halfway there. The disciples protected Qiao Mu as they fought and retreated. On the bloody Long Street, they happened to run into the people of the Life League, who were also here to pay a Happy New Year visit to Huang Yinshan. They joined the fight in time, and after losing a few good fighters, the assassin retreated on the side of the West Alliance. Because Old Master Qin was injured, the Five Elements Association was furious. The leader of the Chuan gang, who happened to be there, also felt a lingering fear and flew into a rage out of shame. The two of them immediately informed the Taiping gang, who were also their allies, about the situation. They sharpened their swords and were ready to fight back with blood. On the side of the ASEAN, because the leader of the Shun gang was assassinated, the Life League also lost a few good fighters. The leaders of the two gangs were also assassinated on the way to pay a Happy New Year visit to Huang Yinshan of the Sanhe gang. Huang Yinshan was also furious when he heard the news. He immediately visited Qiao Mu and the Life League in person and deployed his troops, intending to pay a tooth for a tooth. The riot last night lasted until the third night watch period. At this time, it was just dawn. The disciples who participated in the gang fight had not calmed down yet. When they heard that their leaders were assassinated again, the contradictions and hatred accumulated by the constant friction between the two sides finally went out of control. If someone had been paying attention to the movements of the big gangs on Ba and the actions of the imperial envoys of the Ministry of Justice and the censorate in the city, he would have noticed a very strange phenomenon. There seemed to be a very strange connection between the two sides, which were completely unrelated. Some of the actions they took were always in coordination with each other. If this could be considered a coincidence, then today was undoubtedly another one. When the two major gangs of Ba's alliance had triggered a grand armed melee due to the assassination attempt, the Ministry of Justice and the censorate had immediately taken action. Early in the morning on the first day of the first lunar month, Lu Qietian was wearing a dark red-purple silk robe with 5 birthday flowers on it. He sat in the main seat in the main hall with a ruddy face. His family members came forward one by one to kowtow to Ah Lang and give him a New Year's greeting. When his 6th concubine came forward with his little daughter, who had just turned 1 year old, to greet him, the little girl said the auspicious words her mother taught her in a childish voice. "Daddy, the new year is auspicious, and your future is boundless." Lu Qietian beamed with joy. He opened his arms and was about to hug his daughter affectionately. Suddenly, the housekeeper ran in breathlessly and reported that Hu Yuanli of the censorate and Chen Dong of the Ministry of Justice had come to visit. Lu Qietian was very surprised. So early in the morning, these two were even more enthusiastic than the officials who came to pay a Happy New Year visit. Chapter 966. Lu Xiantian was the assistant prefectural magistrate, a higher rank than most prefectural officials. He was a third-rank court official, and Yang Fan's rank as a loyal general was half a rank lower than his. Although Yang Fan, Chen Dong, Hu Yuanli, and the others were all imperial envoys, and even if he wanted to curry favor with them, there was no reason for him to greet them as a high-ranking official. Moreover, those who could become the Chang and prefectural magistrate were also the emperor's trusted aides. There was no need for him to curry favor with them. Therefore, Lu Xiantian couldn't take the initiative to greet them. However, according to Lu Xiantian's estimation, it wouldn't be strange if they came this afternoon or tomorrow. After all, he didn't welcome them when they first arrived in Chang, and although that was due to the Lord of Hanoi's interference, he was the one who was rude first. Now that Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli had come together early in the morning, Lu Guitian was a little overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He hurriedly went out to personally welcome them and invited them into the study. After exchanging auspicious words of congratulations for the new year, Chun Dong's expression turned serious, and he took out a travel book. Lu Xiantian took the travel book and opened it. He was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. How could people celebrate the new year? You were sent here by the emperor with no relatives, nothing to do, and nowhere to go. We have a bunch of friends, relatives, and colleagues to visit. Lu Xiantian opened the book and said with a troubled expression, Hu Qianxian, Chen Xianlang, both of you are dedicated and diligent. I admire you very much. However, on the day of the new year, the whole country is celebrating. Isn't it a little unreasonable to put people in jail at this time? Chun Dong said solemnly, Prefectural Magistrate, you are wrong. We have come to Chang and to rectify law and order and clean up the government. We are in fear and trepidation and don't dare to slack off for even a day. Over the past month or so, we've already caught a lot of criminals. However, most of their leaders have escaped the net. The reason for this is that these people have been operating for many years. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Coupled with the fact that they value profits highly, some government officials acted as their eyes and ears and escaped in advance. If we don't capture these people, we won't be able to deter the thieves and evildoers, and we won't be able to truly ensure long-term peace in Chang. And Lu Xiantian said, Qin Xuanlong's words make sense, but we don't have to arrest criminals on the first day of the new year. Hu Yuanli stroked his beard and smiled. Prefectural Magistrate Lu, the government seals the new year and all business stops. This is also the time when the criminals are the most careless. Plus, who doesn't want to reunite with their family during the new year? These criminals may take advantage of the government's break to return home for the new year and come. Lu Biantian still tried to shirk the responsibility. That's true, but it's too late. Now that the government has been sealed, all the officials are on leave. Other than the ones on duty during the new year, there's no one else available in the Chang and government. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch criminals and thieves. Hu Yuanli said, Master Lu need not worry about this. Today, the 1,000 Horseman Battalion is stationed in Chang, and the loyal general of the 1,000 Horseman Battalion, Yang Fan, is personally appointed by the emperor as the investigating and punishing officials. His assistance in apprehending the bandits is within General Yang's responsibility. Lu Xiantian was surprised. General Yang has such an appointment? How come I know nothing about it? Chun Dong's mouth twitched. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. For now, I hope you can transfer as many officials as you can to help us. We are not familiar with the situation in Chang, and Yang Fan did have an appointment as magistrate investigating magistrate. When Wu Zetian appointed him, she didn't add the word Luoyang in front of it. In fact, even without the word, his authority was limited to Luoyang because he was also the commander of the cavalry and needed to stay by the emperor's side. How could he be sent to other places to investigate? But coincidentally, the relocation of the capital happened. Yang Fan, the commander of the Imperial Guards, was sent to Chang, and his position as magistrate was still there. This was worth considering. Should his position as magistrate investigating magistrate be transferred? Since he wasn't limited to Luoyang, wouldn't it be reasonable for him to be in charge of Chang? And this might be a loophole in the appointment of an official, but Yang Fan took advantage of this loophole and intervened confidently. Moreover, this was likely the emperor's intention. Without this authority, his 1,000 cavalry battalion and Wu Yizong's Golden Guards would mind their own business. How could he restrict them? He didn't even need to provide patrol officers. He only needed to ask for some officials familiar with Chang and's geography to cooperate with their arrest operations. How could Lu Xiantian avoid it? He could only summon all the officials he could find to the magistrate's office. Ignoring their complaints, he left them to Chundong and Hu Yuanli to deal with. Hu Yuanli and Chundong immediately arranged for these people to lead the soldiers of the 1,000 Cavalry Battalion through the streets and alleys, squatting in the pits and waiting to catch the fish that slipped through the net. In Ba's previous fight, both sides suffered casualties and quickly entered a stalemate. The leaders of both sides knew that they were evenly matched. Even if all their men fought, there would still be no winner. Moreover, it would be meaningless to decide the winner then. However, there was one thing that neither of them knew, and that was that this evenly matched situation had been deliberately facilitated by someone else. At this time, they began to feel that the strategy of capturing the leader and beheading the leader might be the most effective way to resolve the dispute. The ordinary gang members actually cared most about whether they had food to eat. As for who owned the boats and whose flag they were flying, they didn't care. Otherwise, Li He wouldn't have been able to smoothly merge the 2,000 men of the Flood Dragon sect into the Shun sect after decisively killing a few dissenting stewards. If they wanted to win now, it seemed that they had to use the same method. As long as they killed the leader, the rest would be scattered. After both sides realized this, assassinations began to appear one after another. Third brother, the leader of the Circle sect, was the first to suffer. One of the bodyguards he hired was killed, and the other was disabled. He himself lost his life in the ambush. Then, Sheng Long, the leader of the Chow Fist of the Life League, was assassinated. Wei Yongtang of the Sky Eagle sect was assassinated. He luckily escaped with his life, but he was also seriously injured. The series of assassinations caused the leaders of both sides to feel insecure. They had to be escorted when they went in and out, and they had to be heavily guarded. There were very few pedestrians on the streets. The strange calm was brewing an even bigger storm. The whole of Ba had lost the festive atmosphere of the spring festival. There was only a chill, a bone-piercing chill. Everything that happened on Ba was not noticed by anyone in Chang and City, which was very close to them. Although the massive crackdown on the spring festival led by Chundong and Hu Yuanli had attracted most of the attention and energy of the Chang and officials, the main reason was that the government had always ignored the special group of Ba's Chow men. It had always been like this. Regardless of whether it was the imperial court or the local governments, they all knew the importance of the Chow River, and they all knew the importance of the transportation. However, in this process, the only thing they overlooked was the use of people. They overlooked those who braved the winds and waves, drove the boats, passed through the Chow River, and transported the grain to the capital. Because of the importance of the Chow River, the imperial court would allocate special funds to dredge the river and build dams and gates. Because of the importance of the Chow transport, there were special officials for the Chow transport. They had formulated detailed rules for every step from the collection of grain to the transportation and storage. However, during this process, no one mentioned those water laborers. Perhaps it was because they knew that these water laborers had relied on this line of work for generations. They did not have to worry about them slacking off, nor did they have to worry about them fleeing. That was why they overlooked their existence. Therefore, the Ba, where the Chow men gathered, and Chang and City, which was very close to them, could only hear each other. Even if some people in the city knew something about it, they would turn a deaf ear to it because it had nothing to do with them, and because of the barbaric and bloody nature of Ba. But this kind of isolation and independence was not absolute, especially for the leaders of the gangs. They could think of using the Chow men as a middleman and bribe the officials to work for them. How could they not think of using the government at this time? The leaders of the Five Elements Association, the Circle Sect, the Taiping Gang, and the other Western Alliance gathered together. Qin, Ziyuan said in the name of the founder, "The Lantern Festival is coming soon. Once it's over, we have to make arrangements for Yangzhou. But if we don't solve the problem here, how can we go? I think that the only way to break the current situation is to ask the government for help. The leader of the Taiping gang, Yuan Jiheng, frowned. I'm afraid that will be difficult. Those officials are all people who turn their backs on us. We promise them benefits, and they provide us with convenience. This is a business, not a friendship. If we want them to go into battle for us, it's impossible. Sitting next to him was the son of the third master. The third master had been assassinated, and he had just become the leader of the gang. He was still wearing mourning clothes. Although he had to avenge his father, he was not a reckless person. He said, "Leader Yuan is right. Besides, it's not like they don't have officials behind them. I heard that the Qiao family is from the Dugu family?" Qin Ziyuan said, "I've already asked around. Although the Dugu family used to be a rich and powerful family in Guanlong, it's not what it used to be. The Dugu family lost their power in the court, so they turned to the industry and commerce for profit. Don't be scared by the so-called reputation of the Dugu family. Those officials have been feeding us for so long. Shouldn't they do something for us? They don't care about us, but they care about their authority being challenged by others. So if we want them to help us, you two are smart people. I don't think I need to make it clearer, do I?" The two hesitated for a moment, looked at each other, and nodded slowly. "We'll do as you say, sir." At the same time, the leaders of the Shun faction, the Life League, and the Three River Gang were also discussing countermeasures. The two sides were already incompatible as fire and water, but when the warm spring came and the flowers bloomed, both sides would have to make a living on the same river. If the dispute could not be resolved on the Ba River and then extended to the water, then the loss would be too great. They had forgotten the reason why things had come to this point. They couldn't remember how they got into conflict with other gangs or how they formed an alliance with the Shun faction. They only knew that they were in a difficult situation now. If they didn't solve the dispute as soon as possible, they would be like farmers who missed the sowing in early spring. They wouldn't have a harvest for the whole year. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's just tear down their hall. The one who spoke was Qiao Mu. The sick lion of the past was now strong, and he also showed his sharp fangs. Huang Yinshan raised his eyelids and looked at him seriously. He said, "Brother Qiao, what's your good plan?" Qiao Mu said, "We can't fight anymore. It's too damaging for us to kill 1,000 enemies. I think we should use the power of the government to suppress them." Huang Yinshan was slightly stunned. He hesitated and shook his head. "No, although you successfully sent Wenbin to prison, that's because the Flood Dragon Society has fallen and their background is not strong enough. In fact, there are many powerful people in the city, and many of them may not be willing to give in to the Dugu family. Our current opponents are rich and powerful, far more powerful than the Flood Dragon Union. Their backers are all influential bigwigs in Chang, and if we can get the government to help, so can they. By then, both of us will be meat on the chopping block, and the result will no longer be up to us." Qiao Mu smiled and said, "Senior Huang, you are well informed, and you know everything about the Dugu family. However, what Senior Huang said is right, but the situation is a little different now." Huang Yinshan raised his eyebrows and said, "What's different?" Gan Qianhui of the Life League also widened his eyes and listened carefully. Qiao Mu said, "As both of you know, the helmsman of our Shun schools, Cao is Dugu Wentao. He is a member of the Dugu family. He has a cousin. His name is Dugu Hueji, currently the Imperial Army's Yulin Guards 1,000 Cavalry Battalion, holding the position of Minister General. Now, this commander is in Chang, and he is here because the emperor is about to move the capital." This news was a little shocking to Huang Yinshan and Gan Qianhui. They did know that a large number of officials and an imperial army came to the capital, but they didn't know the purpose of their visit. They heard that some officials from the Ministry of Works came to Chang and to dredge the river. They inquired about the details to see if there was any profit to be made. They didn't expect to hear such news from Chiao Mu. Even if those aristocratic families had declined, the official news was still far better than them. Since Chiao Mu said that this news came from the Dugu family, it should be true. The two almost simultaneously thought that after the emperor moved the capital, the water transport in Chang would be more prosperous. They were happy at first, but then they thought of the current stalemate and couldn't help but frown. Chiao Mu said in a low voice, "This group of people is not only from the Imperial Army, but also from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. There are also a group of officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate. Think about it. What are the officials from the Ministry of Justice coming to Chang and for?" With Chiao Mu's description, a clear picture of the situation slowly unfolded in front of Huang Yunshan and Gan Qianhui. The emperor was going to move the capital, but she had been away from Chang, and for 20 years. Of course, she needed to renovate Chang, and first. Therefore, she sent the Ministry of Revenue to investigate the people's livelihood and census, the Ministry of Works to repair the palace, bridges, and roads, and the Ministry of Justice to arrest those who broke the law. Then, what were the censorate doing? Around the emperor, there were also differences between close and distant relatives. Now that the emperor was going to move the capital back to Chang. And what about these close people? Of course, someone in Chang, and had to make room for them. The corrupt and mediocre officials had to be purged, and the officials the emperor didn't trust had to be driven away. The censorate was here to pick a fight. Now, the situation on Ba was changing, and the city of Chang was in a storm. The Chang and officialdom was facing a situation of reshuffling. The officials we had made friends with over the years might be transferred to distant places in the next moment. In that case, why not let them do something for us in the end? Don't they want to make a profit before they step down? Huang Yinshan and Gan Qianhui understood Chiao Mu's words very well, but it couldn't dispel their doubts. When Chiao Mu finished, Gan Qianhui said, "If that's the case, we don't have to worry that they won't be used by us. But if we can do it, so can our opponents. How can you be sure that if we let the officials get involved in our fight, we will be the winner?" Chiao Mu said, "As I said just now, Dugu Hueji is the commander of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion, and the commander of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion, Yang Fan, has a close personal relationship with the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the censorate stationed in Chang. And so, who do you think will win this battle?" Huang Yunshan and Gan Qianhui looked at each other and nodded in unison. Chapter 9, 67. It was snowing heavily at night on the third day of the Upper Yuan dynasty. The emperor had issued a decree before the new year to officially change the name of the dynasty on New Year's Day and grant amnesty to the world. It was the first year of the Dazhu dynasty. The origin of this name was because Yang Fan went to Fangzhou to rescue Prince of Luling. In order to get out of prison, he forged a huge footprint left by a golden-armored immortal in prison, so the emperor changed the name of the dynasty. Although it was easy to change the name of the Wuzhou dynasty, a big star appearing in the sky or the emperor growing a new tooth could be the reason for changing the name of the dynasty, but this time the name was changed because of Yang Fan. Yang Fan, who was sitting in the Furong Tower, had a strange feeling in his heart. How many people could leave such a mark in history? The heavy snow fell and sprinkled all over the chu-chi. The red plum blossoms downstairs bloomed in the snow. Their pink petals reflected the red in the snow, making the temples, buildings, gardens, and the river more warm. All kinds of lights decorated the branches, making the petals on the branches crystal clear. Half drunk, Yang Fan pushed open the window and looked at the Chu-Chi under the shadows of the lanterns in the night. The Chu-Chi River was a vast expanse of whiteness, but in Yang Fan's eyes there was still a pool of water, half of the green leaves, and the graceful figure of the beautiful woman with a lotus fragrance, riding a leaf orchid boat, looking at him with a smile. There seemed to be a jingle in his ears, gently knocking on Yang Fan's heart. Ning Ke's face was like a blooming lotus lingering in his mind, but the beautiful woman's beautiful smile, even if he was willing to exchange everything in the world, he could not make it appear again. Someone was setting off fireworks by the river. The brilliant fireworks suddenly lit up just like the beautiful woman was sitting under the osmanthus tree. The setting sun was like blood, the osmanthus fragrance floated in the air, and a wisp of smoke curled up. Her slender fingers rolled up the warm evening wind, accompanied by falling petals playing a song for him. Yang Fan slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the moisture in his eyes had disappeared. He gently closed the window, and the warmth in the room immediately wrapped his whole body. Yang Fan did not look back, but just stood there quietly for a long time. He was dressed in white, but he didn't have young Master Zhang's aloof and arrogant coldness. Instead, he gave off a feeling of gentleness. Behind him, Duguyu silently stood there, gazing at Yang Fan's back. He seemed to know what Yang Fan was thinking, and his heart was both comforted and sorrowful. Yang Fan slowly raised his cup and took a sip of the wine. The wine had already turned cold, but it felt like a ball of fire as it entered his throat. When the Jiannan braised spring began to burn in his stomach, Yang Fan said in a low and hoarse voice, "Big foot is a good sign. Let us kick them away." The leader of the Heavenly Eagle clans, Tsao, Su Lin, got off the carriage. In front of him, a servant carried a lantern and walked into the alley. Although the alley was wide, the snow in the alley had not been swept, so the carriage could not go in. A gust of wind blew, and the snow was sucked into his collar. It was a little cold, and Su Lin pulled his cloak tighter. This was the third day of the Upper Yuan dynasty. The number of people on the streets to watch the lanterns was not as much as the previous 2 days. Coupled with the heavy snow tonight, the streets were even more deserted. Of course, this was only compared to the previous 2 days. In general, the streets were still very lively, and there was a constant stream of people coming and going in the alley. The thousands of lanterns still glowed dimly in the vast snow. Walking along, it was as if one was in a fairy tale world. The leaders of the Tsao of the various sects on Ba were all dispatched, entering the city to look for their backers. In fact, they had already been here for a few days, but they had not seen the people they were looking for. It was not because these officials had too many social engagements and did not return at night, but because Chun Dong of the Ministry of Justice and Hu Yuanli of the Censorate were in full swing during the Spring Festival. Almost all the officials, including some officials with no duties, had been seconded by them. Once Chun Dong and Hu Yuanli borrowed these people, they had the officers and soldiers of the 1,000 Horseman Battalion watch over them, in the euphemistic name of to prevent leaks. As a result, these people were under the eyes of the officers and soldiers every day, and even had to stay in the barracks at night. Although this made the officials very dissatisfied, Chun Dong used the righteous reason that the emperor was about to go west and wanted to clean up Chang and into a clean world, so they could not refuse. Moreover, Hu Yuanli had even said very sinisterly while stroking his beard, "The reason why those wanted criminals could escape before we could arrest them must be because someone had tipped them off. The tip-off must be the Chang, and officials who had been bribed. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, these officials could only take the initiative to cooperate, never leaving their line of sight, to prove their innocence. Until today, it was said that the joint rectification campaign to crack down on and clean up public security had been a great success. These officials who had worked hard for half a month could finally go home to reunite with their families, and those who had been waiting for them at the Tsaoko of the various gangs in Bashang could finally see them. Su Lin came to the front of a house with black bricks and white stone steps. A manservant came forward with a lantern and knocked on the door knocker. Hearing the news that his master was at home, Su Lin was overjoyed. Soon, his figure disappeared at the door, and a beam of light moved toward the second courtyard in the misty snowflakes. Ma Qian, the helmsman at the Tsaoko of the Circle Gate, was in the study of Gao Jingqian, the administrator of the Chang and local government. Most states and prefectures in the Tang dynasty had idle officials, and the quota of officials was far higher than the actual number of officials that should be allocated. In other words, officials who had no official position and only received salaries. At the same time, some states and prefectures that were busy with affairs often set up more officials than the quota. For example, as an assistant capital, the Chang and local government should have a member of the record councilor. But in fact, besides Chu Tianqing, there was also Gao Jingqian, who was also an official. There were 3 other record councilors in the Chang and local government, but they had no official position and were not responsible for specific affairs. Ma Qian told Gao Jingqian what happened on Ba Shang to him, who had just returned to the mansion. In addition to describing how arrogant and domineering the ASEAN gangs were, he cleverly hinted at how unscrupulous the officials and gentry behind the ASEAN gangs were, and how they did not care about Gao Jingqian and the others at all. Gao Jingqian understood that Ma Qian's words had a hint of provocation, but this was not the point. The point was that Ma Qian spread out a box of gold and several land deeds on the table. Most people in the Chang and officialdom knew that this year the so-called emperor's tour of the western capital of Chang and was actually to move the capital back to Chang, but it had not been publicly announced to the world. And once the emperor moved the capital, he would inevitably bring a large number of officials from the capital, Luoyang. Even if the original officials in Chang and were not purged, most of them would be transferred to make room for the emperor's trusted aides. Gao Jingqian's qualifications and background weren't enough for him to stay in Chang, and it was inevitable that he would be transferred. At that time, he would no longer be able to provide convenience to the Canal Gang, and he wouldn't be able to receive enough benefits from them. Therefore, it seemed like a good choice to make some money before he left. Gao Jingqian paced slowly in the room. The shadow of the lamp cast his shadow on the wall, and there was a golden flash in the shadow, like a reflection of the river. It was the reflection of a box of gold under the lamp. Adjunct Gao stood still and looked at the golden light in the projection. He said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow morning I will send people there. The people behind them will not be idle. You have to be clean. Don't let others get hold of your weakness." Ma Qian was overjoyed and quickly bowed to the ground. "Rest assured, Adjunct, I have already made arrangements." The Chang and Major Zhao Haochen's mansion also welcomed a guest. The guest was the Taiping Gang's canal head. Tang Long had also brought a generous gift, one that was difficult to refuse. So Zhao Haochen was hesitant. Zhao Haochen was the trusted subordinate of Lu Xiantian, the magistrate of the Chang and government. Once the emperor moved west, he might not be able to hold the position of Minister of War anymore. However, as a trusted subordinate of Lu Xiantian, he might not be transferred away from Chang, and therefore, he hoped that he would be safe during this period of time. With this goal in mind, he did not want to do anything, especially stand up for the Taiping Gang, and directly use the power of the government to suppress the other canal gangs. But the Taiping Gang's gift was too generous. It was more than 5 times the previous gifts. Tang Long also promised that if they could eliminate the ASEAN gangs in one fell swoop, the 5 Elements Guild, the Circle Sect, and the Taiping Gang would be in charge of the Canal Gang, and the annual gifts would increase by 40%. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Haochen thought to himself, Qingdong, and Hu Yuanli can crack down on Chang and to help the emperor move the capital as local officials of Chang. And it is also reasonable for us to clean up the surrounding areas of Chang. And everyone wants Chang and to be peaceful when the emperor moves the capital. This time, I take advantage of the current situation. I not only cater to the imperial envoy, but also smuggle some goods. If I do it well, the emperor will be pleased, and maybe it will be beneficial to me. Thinking of this, Zhao Haochen secretly made up his mind. A guest also came to the mansion of the founding Marquis Wang Shirxiu. After listening to the guest story, Marquis Wang sneered. The Dugu family? The Dugu family has long been in decline. They have no influence in the officialdom. Since they don't care about me, I will let them know how powerful I am. Marquis Wang slapped a box of expensive gifts and proudly raised his eyebrows at the guest. Don't worry. Go back and tell your grandmaster that I will take care of this. Isn't it just some bullshit, Shungate? I will destroy it and let the Dugu family know who has the final say in Chang and city. The next morning, Chang and county officer Wu Luoran strode into the county government office. Along the way, firecrackers and broken lanterns were scattered everywhere. It was like this just after the Upper Yuan festival. Basho did not have time to arrange for the workers to clean up. It was the new year before the first month, so it was normal to be a little lazy. But for county officer Wu, who liked cleanliness, it was a little unbearable. County officer Wu rushed to the county government office. When his colleagues saw him, they all cupped their hands and greeted him. County officer Wu smiled and returned the greeting. When he was about to go see the county magistrate, arrestor Xiong suddenly rushed over. When he saw county officer Wu, he said, "The imperial magistrate has finally arrived. I have just received an urgent order from the Ming Mansion asking the imperial magistrate to lead 3 teams of constables to the Wanyan County Government Office to act together." County officer Wu was shocked. What is the idea of imperial envoy Chen? And who? Arrestor Xiong smiled bitterly. This time it is not the imperial envoys who are stirring up trouble. It is said that Major Zhao, Adjunct Gao, Marquis Wang, and others have jointly reported to the government office, saying that the Barren Plains fishermen have formed gangs and fought, causing many deaths and injuries. The imperial magistrate has ordered Chang and Wanyan County to act together to rectify the public order of Barren Plain. Chapter 968. Wu Luoran, the county magistrate of Chang, and led 3 teams of bailiffs to the Wanyan County Yamen, and saw that the 3 teams of bailiffs had already assembled. Not only was county magistrate when present, but so was Gao Jingqian. Gao Jingqian decided to teach the Shun school a lesson after receiving the generous gifts from the Chuan school. Early in the morning, he rushed to the Yamen to report the security problems on Ba to Qi Anruan. Unexpectedly, Chancellor Li Jianbai of the Imperial Academy was also there. Qi Anruan and Li Jianbai had always been close because both of his sons were studying in the Imperial Academy. Thus, Gao Jingqian did not think much of Li Jianbai's presence. He wanted to meddle in the affairs of Ba out of selfishness, but he did so in a dignified manner. Thus, he did not conceal his intentions even though Li Jianbai was present. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished, he saw a strange expression on Chancellor Li's face. Gao Jingqian was very astute. He asked in a roundabout way. It turned out that Chancellor Li was also here for this purpose. Gao Jingqian immediately knew that this Chancellor Li was definitely the backer of some gang. Fortunately, both of them had the same goal, that was to punish the Shungate side. This way, both of their relationship immediately became much closer. The two were chatting and laughing when Zhao Haochen, the county magistrate of Chang, and Wang Shirxiu, the founding Marquis of Chang, and also arrived. The two indignantly reported to Qi Xiaoyin that the gangs on Ba fought openly and covertly before and after the Spring Festival, which caused a large number of servants to be injured or disabled. Zhao Haochen said, "Now that the emperor's western tour is near, the imperial court has sent an imperial envoy to Chang and to manage the security within the pass. The Chang and judicial officials cannot escape the blame and should respond to the imperial court's order to crack down on the tyrants on Ba." Young Master Qi knew that there must be a reason for so many officials to come to the government office after the Lantern Festival to question the security of Ba. However, since the reasons given by the officials were reasonable, young Magistrate Qi did not question them further and immediately agreed. He took the opportunity to order Adjunct Gao to take charge of the matter. Gao Jingqian was secretly delighted. Since Wu Luoran had not arrived, he went to the Wannian County Yamen first. Wu Luoran led more than 60 bailiffs from Chang and to Wannian County Yamen. Gao Jingqian had already given instructions to the bailiffs from Wannian County Yamen. As soon as Wu Luoran arrived, Gao Jingqian urged the bailiffs from Wannian County to set off immediately to Ba, Chang, and was divided into Chang and Wan County Yamen and County. Yamen of the two counties were in the same city, but this was the first time. The constables from the two counties totaled to 120 men. They rushed to the Ba River in a formidable array. These days, Yamen had been living in County Wan Yamen, Nian County Yamen, Chang and Yamen. The county. Yamen, Luan, Nian County Yamen, Chang, He Yamen, then Wan, Yanwen Yamen, Long Yamen. When Ao had been staying in Wannian County Yamen for a long time, he lived in the side yard of the county Yamen. Even the slightest movement in Wannian County Yamen could not be hidden from him. In previous years, Ba was the busiest time after the Spring Lantern Festival. After 2.5 months of idleness, the workers had to meet with the stewards of the clan to receive their tasks. Some of the advance workers had to prepare to leave for Yangzhou to prepare for this year's transportation. The ships that had been docked for the entire winter had to undergo their final maintenance, but this year, Ba still maintained a strange calmness. The docks were deserted. The ships were still docked there. The bare masts were like trees in winter. There was not the slightest hint of spring. The deck had not even been cleared of snow. There was not even a single footprint. The town was also deserted. There were hardly any pedestrians on the streets. Usually, there was not a single person on the busiest Central Street. Even children would avoid this road. This road had become the dividing line between the ASEAN and the Western Alliance. This made life difficult for the taverns and brothels that relied on the workers of Ba. Seeing that the reconciliation between the two factions was still far away, many people had moved from Ba to the west of Chang, and to make a living. That was the main route for the camel caravans from the western region to enter the city. A large number of porters and laborers were gathered there. It was another abnormal and prosperous place in Chang, and however, along with the coldness of the day, Ba was the busiest at night. From time to time, there would be sounds of fighting and killing. The battle between the two alliances never stopped. The sneak attacks and attacks at night never stopped either. Many workers had been injured because of this. One morning, when the sun was high up in the sky, the coldness and tranquility on Ba was suddenly broken. A group of constables in black clothes and boots appeared on Ba. They carried chains in their hands and swords on their waists. After the sudden appearance of a group of constables in front of Wen Changxing's memorial and the arrest of the young master of the Flood Dragon Society, this was the second time in many years that a public errand had appeared on Ba. The whole of Ba was quiet. Countless eyes were watching from the top of the walls, the roofs, and the cracks of the doors. Soon they found that this time, the targets of the public errand were the ASEAN gangs. Teams of constables and patrol officers broke into the houses of the main figures of the ASEAN gangs. Recently, because of the battle between the two alliances, the families of the main figures of these gangs had a large number of thugs and guards. The families of important figures, like the gang leaders, even hired martial arts experts to protect their homes. But this time, they were facing the officials of the government. Unless they were determined to rebel, they wouldn't dare to resist. Soon people were surprised to find that even Xiao Mu, the leader of the Shun faction, Gan Qianhui, the leader of the Life League, and Huang Yinshan, the leader of the Three Rivers Gang, were taken out. Many of their stewards and disciples were following behind them. They looked shocked and angry, but they didn't dare to make a move. They were all people under the control of the government. The transportation they relied on for a living was given by the government. How could they have the guts to fight against the officials? The constables of Wanyan and Chang and counties were extremely cautious when they arrived at Ba, which had always been unfamiliar to them. They unsheathed their steel swords and took strict precautions. As soon as they caught the leaders of the ASEAN gangs, they quickly retreated. When they left Ba Shang town, the disciples of the West Alliance immediately ran to the streets, cheering and jumping as if they had just celebrated the New Year. The whole Ba Shang town was in an uproar. The leaders of the ASEAN gangs were caught in one fell swoop. What else did they have to worry about? Meanwhile, the disciples of the ASEAN gangs were dejected. They didn't resist the verbal provocation or physical contact of the disciples of the West Alliance. Once they lost their backbone, they didn't know what to do next. Li He, Yen Shiwei, Qiao Sun, and other stewards looked as if they had lost their parents. They chased after the captured Xiao Mu all the way out of Ba Shang town. They watched as the officials escorted the leaders of the gangs back to Chang and city. Only then did they return to the entrance of the Shun faction with gloomy faces. They didn't say a word in the face of the mockery and ridicule of the West Alliance gang members. But as soon as they entered the hall of the Shun faction, the gloomy expression on Li Hei's face was swept away. The important figures of the Shun faction all knew about today's change, especially him. He controlled the largest force of the Shun faction. If he didn't know that the Shun faction had a backup plan, no one could predict how he would react. Facing this cruel and merciless old man, Gu Zhuting used and guarded against him. She couldn't hide the things that she should let him feel at ease. And Li He was very calm because he knew that the Shun faction still had a trump card. If he could stay calm, then the whole Shun faction would naturally stay calm. Gao Jingqian rode on the horse. He occasionally looked back and saw Gan Qianhui, Huang Yinshan, Xiao Mu, and the others who were caught. They were dejectedly wearing the big shackles and staggering on their way. He couldn't help but sneer. To tell the truth, when he came to Ba Shang to arrest the people, he secretly broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that these unruly Jianghu people would really resist at all costs. In that case, although Ba Shang's laborers were doomed to be publicly resisting the law, they were the first to bear the brunt and would definitely be the first to die. Now that the arrest went so smoothly, Gao Jingjun couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Just 3 miles away from Ba Shang, they could see the tall and majestic city gate of Chang, and in the distance. Suddenly, a group of sentries rushed out from the gate like 2 black dragons, outflanking them from afar. Gao Jingqian was delighted and thought, Junior Magistrate is really good at doing things. Did he send soldiers to help? The sound of hooves was getting closer, from weak to loud, from dull to clear. In an instant, the earth shook. The hooves were like thunder, and the clanking sound of armor colliding could also be heard clearly. There were only about 200 riders, but their momentum was like that of a magnificent army. It was like a hurricane whistling over. Banners fluttered, horses galloped like dragons. The riders on the horses were all dressed in black armor, holding long spears and big halberds. They looked murderous. Such military attire was not the ordinary Chang and garrison, but the emperor's personal guards, the soldiers of the Thousand Horsemen Battalion. For the past half a month, the soldiers of the Thousand Horsemen Battalion had been cooperating with the Ministry of Justice to rectify public order. Gao Jingqian was already very familiar with them. When Gao Jingqian saw that the soldiers of the Thousand Horsemen Battalion were mobilized, he thought that Director Chen of the Ministry of Justice had heard the news and volunteered to lead troops to wipe out Ba Shang. He hurriedly lifted his horse and went to meet them. On the opposite side, there were two groups of cavalry moving side by side along the official road. As soon as they came into contact with them, they immediately flanked them, forming a tight encirclement around the entire team of constables. Gao Jingqian rode his horse forward alone. When he got closer, he saw two horses in front of him, with a civil official and a military official sitting on the horses. The civil official was Director Chen Dong of the Ministry of Justice. He also knew the military official, who had once asked him to lead the way and capture the fugitives of Chang. And he was a general of the Thousand Horsemen Battalion, named Ma Qiao. Gao Jingqian laughed and came forward, cupping his hands, and said, "Director Chen, General Ma, thank you for your welcome. The Ba Shang gang is afraid of the imperial court and dare not resist. They have already surrendered." Chen Dong's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted, "Who came to welcome you? How dare you, Gao Jingqian? I have received a report from the people, accusing you of colluding with the tyrants of Ba Shang to oppress the good people. Now that I have seen you, it is indeed true. Come, arrest Gao Jingqian and his men, and bring them to the imperial palace for trial." When Gao Jingqian heard this, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He turned pale and said, "Director Chen, you are..." Ma Qiao held the reins in one hand and pointed the horsewhip forward with the other. He shouted sternly, "Arrest everyone except Gao Jingqian." The 1,000 soldiers of the Thousand Horsemen Battalion, who had already formed an encirclement around the constables of Wanyan and Chang and counties, pointed their sharp spears forward in unison and shouted, "Disarm and be bound." The two county lieutenants, Wu Luoran and Lang Wen, looked at each other. What's going on? At the same time, another group of horsemen arrived. They whizzed past the snow-covered, fertile fields on the side of the official road. The scarlet capes of the military leaders fluttered in the air like red clouds. They were heading in the direction of Lake Ba. Chapter 969. The disciples of Five Elements Guild, Circle Faction, and Peace Gang swaggered around Ba as if it was New Year's Eve. Rong Shu from Five Elements Guild called his friends to a tavern he frequented. Seeing that the tavern was still closed, he banged on the door. "Open up! Open up! Old Hu, what time is it? Why aren't you up yet?" After a while, the window opened halfway, and the shopkeeper Hu Xiong poked his head out with sleepy eyes, carefully looking around. Seeing him like this, Rong Shu couldn't help but laugh, pointing at him, and said, "Look at your cowardly look. Hurry up and get up to do business." The leaders of Shun Faction, Three Rivers Gang, and Life League have all been arrested by the authorities. From now on, we will be united in Ba. Understand? Hurry up and get up to do business. We need to celebrate and bring out the best wine in your tavern. Oh, all right. Shopkeeper, who was overjoyed, and quickly agreed. He closed the window and put on his clothes. Then he slapped the fat buttocks of his wife, who was still lying lazily on the couch, and shouted, "Get up, don't sleep anymore. Ba has gone to bed." At the Wei River Pier, Li Qingchuan, the captain of the boat, jumped onto the deck excitedly and lovingly caressed the side of his boat. Seeing that the deck was covered in snow, he yelled at his men, "Why are you all so lazy? Hurry up and clean up. We have to go to Yangzhou soon." From now on, We will dominate the water transportation, and everyone will have a good life. I don't need anyone who wants to be a lazy bum." At this moment, the captain of another boat, Yang Jiangbua, appeared alone at the bow of the boat, looking like he had lost his soul. Li Qingchuan leaned on the side of the boat and shouted, "Yang Jiangbua, Yang Laosi, your Three Rivers gang is going to be finished soon. What are your plans for the future?" Yang Laosi spat at him and did not say a word. Li Qingchuan said with a smile, "Brother, I have to admit that you are indeed good at steering a boat. Although we have fought a few times, and you even injured my leg, I am a generous person and will not hold it against you. If you have no way out, how about you work on my boat? I will reward you with a bowl of rice." Fourth Bro Yang flicked his sleeves and left while Li Qingchuan laughed out loud. The West's disciples filled Ba, a scene of martial prowess everywhere. The ASEAN disciples either shut themselves in or gathered in front of the gang leader's mansion. Even though the gang leader had been taken away, the two leaders and many stewards were still there. They stood there in silence, waiting for these people to come up with a plan. Almost all the mansions of the ASEAN leaders were closed. Some stewards who came late after hearing the news arrived. The disciples silently made way for him and watched him pass by in a hurry. The corner door was opened in time for him to go in, but it was immediately closed again. The important figures of the gangs were urgently discussing countermeasures. At this moment, there was a sound of people shouting and horses neighing. Countless knights dressed in battle jackets, outer coats, leather armor, and black attire appeared on Ba with bows, swords, and crossbows. The red tasseled spears in their hands were thick and heavy. The entire body was painted black, and the sharp blades made of steel were covered with blood grooves. Coupled with the flame-like bright red tassels, it was a menacing sight. The cheering crowd on Ba immediately quietened down. For many years, even the government officials rarely came to Ba. But today, not only were the officials and constables here, even the soldiers were here. Many people were at a loss as to what to do. There were also some knights with black lacquered cowhide shields painted with images of ferocious beasts hanging on the side of their saddles. They were wearing mighty iron armors, half-armored battle robes, and had sabers hanging on their waists. Obviously, they were the commanders of the cavalry. Each of them led 9 knights and rushed into the narrow alleys that were as narrow as sheep intestines. They shouted sternly, "Everyone, go home immediately. Do not enter or leave without permission." Chu Kuanga and Dugu Hueji appeared at the end of the long street, clad in golden radiant armor. Dugu Hueji's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, then fixed on Rong Shu, who was waiting at the entrance of the tavern. Dugu Hueji pointed at him and asked, "You, which clan are you from?" Rong Shu looked around, and his companions immediately moved away from him. Rong Shu said slowly, I'm from the Five Elements Guild." Dugu Hueji said, "Very good. I'm Dugu Hueji. I've been ordered to arrest the leaders of the Five Elements Guild, the Circle faction, the Peace faction, and the other gangs who have gathered to cause trouble and disrupt public order. Lead the way for me." Dugu Hueji, the people who heard it immediately thought of the helmsman of the Shun faction, Dugu Wentao. The Dugu family had come. ASEAN's revenge was so fast. They had only been cheering for a quarter of an hour before the situation was completely reversed. The West Alliance had invited the officials of Wanyan and Chang and counties to jointly enforce the law, and ASEAN actually invited the military. Bam! Hu Xiong, who had just removed 2 of the door panels, hurriedly put them back together again. He kicked the butt of the woman who was still standing in the central room and shouted in a low voice, "Get back into the house, and keep an eye on little 5 and little 6. Don't let them go out onto the street." Yang Laosi, who had just returned from the pier, stood at the end of the long street in a daze. When he finally understood what had happened, he suddenly let out a maniacal laugh, turned around, and sprinted towards the pier. Li Qingchuan saw young Laosi sprinting back from the bow of the boat and teased him with a smile. "What's wrong? You've thought it through? If you want to work on my ship, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Uffed. Young Laosi puffed out his chest and said proudly, "What's so great about inviting a few officials? Our leader even brought the military here. Ha ha! You think you're worthy of fighting against us, Sana clan?" Uffed. Li Qingchuan was dumbfounded. He loosened the rope in his hand and slid into the river. Nian County and Chang'an County jointly enforced the law and arrested Qiao Mu of the Shun faction, Gan Qianhui of the Life Alliance, and Huang Yinshan of the Sanhe clan. Halfway there, Chun Dong from the Ministry of Justice arrived with his men and intercepted the 2 county officials. He took away the leaders of the 3 major clans in the name of being witnesses. He also arrested Gao Jingqian, Wanyan County Magistrate Lang Wen, Chang, and County Magistrate Wu Luoran, and more than 100 patrolmen under the name of colluding with the tyrants to oppress the good. Not only that, Sun Yushuan also brought Chu Lang and Dugu Lang from the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion to the Ba River and arrested Qin Ziyuan of the 5 Elements Guild, Yuan Jiheng of the Taiping clan, Fu Kaiyao of the Circle faction, Wei Yongtang of the Heavenly Eagle clan, and other leaders in one fell swoop. When the news spread, it immediately caused a great disturbance in the officialdom of Chang, and Li Jianbai, the chancellor of the Imperial College, Zhao Haochen of the Chang, and local government, and Wang Shixiu, the founding county magistrate, went to find Qi Anruan together. Qi Anruan was greatly annoyed by the actions of the Ministry of Justice. Although he had no connection with the clans on the Ba River, this action was approved by him, which was undoubtedly a great challenge to his authority. Qi Anruan immediately brought his men to see Lu Qiantian. Lu Qiantian had no intention of having a conflict with the imperial envoy, but it did not mean that the one who held the title of imperial envoy could do whatever he wanted. He would not sit back and watch those who seriously challenged his authority and interests. Now, the people who came to find him included his deputies, his trusted followers, and his supporters. He had to take a stance. Moreover, the Ministry of Justice did not inform him in advance before doing this, which was a challenge to his authority. The interests of the officials in Chang and were affected, which ultimately affected his interests. The whole officialdom was like the roots of a big tree. He was the main root, the officials below him were the branches, and the officials below him were the countless roots under each branch, thus forming a complete network of interests. If the roots were damaged, the branches would definitely be damaged. If the branches were damaged, the nutrients gathered to the main root would definitely be greatly reduced. It was the same in the Chang and officialdom. As the magistrate of the Chang and local government, Lu Qiantian had a high position and power. He would not directly deal with the ruffians on the Ba River, but the officials under him would. These officials received the Baishang Chao gang's filial piety. Each of them divided a portion and handed it over to the officials of the higher level, and the officials of the higher level each took out a portion of the filial piety they received from various places, and then sent it over to his hands. He had an even stronger backer in the capital, so during festivals, big or small matters, he had to offer from time to time. This was a complete chain of benefits. He could tolerate Chundong and Hu Yuanli cracking down on the ruffians and rectifying the law and order in Chang, but if they did something that harmed the fundamental interests of the whole Chang and officialdom, he had to step in. Didn't people usually transfer benefits to him in order to get his protection at critical times? However, he did not dare to act rashly because of the reasons given by the 2 envoys. He did not know what evidence the 2 envoys had and who informed them to make such a brazen move against the local officials of Chang. And the experienced and astute Lu Qiantian pondered for a long time and secretly instructed Qi Shaoyin and Li Jianzhou. The few of them understood tacitly and immediately left. Lu Qiantian then sent someone to the Ministry of Justice to gather information. Then he arranged the ceremonial guard and left the Chang and local government. He went straight to the imperial envoy's residence of the Lord of Hanoi, Wu Yizong. These two envoys had never been on good terms. Now that the situation was unclear, he would be in a passive position if he went into battle bare-chested. Ever since Wu Yizong arrived in Chang, and he had always cooperated with him. Now it was time for Wu Yizong to return the favor. The fight between the underlings on Ba entered the eyes of the Chang, and officialdom. The storm that was stirred up in the small Jianghu on Ba finally caused a huge wave in the Chang and officialdom. The gangs of the Western Alliance used the power of the officialdom to attack the ASEAN gangs. The ASEAN gangs' counterattack was so swift and fierce that the dispute between the Eastern and Western alliances on Ba was no longer a big deal. The situation evolved into an open and secret struggle between the officials from the capital city and the local officials whose interests were harmed. As the local tyrants, the Chang, and local officials' counterattack was equally swift. The next morning, a large number of the gang disciples of the Western Alliance and the families of the arrested people gathered at the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice. They cried out their grievances with great momentum. 2 hours later, thousands of students from the Shijing Imperial School and the Imperial College were mobilized by Li Jianbai and the others. They first went to the Chang and local government to petition, then marched to the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice and gave speeches to the onlookers. They severely criticized the officials of the capital city for harassing the local government and destroying the water transportation. Wasn't it right and proper for the students to plead for the people? On the big wild goose pagoda, Yang Fan looked down at the Chang and city that was as orderly as a chessboard with a smile. Before he arrived in Chang, and he had already started to make arrangements in a corner of this chessboard. Now, it was finally time for the middle game. Chapter 970. Crying people of all ages and genders blocked the front and back doors of the Ministry of Justice. Among them were the families of the leaders of the gangs in Bashang, as well as the families of the arrested officials, such as Adjunct Gao, County Lieutenant Wu, and County Lieutenant Luo. Children were crying and adults were screaming as if they had been wronged. The door of the Ministry of Justice was tightly shut, ignoring the commotion outside. The people blocking the gate of the Ministry of Justice had been informed in advance by someone that they could only complain in front of the Yamen and not against the Yamen. Otherwise, the nature of the matter would change, and the situation would get out of hand. Therefore, they only complained tearfully outside the gate, and did not engage in any violent conflict. Of course, in addition to the imperial envoys, there were also 200 fully armed soldiers in the Ministry of Justice, led by Chu Kuanga. If they really dared to break into the Ministry of Justice, it would not end well for them. At the top of the Wild Goose Pagoda, Yang Fan looked into the distance. He could vaguely see the dense crowd in front of the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan picked up the green jade wine pot and poured himself a cup. He also filled up the empty wine cup on the opposite side. The sunlight shone at an angle, and there were specks of dust floating gently in the light. It was incomparably tranquil. "Do you want a cup?" "I have been weak since childhood, so I never drink. Although it is called wine, it is not really wine. It is just a cup of fermented rice. It has no alcoholic power and can activate blood vessels." Therefore, the girl was moved. She pursed her pale lips, took the cup and sniffed it. Then she frowned and said, "It doesn't smell good, but it's sweet." The curious girl looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, she quickly licked it with the tip of her tongue. The taste was really good. The green jade wine cup, the white jade fingers, the gentle lines interweaved to create a magnificent scene. The wine was clear, the wine cup was moist, and the fingers were white. They interweaved into a beautiful texture. Yang Fan thought and smiled. He raised his cup to the air, across the table, and put it on his lips. The students of the Imperial College and the Imperial College swaggered through the streets, angrily complaining to the passers-by about the brutality of the officials of the Ministry of Justice, talking about the hardships and poverty of the Baishan Plain, and preaching the importance of the canal transport to the people of Chang. And they attracted more and more onlookers to the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice. Compared to the families of the victims, the scholars were much more emboldened. They had set their hearts for heaven and earth and set their lives for the people. They were hot-blooded and had a strong sense of justice. Therefore, they stood in front of the Ministry of Justice and spoke to the gathered people and the families of the people who had been arrested. Then they elected 3 people as representatives and knocked on the door, requesting to see the imperial envoy. On top of the great wild goose pagoda, Yang Fan raised his cup to his lips and drained it in one gulp. Then he held the empty green jade cup and stared blankly at the opposite side. Under a ray of sunlight, amid the dust, there seemed to be a girl who was also drinking, carefully, bit by bit. That was the only drink she had ever had in her life. Yang Fan watched her raise her cup, sip the wine, and swallow it. Moving, charming, seductive. Her elegant gestures disappeared from his sight one by one, but they were fixed in his mind. That kind of beauty made people want to become a drop of wine under her tongue and flow into her body. Yang Fan smiled at the dust and the sunlight and said, "They always thought that we wouldn't fight as long as Shunmu was in Luoyang. But when the pig-riding general and I arrived in Chang, and together we would definitely fight. It's too late to find out the truth now. In fact, they are not smart, but you must have seen through it long ago, right?" Yang Fan stood up with his hands on his knees and said softly, "Because you are the smartest girl in the world. You always have been." The Imperial College of Chang, and was located in the administrative square outside Chang and city. The Imperial College was in the west of the square, occupying half of the square. Li Jianbai, the chancellor of the Imperial College, and several registrars, professors, and teaching assistants were gathered in Chancellor Li's living room. They seemed to be discussing something. Judging from their expressions, the atmosphere in the room was very tense. There were few people in the Imperial College who could be directly used by the Imperial College. After all, they were only responsible for teaching and had limited administrative power. But most of the enrolled students were children of officials. Through the teacher-student relationship, they could get to know many elders whose children were officials. This kind of wide network was unparalleled. Therefore, most of the officials in the Imperial College were officials from the Imperial College and the Imperial College. They could not directly provide all kinds of convenience for the Chao Gang, but because of their wide network, they became the best brokers for the Chao Gang. Now that there was a problem in the Ba, they were the ones who were directly affected. Naturally, they reacted the most strongly. Chancellor Li said with a sullen face, "Is the Ministry of Penalty still not willing to open the door to accept the students' report?" A registrar said, "Yes, I just came back from the Ministry of Penalty." The door of the Ministry of Penalty was closed, and there was no movement. Li Jianbai stood up and slowly paced a few steps in the hall with his hands behind his back. He clenched his fists and said resolutely, "If they don't open the door, let's break in." A professor said uneasily, "Chancellor, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Once we break into the Ministry of Penalty, it will be a big deal. The current emperor has always been strong. If we encourage the students to break into the Ministry of Penalty, I'm afraid it will backfire when the emperor hears about it." A teaching assistant also said, "That's right. Let's not talk about the emperor's reaction. After all, the emperor is still far away in Luoyang. But the Ministry of Penalty is an imperial envoy, and now the Ministry of Penalty is an imperial envoy's office. We can't break in." Once they are determined to go against us, they can make a big deal out of breaking into the official gate. Li Jianbai smiled coldly and teased him. Is that so? What if we carry the statue of the ancestors to knock on the door? The registrars and professors were stunned at first. Then they clapped their hands and praised. Wonderful! This is a wonderful plan. Li Jianbai said proudly, the students have come forward. As teachers, it is reasonable for us to come forward for the students. Let's go to the Temple of Confucius and invite the most sage master. Then we will go to the Ministry of Penalty. The Temple of Confucius was located in the most prominent position of the first courtyard of the Imperial College. It was an independent courtyard with a heavy door. When the Tang dynasty was first established, it was not called the Temple of Confucius. At that time, the Duke of Zhou was the chief priest, and Confucius was the one who enjoyed it. When Li Shimin became the emperor, the ministers asked the emperor for permission to stop the worship of the Duke of Zhou and promote Confucius to be the ancestor of the ancestors. From then on, the Duke of Zhou Temple became the Temple of Confucius. The Imperial College and the Imperial College became the world of Confucius. Immediately, Li Jianbai led the registrars, teaching assistants, professors, and others to the Temple of Confucius. After burning incense and worshipping, they hurriedly carried the statue of Confucius down from the pedestal and placed it on the bridge. Li Jianbai personally carried the left front pole of the bridge, and another 3 registrars carried the other 3 poles. The professors and teaching assistants followed behind. They walked out of the gate of the Imperial College with their heads held high and chests puffed out. As soon as they walked out of the Temple of Confucius, they heard a commotion in front of them. Several low-ranking officials of the Imperial College staggered over and shouted, "Libationer! Libationer! Some soldiers have broken into the Imperial College." Li Jianbai was stunned and looked forward. He saw dozens of cavalrymen rushing to the front like tigers and horses. They suddenly pulled on the reins and stopped. A general on the horse looked down and asked them with a smile, "Gentlemen, where are you going with this wooden statue and clay figurine?" Li Jianbai was startled and said angrily, "This is the place where the country nurtures scholars and educates people. It's the place where the virtuous people are locked up. You rough soldiers gallop on your horses and have no respect for anyone. How dare you do this?" It was Huang Xuchang who asked him. Huang Xuchang picked his ears and turned to Ma Qiao and asked, "Brother Ma, what did this old man say?" Ma Qiao thought for a while and answered, "He seems to mean that this is a place for scholars, a place of refinement. He thinks we are too rough." The status of generals in the Tang dynasty was not lower than that in the Song dynasty. Huang Xuchang was furious after hearing Ma Qiao's answer. He immediately glared at Li Jianbai and spat at him. He pointed at him with his horsewhip and said, "Bullshit! A place for refinement. Don't the refinement need to be put in prison when they break the law? Do we have to find another refined place to settle you just because you are refinement? How dare you?" Huang Xuchang waved his horsewhip and yelled, "Guards! Capture Li Jianbai, Lu Xinyu, Wang Pan, and Ai Jiabin, Su Rue, and Yang Jinwen." Li Jianbai was shocked and angry when he heard this. He yelled, "Who ordered you to capture this official?" Huang Xuchang asked curiously, "Who are you?" Li Jianbai puffed out his chest and said, "This official is Li Jianbai, the Chancellor of the Directorate of Studies." Huang Xuchang was amused and said, "Good, I'm going to capture you. Guards, take him away." A few soldiers jumped off their horses and strode forward to capture Li Jianbai. Li Jianbai was confused and panicked. He yelled, "Wait! Who dares to be rude in front of Master Kong Sheng?" The several officers and men immediately halted and turned their heads to look at the 2 generals. Huang Shuchang roared, Bullsh**T. According to what you said, if all the scholars who committed crimes hid behind this clay statue, then everything would be fine? It's useless to reason with us soldiers. Why the F***CK are you trying to reason with us? Capture him, capture him. Ma Chiao said sarcastically. The mason and carpenter by Luban, the silk weaver and silkworm rearing by Luzu, and the restaurant owner by Ya. Every industry has its own ancestor. Is this old man Kong the ancestor of you scholars? We are martial artists, not scholars. What does your ancestor have to do with us? Since the two generals said so, the soldiers were emboldened. They immediately rushed forward and pulled Li Jianbai over. They shook off the rope and tied him up. The sedan chair that was carried by 4 people suddenly lost a corner. Fortunately, Master Kong's statue was made of wood and was not too heavy. The sedan chair swayed a few times, and the remaining 3 people quickly put it down. Only then did Master Kong's elegance was not ruined. At the same time, a group of soldiers rushed to Sima Zhao Haochen and Junior Magistrate Qi Anruan and directly took them away. The founding marquis, Wang Shixiu, had just returned home. Before he could sit down properly, a group of soldiers also rushed in and took him away. Over the past few days, the soldiers had been beating the city hard and were very familiar with the geography of Chang. And they did not even take a wrong step. The news was sent to the Chang and prefectural magistrate Lu Qietian. Lu Qietian was furious and immediately went straight to the Ministry of Justice. Chapter 971. Lu Guitian held back his anger and walked out of the door. He was in the warm room with a brazier burning. He was only wearing a thin official robe. He didn't even put on his cloak and rushed out of the room. By the time he reached the yamen of the Ministry of Justice, he was already shivering from the cold wind. Lu Guitian was almost frozen when his attendants announced his arrival, and Chun Dong and Sun Yuxuan came out to greet him. Chun Dong and Sun Yuxuan ignored the clamoring students and the crying families of the criminals in front of the door. They just smiled and asked Lu Guitian why he was here. The families of the suspects were actually instigated to come and didn't have the guts to offend the officials. Moreover, there were more than 20 military academies guarding the Ministry of Justice officials with a murderous look on their faces. Therefore, they could only cry out their grievances. As for the students from the Imperial College and the Imperial College, although they were angry, most of them were deceived. Only the leaders knew the inside story. However, they had already received orders to wait for the Chancellor and the others to bring the headmaster's statue before storming the yamen. Therefore, they didn't make a move. Lu Yuqian said with a sullen face, since the 2 officials said that they received a complaint and wanted to investigate the case of the brawl and officials taking bribes, I don't know what's going on and don't want to get involved. However, the 2 officials sent people to arrest the junior magistrate Qi Anruan, Sima Zhao Haochen, County Marquis, Wang Shixiu, Imperial College Chancellor Li Jianbai, and the others. What's the reason for this? Could it be that all of the officials in this mansion are involved in the transport of the Ba River? Chen Dong said in surprise. Why do you say that? This official received a report saying that there were gangs of boatmen on the Ba River. They were fighting and causing trouble, causing the transportation to be halted, and many people were injured. Among them, there were also officials and gentry accepting bribes and sheltering tyrants. Therefore, this official sent people to lock them up and interrogate them. Now, only General Gao, County Lieutenant Wu, and County Lieutenant Lang are in the Ministry of Justice's yamen and haven't been mistreated. As for the officials mentioned by the Lu officials, I didn't arrest them. Lu Guitian was startled and asked suspiciously, they really weren't arrested by Chancellor Chen? Chen Dong said unhappily, Master of the Lu residence, Is there a need for me to be secretive and speak nonsense? Sun Yuxuan stroked his beard and said with a smile, Master Lu is really reckless this time. Look at the front of our yamen. It's a sea of people, and people are angry. Even if we only bring one person in, how can we hide it from the eyes of the crowd, let alone so many officials? Lu Chechen replied, Does Sun Xianling mean that I lied? Sun Yuxuan was not annoyed. He smiled and said, Why don't you go to the censorate? The Ministry of Penalty is not the only one who has the power to arrest people in Cham. And Lu Qiantian came to a sudden realization. Not bad. There was also the imperial censor. Could it be that those people were arrested by the imperial censor? Lu Chechen immediately saluted them and said, Dear candidates, I will go to the censorate now. If I have offended you in any way, please allow me to apologize. Lu Chechen then turned around and left. He hurriedly got on his horse and galloped towards the censorate. He was not wearing much to begin with. After all the running, his face had turned blue from the cold. After being delayed in front of the Ministry of Penalty for a while, the anger in his heart gradually subsided, and his rationality gradually returned. If the censorate arrested people, it would not be as simple as the Ministry of Penalty arresting people. The censorate would not interfere with ordinary criminal or civil cases. If they were to intervene, it would definitely be related to an official breaking the law. The more Lu Chechen thought about it, the more suspicious he became. When he arrived at the censorate, he no longer had the aggressive attitude he had when he went to the Ministry of Penalty. I did not know that the master of the Lu residence had arrived. Sorry for not coming out to greet you. Ha ha, Master Lu, please. Who Yuanli heard the news and came out of the censorate. He smiled before saying anything and politely invited Lu Chechen into the second hall of the censorate. After the two of them sat down, Lu Chechen immediately explained the purpose of his visit. However, his tone was no longer questioning, and his words were much more cautious. Hu Yuanli listened to him and said with a troubled expression, That's right, I did arrest those people. However, the case is still under investigation. The details of the case should not be revealed to anyone, but Hu Yuanli smiled at Lu Chechen and said, As the governor of Cham, and you are an important official of the emperor, naturally, you are not included in this. Someone come. Hu Yuanli gave the order, and a low-ranking official immediately walked in front of him and bowed respectfully. Hu Yuanli said, Bring me the files that have been sorted out. In a short while, a pile of files was piled in front of Lu Chechen. Lu Chechen opened the file and read it carefully. The more he read, the more shocked he became. His body was already frozen stiff from the cold, and now his fingers seemed to be even more stiff. He flipped through the file several times, but couldn't open a single page. These files were filled with all kinds of crimes committed by these arrested officials, such as corruption, bribery, such as Marquis Wang Shishou abusing his power to bully others, forcibly occupying people's land, and so on. Every crime was clearly investigated, and there were witnesses and material evidence. It was completely possible to convict them based on this. Such detailed information could not have been gathered and sorted out by interrogating these officials right after they were brought to justice. In other words, these things had been in existence for a long time. They were only officially used as evidence today to bring these officials to justice for interrogation. Just these files alone, how many people and how much effort did they have to expend to complete them? The officials from the censorate had only been in Chang and for slightly more than a month and had been accompanying the Ministry of Justice on some kind of public order reform. When did they find out about these things? They came from Luoyang and had no foundation in Chang, and even if they didn't do anything else during this time and investigated these people's cases with great fanfare, they still wouldn't have been able to obtain such detailed and conclusive evidence, unless there was someone who had the full support of a powerful local figure. But who was this person? Most importantly, they made such a big fuss. Could it be the imperial court's intention? Why didn't I hear anything about it beforehand? Could it be the imperial court is suspicious of me? Lu Qietian returned from the censorate without accomplishing anything. When pressed by junior magistrate Qi Anruan, military advisor Gao Jingqian, Marquis Wang Shixiu, and other family members, Lu Qietian was vague and didn't give a clear answer. At this moment, his mind was not on these people. He was anxious to know if the emperor had ordered such a huge upheaval in Chang and officialdom. Why didn't he, as the emperor's confidant, hear anything about it beforehand? Had he lost the emperor's trust? So when Lu Qietian returned to the government office, he immediately sent his confidant and family members to Luoyang to wait for an opportunity to gather information. Many officials placed their hopes on Lu Qietian, but Lu Qietian did nothing. After returning from the censorate, he sat in the government office and no longer cared about this matter. The families of the officials were greatly disappointed, but whether it was an official or a member of the royal family who had hereditary titles, they all had a lot of connections. He was not the only one who could be entrusted with this matter. Lu Qietian couldn't go this way. In order to save their loved ones, they all used their various abilities and entrusted others everywhere. The connections they had built over the years played a huge role. Aristocratic families, rich families, relatives of the emperor, nobles, officials, all of Chang, and was in a precarious situation. Some powerful families even sent people to Luoyang to use their connections in the capital to directly attack the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. Wu Yizong naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He secretly fanned the flames while he sent people back to Luoyang to report the situation in detail to Wu Sanxi. The aristocratic families, rich families, relatives of the emperor, nobles, officials, and gentry of Chang, and were like intersecting points. Together, they formed a huge web. This web was occupied by many big and small spiders. In Yang Zheng, Yu was one of the spiders. He kept staring at the spider with the surname Yang squatting in the other corner of the web, but the spider didn't move at all. Now, the entire spider web suddenly shook violently. The shaking was so intense that it seemed like it was going to tear the entire web into pieces. Zhengyu was panicking and at a loss. He saw everyone jumping up and down, but the person he had been staring at remained motionless. But all the signs indicated that this turmoil seemed to be related to that person. Zhengyu didn't know how things would develop, nor did he know what that person planned to do. What role did that person play in this turmoil? Zhengyu originally wanted to keep his eyes on that person. If the enemy didn't move, he wouldn't move. But the web was shaking more and more violently. He had to move because someone had already used their connections to get in front of him. At the same time, countless people in Chang and its officialdom would be implicated. Among these people, there was no lack of agents who had been cultivated by the aristocratic families. If these people were all lost, the years of painstaking efforts of the aristocratic families in Chang would be for naught. He had to think of a way to stop this storm. In Luoyang, Wu Sanxi received Wu Yizong's secret report as if he had found a treasure. This time, the court officials sent to Chang and for the emperor to move the capital were divided into two factions. The Ministry of Justice was clearly not on the same side as the Wu family. If he could use this reason to topple the Ministry of Justice and the censorate, the Wu family would be able to monopolize Chang. And in the past, the Wu family only focused on managing Luoyang. They were too short-sighted. But who would have thought that Wu Zetian would come up with such a drastic measure like moving the capital? Now, if they could make good use of this opportunity, they could seize back the initiative. However, How could Yang Fan, who was well-prepared, and Chen Dong, who was astute, be unprepared? They were stirring up trouble in Chang. And would they consider the possibility of interference from Luoyang? More importantly, the reason why Wu Zetian decided to move the capital, other than the threat of the flood, was partly because she wanted to return to her roots after getting old. She wanted to return to Chang, and where she had lived most of her life. But without a doubt, her main goal was to ensure that the Wu and Li families could reach a balance. Because of this goal, would she sit back and watch the Wu family take over Chang? And again, Luoyang, lovely spring terrace. Wu Zetian squinted her presbyopic eyes and read Yang Fan's secret report seriously. In the secret report, Yang Fan described in detail the situation he had investigated in Chang, and he roughly calculated the annual food consumption of Chang, and after the emperor moved to the west, as well as the amount of food that needed to be transported from other places other than the Guangzhou area. He also calculated the current transportation capacity. There were no flowery words in his report, but his words were meaningful and persuasive. In the end, after Yang Fan proposed dredging the river to ensure the transportation, he highlighted the situation of the servants forming cliques and the serious internal friction. He suggested that the government should step in to integrate the transportation and reduce the internal friction. At the same time, he mentioned the serious exploitation of officials along the transportation route and the fact that a large number of officials benefited from it. He suggested that the imperial court strictly regulate it. After reading the secret report, Wu Zetian said to Fu Qingqing, who was standing solemnly in front of her, "I am about to move to the west. The matter of the transportation grain is of utmost importance. Yang Fan's report must be resolved immediately. Where is Wan? Quickly ask her to see me." Fu Qingqing hesitated for a moment and said, Wait, to control her. Wu Zetian raised her eyebrows and said, unhappily, hemming and hawing, "What about her?" Chapter 972. Fu Qingqing bowed and said, "Princess Changning has built a new garden called Qin Garden. It is said to be splendid and beautiful like a heavenly palace. The garden has just been completed. Today, she has invited many guests to enjoy the garden. Shangguan Daijiao is also on the list." After entering winter, there were not many affairs in the court. The first month was especially free, so had more freedom. Wu Zetian once told her that if she had to leave the palace, as long as she did not spend the night outside, there was no need to ask in advance. For people in the palace, it was a great favor to be able to enter and leave the palace at will. Therefore, did not tell Wu Zetian that she was leaving the palace. Princess Changning was the eldest daughter of Li Xian and Empress Wei. She was married to Yang Shen. After the couple got married, they built a mansion on the outskirts of Luoyang. The mansion was extremely luxurious. The garden was filled with strange flowers and strange rocks. There was a pond in the mansion that took up more than 200 mu of land. There was also a polo field built on the west side of the mansion. Today, when the mansion was completed, Princess Changning invited many guests to celebrate. She wanted to show off. This was a villa built after squandering all the wealth of the Yang family. Wu Zetian glanced at Fu Qingqing and said, "It is just an appointment with Changning. Why are you hesitating? Is there a hidden agenda?" Fu Qingqing was shocked. He lowered his head and said, "The sage is wise and perceptive. I only thought for a moment, and the sage knew." Wu Zetian said impatiently, "Speak. What else is there?" Fu Qingqing stammered, "It's because I've been out of the palace more frequently recently. I've often been drinking with people. Most of the people I've befriended are Marquis Qi, poets, and famous scholars. Because of this, there's a lot of gossip going around. Even though the rumors were unbearable, Cui Shi, Gao Zhu, and the others were all distinguished and elegant, outstanding talents of their generation, while Shangguan Daiji was young and beautiful. It wasn't strange for them to frequently attract criticism. What was strange was that Shangguan Daiji only attended King Liang's banquets a few times, yet there were still many unbearable rumors about King Liang and Shangguan Daiji. Just now, when the saint asked, I suddenly thought of these things, which is why I seemed a little strange. Wu Zetian reclined on the bed and looked at her deeply. She smiled lightly and said, Sensi had just celebrated his 60th birthday last year. Now he is already an old man in his 60s. One is exceptionally beautiful with a slim figure. Moreover, she is talented and virtuous. If there is something she yearns for, what kind of handsome man can't she easily get? How could she fall in love with an old man in his 60s? Fu Qingqing's expression changed. She hurriedly bowed and said, The sage is right. The common people are ignorant. Wu Zetian's smile gradually turned cold. She said, Sansi is a prince. As long as he wants to, he can obtain any beauty in the world. Would he be willing to risk angering me and touch someone close to me? The common people were ignorant. You are very shrewd. You told me such a ridiculous rumor. Are you trying to take advantage of my old age and think that I am muddle-headed? Fu Qingqing was shocked. She hurriedly knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed. Her voice trembled as she said, Qingqing does not dare. Qingqing only when the sage asked. I did not dare to hide it and told the common people, Shut up. Wu Zetian slowly sat up and said coldly, At that time, Wei Tuaner was favored by me. She became complacent and brought about her own death. There are still traces of her blood in the cracks of the green bricks in front of the hall. Qingqing, your status in the palace is comparable to Tuan Er's in the past. You must reflect on yourself and not follow in her footsteps. Fu Qingqing was shocked. She repeatedly kowtowed and said, I do not dare. I do not dare. Please forgive me, sage. Get out. Yes, yes, Fu Qingqing trembled and retreated on her knees. She did not dare to stand up until she was out of the hall. On the outskirts of Luoyang, there was an extremely luxurious mansion. The garden was filled with arches and cornices. However, standing outside the walls, it was difficult to see the whole view of the garden. However, just from the snow-white walls of the garden, the neat and tight black roof tiles, the drainage ditch that was meticulously decorated with green bricks, the bright red lacquer door, and the spotless white marble steps, it was enough to show how luxurious this mansion was. At the corner of the courtyard, there was a long row of carriages. There were horse carriages, ox carts, and horses tied there. There were many servants sitting or standing beside them. They were obviously the attendants and carriage drivers of the nobles attending the banquet. A coachman wearing a yellow robe and holding a large whip in his arms leaned lazily on the carriage. He looked at the magnificent garden in front of him and sighed leisurely to the person beside him. Some people in this world are too shallow. Suddenly obtaining wealth that can rival a country, they immediately become nouveau riche with the stench of money all over their bodies. There are also some people who suddenly obtain a noble identity that no one can match, so they are arrogant and domineering. I have been working in the prince's mansion for many years. Although my experience and vision are not bad, my mind is also good. If I am given wealth that can rival a country or a noble identity that no one can match, I can remain calm and will never be ridiculed as a nouveau riche or a villain. But I have waited for so long, but I am still a carriage driver. Several people next to him giggled. The man who spoke was called Meng Shuo. He was the driver of Liang Wangu Sansi. Only because of this, he dared to make such a joke. This garden was the new garden of Princess Changning. This princess was also the biological daughter of Empress Wei, and was the eldest daughter of the crown prince. Compared to her younger sister, Princess Anil, Chongning could be considered a well-behaved woman, but that was only when compared to her younger sister. Since marrying into the Yang family, the Princess of Chang, and who had suddenly recovered her noble status from being a prisoner in the wilderness, began to squander and enjoy life. She used both carrot and stick to force her in-laws to agree to build this garden. Just this garden alone consumed all the savings of her husband's family. As a result, before the garden was built, the imperial court spread the news that the emperor would move the capital back to Cham, and the villa, which cost a lot of money, would be sold in a few times. Once the emperor moved the capital, all the nobles and ministers would have to accompany him. How many people in Luoyang could buy such a gorgeous and precious manor? So they would definitely lose money. After hearing this, her in-laws were even more furious. Princess Chongning didn't care. She simply said, "When the time comes, you can do whatever you want with the garden. I am a princess. What's wrong with building a garden? So stingy." Her parents-in-law nearly died from anger. Princess Chongning still didn't care. Now that her in-laws were ill in bed, she was holding a banquet in the newly built garden to show off her new residence. Now that early spring was approaching, the weather was still cold. The banquet was held in a gorgeous and exquisite hall. There was a table at the head of the table. The dishes had already been removed. Shanghai Wan was invited to compose a poem for Chongning's new residence. Princess Taiping, Princess Chongning, Prince's son-in-law Yang Xinjiao, Prince Wu Sanxi of Liang, and Zhang Changzong's cousin Zhang Tongxiu stood to the side to watch. A table could not accommodate so many people. The others continued to sit behind the table, waiting for talented Lady Shangguan to finish writing, and then recite it in public. Cui Shi, who was seated with Cui Yi and Cui Qi, advised in a low voice, "The two of you quickly come up with an exquisite poem. Everyone here today is an outstanding talent, including Shangguan Kairan and His Royal Highness Prince Liang. If your talents can catch their eyes, your future will be limitless." Cui Yi proudly said, "Brother, with our talent, we can write a poem immediately. Why do we need to prepare first?" Cui Shi said, "Don't be careless. Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changyi, and Zhang Changqi are also good at poetry. Zhang Shuo and Gao Jian are even more talented men of the present age. With our family background, if we use this kind of thinking, we may not be the best. If we just do it half-heartedly, we will inevitably become mediocre. A real man should first control others. How can we silently be controlled by others?" At this time, Princess Chongning suddenly clapped her hands and said happily, "Shangguan's masterpiece is finished." When Cui Shi heard this, he immediately pretended to be overjoyed and said, "Princess has already seen it first. Do you still want to keep us in suspense? Quickly show us Shangguan's masterpiece. Let us see the masterpiece of the most talented woman of the present age." This is the poem that Shangguan Wan wrote for Princess Chongning's new residence. Cui Shi praised Shangguan Wan's talent, so Princess Chongning naturally felt proud. She happily took Wan's masterpiece and said with a sweet smile, "Cui Xianlang, don't be anxious. Let me recite it for everyone to hear." Princess Chongning cleared her throat and recited in a clear voice, "The fields of Qin River are many. The buildings of Qi City are even more flawless." Beautiful words to Zhang Qian, "Don't work hard. From now on I know the Milky Way. Jagged green peaks with towering lotuses, gurgling green waters with golden sand. There is no need to visit 3 mountain roads. Today I have already arrived at the home of the 9th immortal. Looking down from a high vantage point is enough to please the heart. The mushroom garden is too beautiful to look for. The remaining snow in the forest becomes a jade tree. the remaining flowers touch the mountain peak and become the Yao Xin. Zhang Shuo and Gao Jian listened and nodded their heads. They stroked their beards and praised. Shangguanwan'er's masterpiece. Every word is like a gem, fresh and elegant, the magnificent scenery of Qin Garden vividly reflected on the paper. Cui Shi, Zhang Tongxiu, and the others cheered loudly. Shangguanwan'er has experienced many occasions of poetry and wine, so she has long been immune to the crowd's unrestrained praise. She only smiled lightly, and her expression was very calm. Princess Chang, and smiled and ordered people to keep Wan'er's masterpiece for mounting. She then smiled at the crowd and said, "Today, all the honored guests have to leave a poem. Who will be the next to make a move?" Let me. Cui Shi hastily stood up. While walking forward, he said with a laugh, "Shangguan Daiji has already produced a fine piece of work. In a moment, Tongxiu, Changqi, Chang'e, the few scholars, and Zhang Xiongdi and Gao Xiongdi, the two famous scholars, will produce another fine piece of work. The old Cui will not dare to make a move. Why don't we quickly make a fool of ourselves while we still have the courage?" The crowd roared with laughter. Cui Shi joked, half-jokingly, and rushed forward to pick up his brush. Cui Yi and Cui Qi immediately followed to cheer for Big Brother. Wu Sanxi smiled and took the opportunity to retreat to the side. He stroked his beard and said to Shangguan, "The sage is moving the capital soon. As the emperor's first official, is Wan'er still busy with official duties?" Shangguan'er smiled faintly and said, "It's okay now. Unless there's something very important in the first month, the officials will not bother the sage. Wan'er is also a lot more free because of this." Wu Sanxi laughed and said, That's good. Wan'er is usually overworked. It's best to steal a few days of leisure." "Ah, that's right. I recently received a letter from my cousin, Izong. In it, he mentioned the transportation. He treated it as gossip, but when I heard it, I was deeply concerned." Shangguan'er's crescent moon-like eyebrows slightly raised, and her expression became serious. Wu Sanxi said, "Whether the emperor is in Luoyang or Chang, and the transportation is of utmost importance. If there's a problem with the transportation, the millions of people in the capital will be greatly affected. If it's light, it will cause the price of goods to skyrocket. If it's heavy, the emperor will have to move the capital again to seek food, causing the court to lose all its dignity. If there's a flood or drought, there will be a serious consequence of starvation, which will shake the foundation of the country. We must not be careless." Shangguan'er was moved and said, "Your Highness's words are very reasonable. Did something happen with the transportation?" Wu Sanxi said, "This matter has something to do with the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate. Speaking of which, the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate have good intentions. The emperor is moving the capital soon, and they want to rectify the law and order of Chang and create a peaceful world to welcome the emperor's move. But they are too demanding. The drivers of the transportation are all rough and reckless men. Usually they drink, cause trouble, and fight. It's a common thing, but it's not a big deal. But the Ministry of Justice's Chendong, the Imperial Censorates who Yuanli and the others treat them severely. How can we expect those rough men to become refined scholars? Ruling a big country is like cooking a small fish. Now, Master Ba is in a state of panic. I heard that the drivers should go to Yangzhou at the beginning of the year. Because of this matter, they haven't set out yet. If they miss this year's transportation, the consequences will be unthinkable." Shangguan'er was surprised and said, "Is there such a thing? Your Highness should report this to the sage as soon as possible." Wu Sanxi said, "This naturally should be reported to the sage. But I also know that the sage has always disliked officials who do not abide by their duties and stretch their hands too far. I am now in charge of the military affairs in Luoyang. If I rashly intervene in political affairs and make the sage unhappy, it won't be good. But if it's something else, after a few more days, there will be news from Chang, and at that time, the sage will know, and I don't need to be meddlesome. But the transportation is as important as the sky. I can't wait. If something goes wrong, this year's transportation will be greatly affected. So, Shangguan Wan smiled and said, Wan understands, but Wan lives deep in the palace. If there is no news from Chang, and Wan can't speak to the sage, now that the news from Chang and has not arrived, if there is an imperial censorate who hears of this, Wan can speak to the sage and respond early. Wu Sansi was overjoyed and said, That's easy. I can send someone to present a memorial immediately. Next, I will have to trouble you. Wan sweetly nodded and said, Praising the painting for His Majesty is Wan duty. There is no need for Prince Liang to thank me. Wu Sansi laughed and said, You gave me a peach, and Sansi returned the favor with a plum. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Since Daiji has said so, then this prince will remember Daiji's good intentions. At this time, Princess Changning excitedly said, Cui Shuamang's masterpiece has been completed. Wu Sansi and Shangguan Wan looked at each other and smiled. They walked towards the tables. Shangguan Wan walked slowly. Her bright eyes swept around and saw Princess Chang Ning standing to the side. She was pointing at an antique on an antique shelf. There were a few people beside her nodding in agreement. Hearing Princess Chang Ning's voice, they also turned around and walked over. There were at least 2 imperial censorates among them. Princess Chang Ning and Shangguan Wan's eyes met. Their arched eyebrows slightly raised, and a mysterious smile flashed in their eyes. These 2 ladies had elegant figures and were both extremely beautiful. However, their appearance and charm were different. When they smiled, it was extremely charming. Chapter 973. Zheng Yu finally made his move. Although the power of the aristocratic families was formless like water, once it was used, it was mighty and majestic. It was like a river that gurgled silently, and it was also when it roared and destroyed everything. In today's Chang, and only the aristocratic families had the ability to bring together the millennium-old aristocratic families, century-old rich and powerful families, the noble families that had taken root in Chang, and since the founding of the Tang dynasty, and the various important officials in the officialdom of Paidu. On this day, the Chu Chi Riverside Hibiscus Tower was bustling with activity. Many important people who were rarely seen in ordinary times and could shake the 9 cities with a stomp of their feet had arrived here. Those who were qualified to appear in the Hibiscus Tower were all important and influential people. The Furong restaurant had received many dignitaries before, but it was the first time that so many dignitaries had come to the restaurant at the same time. The manager of the Furong restaurant had come in person to play the role of a waiter, for fear that his staff would make any mistakes and be seen by others. It was no exaggeration to say that today's scene was the scene of the entire Chang, and the important people who controlled the city and ensured its operation were all present today. It was not time yet, but most people had arrived. These important people were used to having a table of people or a group of people wait for their late arrival before the banquet. But today, no one dared to be careless. They were not giving face to Chundong and Hu Yuanli, but because among the people who came today, there would always be an old guy who was above them in terms of seniority and status. Chundong and Hu Yuanli had not arrived yet with their current status. If they were from Chang, and if they had already retired and returned to their hometown, then based on their birth and status, they could completely become a member of the gentry and call most of the people at the banquet brothers. But today, They might not be qualified to participate in such an occasion. But now it was different. Now they held great power as imperial envoys, the judicial power of Cham, and was now in their hands. The power in their hands was not as stable as that of these aristocratic families, but at this moment they held great power bestowed by the emperor. Once they held great power in their hands, it was like holding an unsheathed sword that could destroy everything. Who would dare to touch its edge lightly? Therefore, even though they hadn't arrived yet, the various dignitaries were still waiting patiently. They weren't inexperienced kids, and they wouldn't flick their sleeves and leave just because they were slighted. Of course, Chundong and Hu Yuanli would have to pay for their disrespect sooner or later, but now wasn't the time. Now, these two shit-stirrers were quite lethal. They had stirred up the whole of Chang, and what were they trying to do? Did they want to imitate Zhou Xinglai and a group of cruel officials in order to advance? This was no longer the time before the Empress had ascended the throne, and it was no longer the time when the Empress had just ascended the throne. It was practically a colossal joke to want to be an isolated official. At the same time, Ba also held a new round of peace talks. There was no middleman like Zheng Yu who mediated between them. Instead, after the leaders of both gangs were arrested by the government, the leaders and managers of both sides tried to get in touch with each other and gradually reached a consensus. The main reason why they were fighting openly and covertly was that they wanted to control more resources and interests in the transportation industry, and they did not want to perish together. Now that the leaders of both sides had been caught in the net and were entangled in a lawsuit, Ba was like a group of dragons without a leader. The river was thawing, and the ice on the Wei River was thinning day by day. Every time the sun shone warmly, the icicles hanging under the eaves began to drip water. The water droplets fell to the ground, but they were like drumsticks beating on their hearts. They were very anxious. The water transport needed to use the river network, but the river network was not always suitable for boats. Some sections of the river could only be used by boats during the flood season, and some sections of the river could only be used after the flood season because the current was too fast. The complexity of the water was closely related to the climate. Once the journey was delayed, the entire water transport would be greatly affected. If the water transport was affected, they would not be able to make money. Then what would the hundreds of thousands of people on Ba eat in the coming years? Because of this, the disciples of the two alliances were pressuring the stewards. They really could not afford to delay any longer. After noon, Hu Yuanli of the censor and Chundong of the Ministry of Justice were still nowhere to be seen. The nobles of Furong Restaurant began to whisper and discuss with each other, their anger evident in their words. These two dared to be so arrogant. Seeing that the time for the banquet was approaching, did they really dare to let the nobles of Chang and wait here? Downstairs, Zhang Yu was like an ant on a hot pan. The weather was especially cold, but he was sweating profusely. Along the way, people were sent out to inquire about the news, but there was no sign of the two imperial envoys. The magistrate of the Cham and local government, Lu Guitian, found a break and came down from Furong Restaurant. He found Zheng Yu and said with an unfriendly expression, "Nephew, why are they not here yet? Did you make an appointment with them?" Zheng Yu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said to Lu Guitian, "I sent invitations to Qin Qianxian and Qin Xianling the day before yesterday. At first, they naturally declined. The day before yesterday, I sent another invitation. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. They said that if they have time, they will definitely come to the banquet." Hearing this, Lu Guitian's expression softened. Since Hu Yuanli and Chindong had said so, it meant that they had agreed. The people of the country were very particular about being reserved, tactful, and measured in their interactions. They rarely made any promises, and were straightforward like the Westerners. If they have time, they will definitely come to the banquet, actually meant that they had agreed. The so-called if was just pretending to be reserved and manipulating their status. Lu Guitian nodded and said, "If that's the case, I will go upstairs first. The guests upstairs are a little unhappy. I will go and comfort them. You don't have to wait here. If you really can't do it, send someone to urge them again." Zheng Yu hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, uncle. Thank you for your trouble." Lu Guitian nodded. He lifted the hem of his robe and slowly walked up the stairs. He had only taken 3 steps when he heard someone calling out anxiously from behind, young master, the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate have sent a message. They said that they are busy with work and have no time to attend the banquet. They will personally apologize to you another day." Lu Guitian's foot missed a step, and he almost fell. He hurriedly held onto the railing and suddenly turned his head. He saw Zheng Yu's face was as white as a sheet. He stood there in a daze and said, "How is this possible? How could they not come? How dare they not come?" Lu Guitian stood there silently for a moment and walked up 2 more steps. He stopped and thought for a while. He suddenly shook his head and sighed. He turned around and walked down the stairs. "Uncle," Zheng Yu's eyes stared straight at Lu Guitian. Lu Guitian didn't look at him and calmly walked past him. He quickly ordered a family member who came to greet him, "Prepare the carriage, let's go back." Very quickly, the news spread upstairs. It was silent upstairs. No one made a ruckus. All the nobles who had been waiting for a long time just stood up silently and walked out one by one. They walked past the dumbfounded Zheng Yu as if he didn't exist. Those present were either extremely shrewd officials or elders of high status. Even if they were extremely angry, they wouldn't explode like firecrackers. They would curse and roar to vent their humiliation and anger. However, their silence was more terrifying than their roar. Zheng Yu's face was as white as paper. His body swayed, and he only muttered to himself, "How is this possible? How dare they not come?" He really couldn't understand why Hu Yuanli and Chen Dong dared not to come. They either didn't agree at all, or since they had agreed, they made a fool out of everyone. Did they really think that they could succeed just because they had the emperor's decree? They didn't understand that they had offended all the powerful groups in Chang, and they didn't understand that even if no one could do anything to them now, with so many powerful groups in Chang and counterattack, they would die a tragic death sooner or later. How dare they not come? However, no matter how he couldn't understand, he knew that Hu Yuanli and Chen Dong were not finished. He was finished. From now on, he had become a joke in Chang, and these humiliated people would not hesitate to ridicule and humiliate him. He would be abandoned by everyone, including his family. Zheng Yu suddenly began to regret. Why did I take this task? Why should I rush to do such a thing when everyone else is staying away? Lu Binmi, Lu Binji, Cui Lin, all of them have fallen. Even Shen Mu is badly battered by the matter of the 3 prefectures. Now he's hiding in Luoyang and refusing to fight with him. Why should I? Once I saw Yang Fan, I ruined my whole life. At Ba Shang Pier, the Cao Masters, Chaoquan Masters, and other Western Alliance gangs, as well as the main stewards with great power, sat on the left. The main figures of the Shun faction, the Life League, the 3 Rivers Society, and other ASEAN gangs sat on the right. The 2 sides were clearly separated, and there was no space between them. Uncle Xiang was not there, and the sword was between their lips and teeth. Although both sides wanted to keep the peace, they were not willing to make big concessions to each other. For the ASEAN gangs, their leaders were only witnesses in the Ministry of Penalty, while the leaders of the Western Alliance gangs were detained. They had the upper hand. The Western Alliance gangs thought that all the forces in Cham were on their side. If the two sides continued to be in a stalemate, they might not lose. Both sides had their own backings, so they were not willing to make too many concessions. But the leaders of both sides were detained, and it was up to the government to release them. What they needed to discuss now was to give up the fight and let the boat go south. If they could not reach an agreement, everyone's jobs would be affected. The necessary compromises and concessions were necessary, so both sides were very patient. Gu Zhuting, as the helmsman of the Chao Quan of the Shun School, was also sitting at the table. Her attention did not seem to be on the negotiation between the two sides. Her eyes seemed to be secretly glancing to the side. The tip of her eyebrows and the corner of her eyes seemed to have a touch of indescribable joy. That's right, it was joy. It was like the shy joy of a new wife. Behind her stood a row of high-spirited men, all of them wearing short clothes. Among them, there was a bearded man who was very handsome and mighty. Like the other strong men, he intentionally rolled up his sleeves and trouser legs, revealing his calves and forearms. The muscles on his calves and forearms were strong and powerful. That was the man she would accompany for the rest of her life. He was there. Gu Zhuting's heart was as sweet as if she had drunk honey. At this time, a few people in the distance quietly approached the two parties who were negotiating under the cover of the ships being repaired and the goods waiting to be shipped. The sunlight shone on them, and as they moved stealthily, there were cold flashes of light. Ba Shang used to be the place where Liu Bang, the Duke of Pei, stationed his troops. It was here that he confronted Xiang Yu's army and finally put on a Hongmen banquet. Would there be a Ba Shang banquet here today? Chapter 974. The Waterway Gang chose Ba Shang Pier as the location for negotiations because they had made thorough preparations beforehand. None of the negotiators from either side carried any weapons, and 3 lines of defense were set up around the pier and the perimeter of the pier. The armed warriors from both sides stood guard together, preventing unrelated people from approaching. However, even the tightest line of defense was meant to be broken through. Those people dressed in ash-gray robes, wearing dogskin hats that covered their heads and faces, had already broken through the first line of defense and were currently approaching the pier step by step. 6 armed warriors were patrolling an area that was 100 zhang wide. This area was not a spacious and empty piece of land. There were temporary stacks of all sizes built on the pier. During the busy period of the water transportation, large amounts of goods that couldn't be sorted out, stored, or transported in time would be temporarily unloaded and piled up here. Right now, even though the stacks were empty, the wooden raft-like walls that were half the height of a person provided excellent concealment. The group of people who were quietly approaching were hiding under the wooden rafts, and no one discovered them. The 6 people patrolling the pier belonged to the Eastern and Western alliances, with 3 people from each alliance. They pressed down on their sabers, unhurriedly walking past each other. The way they looked at each other was somewhat unkind, even somewhat provocative. The people hiding behind the stacks couldn't go any further. If they went any further, there would be an open area that was several dozen steps long. It was impossible to avoid the patrolling warriors from both sides. They hid behind the stacks, took out a pitch-black weapon from under their spacious robes, and lightly placed it on the wooden raft. Then, they slowly pulled out an arrow from their boots. Unexpectedly, what they were holding were crossbows, military crossbows that could penetrate heavy armor within 100 steps. The shaft of the arrow was made of birch wood, 2 feet and 4 inches long. The shaft was decorated with black peach skin, and the tail was made of black eagle feathers. The sharp iron shaft was nearly 6 centimeters long. The string of the crossbow was noiselessly pulled back, and the terrifyingly sharp arrow was slowly nocked. Kill! Once the order was given, The 6 patrolling men didn't even see the shadows of the arrows clearly before the arrows accurately penetrated their vitals. Like rain hitting a withered lotus, the 6 men fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, the people hidden behind the wooden raft rushed out, drew their sabers, and ended the lives of 2 of the heavily injured men who weren't dead yet. There was no gap in the entire attack. Shooting, abandoning the crossbow, dashing forward, unsheathing the sword, and stabbing. The whole process was seamless and flawless. Although the 2 dying people let out a cry of pain, their cries were not loud due to their heavy injuries. Furthermore, their lives were quickly ended, so it did not attract the attention of others. The corpses were either lying or lying on the ground, on the snowy ground. Other than the 2 who had been stabbed once, the other 4 had almost no blood on their bodies. The crossbow bolts had pierced deeply into their throats and came out from the back of their necks. Only the places where the bolts had pierced through their necks did a few drops of blood splash out. A young lady walked out from behind the raft. She was 17 or 18 years old and had a slender figure. Her thin lips were tightly pursed, and her pair of phoenix-tail almond-shaped eyes were fiercely slanted, revealing a fierce, murderous aura. It was Wei Xiaoxiao, the daughter of the Heavenly Eagle Gang's leader, Wei Yongtang. Wei Xiaoxiao didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. She only said in a low voice, "Let's go." The corpses were quickly dragged behind an obstacle. The bloodstains on the ground could be easily covered with some snow. The group of people took their crossbows and quietly moved forward again. The leader of the Heavenly Eagle Gang, Wei Yongtang, was dead. When the 2 sides sent assassins to assassinate the other side's leader, he was seriously injured. Before his injury had recovered, he was dragged away by the Yamen runners and thrown into prison. Wei Yongtang was angry and afraid. His injury worsened, and no one knew if he had been tortured during the trial in prison. In the end, he died. Although Wei Xiaoyu resented Wenbin's womanizing, it was not easy to find a man of equal status and pleasing to the eye in a place like Ba. It was common for men to womanize outside. After her anger subsided, her hatred also faded. She didn't want to give up her fiancé, just like that. Unfortunately, she could no longer save Wenbin. Wenbin had been sentenced to death by Chundong of the Ministry of Justice. Now her fiancé was about to die, her father was also dead, and Wei Xiaoxiao's family was almost ruined. The Eastern and Western alliances were actually going to reconcile. Her father was dead, and her fiancé was also about to die, but no one asked her if she agreed to reconcile. She didn't agree. The righteous Jianghu brothers of the Western Alliance didn't seek justice for her. She would seek justice herself. She knew she was alone. After her father's death, she couldn't even command the gang. She couldn't take revenge on her own. So she spent all her money and hired a few killers from faraway Long. These killers were good at using crossbows. Crossbows were strictly controlled by the imperial court. Even soldiers were not allowed to use them from the armory when there was no war. Once discovered, the private possession of armors, crossbows, and long weapons among the common people would be regarded as rebellion. Even so, there were still many people who kept illegal weapons. Lu Binji had once used a sleeve crossbow to threaten Yang Fan. In recent years, the Northwest region was not peaceful. Wars broke out frequently, and crossbows were easy to lose. Once a woman was filled with hatred, she would lose all reason. Exterminating the entire clan was meaningless to Wei Xiaoxiao. After the assassination, the 2 sides fell into a fierce battle again. She didn't care about how the tens of thousands of people in Ba would live. Her fiancé was killed by Dugu Wentao, the helmsman of the Cao of the School of Shun, and her father was killed by the girl surnamed Gu, the helmsman of the Chaoquan of the School of Shun. On the pier, Li He said to Shu Zixuan, the helmsman of Chao Quan. Helmsman Shu, the matter of the leaders of our two gangs is now an official matter. It's not up to you or me to decide. In this situation, we must first reach an agreement and let everyone go to Yangzhou to start this year's transportation. Xu Zixuan said, "That's right, but you won't budge an inch. How can we continue? Don't tell me we don't need to mention our great losses. We have hundreds of people injured. Who should we find to settle this debt?" Li He said, "You have people injured. Don't tell me we don't. What's more, we have the upper hand. Don't tell me you want to put aside all disputes and follow the same rules as in previous years. Even if I agree, will the other gang leaders agree? Even if we agree, will our tens of thousands of brothers agree? Helmsman Shu, I don't want to see any more fights to the death on the transportation road. If that happens, the boat will capsize, and the boat will capsize. Who can bear that kind of loss?" Xu Zixuan laughed coldly and said, "Are you threatening me?" Li He said coldly, "If you think I'm threatening you, I think there's no need for us to continue talking." Yang Fan, who was disguised as a rugged man with a curly beard, stood there with his hands behind his back. He listened to the two of them bickering and was not moved at all. He knew that even though Li He was still speaking tough, he was just putting on an act. Today, he would definitely make some concessions and finally reach an agreement. Even though Yang Fan's move was on Ba, which caused a huge earthquake in Chang, and's officialdom, the main battlefield of the struggle, had already shifted to the city. The dispute on Ba was no longer that important. Yang Fan did not want these Jianghu heroes to suffer a great loss. After all, the transportation still depended on them. Yang Fan looked at the sky and thought to himself, the banquet by the Tsiuchi River should have ended Chundong, and Hu Yuanli deliberately did not attend the banquet to infuriate the various forces in Chang and cause the two sides to be unable to reconcile. This was Yang Fan's real purpose. As long as the two forces in Chang entered the stage of a life-and-death battle, the reconciliation of the Ba Shang Chao gang would be irrelevant. Even though Zheng Yu vaguely felt that Yang Fan, who was hiding behind the scenes, seemed to play a great role in this, he did not think that Yang Fan could be the mastermind. Otherwise, he would not have mistaken Chundong and Hu Yuanli as the main culprits of the series of conflicts and invited them to the banquet. He even found the wrong person in charge. So how could the mediation succeed? Zheng Yu originally thought that he had integrated the aristocratic families, nobles, officials, and celebrities in Chang, and to forge a heavenly weapon, which was enough to fight against Chundong and Hu Yuanli's Sword of the Emperor. But he failed. Now Wei Xiaoxiao was trying the same thing. The difference was that one of them was intentional, while the other was unintentional. The intentional one failed, but what about the unintentional one? Sometimes, national affairs only required the anger of a common man. There were some goods piled up on the dock. The transport boats had to sail from here back to Yangzhou. Naturally, they could not travel empty-handed. There were already some goods consigned by merchants piled up on the dock. Because the Ba Shang Chao gang had been delayed, there was a lot of goods piled up. So Wei Xiaoxiao led a few crossbowmen and quietly climbed up a pile of goods, looking down at the dock from above. Still, no one noticed. Of the 3 layers of defense, only the outermost and the innermost layer of defense were really tight. The outermost layer of defense was for the outside world, and the innermost layer of defense was actually to prevent the two sides from fighting. The people in the middle were only patrolling the layers of obstacles to prevent people from hiding. Now Wei Xiaoxiao approached from the area guarded by the Western Alliance's guards and suddenly killed them. Along the way, she also took out a few more hidden posts. Now she was close to the two sides of the negotiation. Although the 3rd layer of guards was patrolling ahead, they did not need to break through. The crossbows in their hands could directly kill the people on the dock from here. The patrolling guards on the dock did not expect that someone would silently approach here and use a long-range weapon to kill the target. Their attention was focused on the leaders of the two sides. The assassin hid himself and glanced at the Wei River not far away. They were all good swimmers and could immediately dive into the river to escape after they succeeded. Although the spring was cold and the water was bone-chilling, the bounty offered by this client was too generous. They could wash their hands of the business after this deal was done. It was worth it. Wei Xiaoyou's eyes were red. It took her a long time to steady her trembling fingers. She glared at Gu Zhuting and said through gritted teeth, "Shoot them! That man in cyan, and that woman in white, that bitch. Just those two." The leader of the assassins smiled coldly. His eyes locked on the two Wei Xiaoyu pointed at. "TSK, TSK, TSK, and a great beauty. It'd be a shame to kill her. Cut the crap. Kill her. I want her dead. She must die." Wei Xiaoyou's voice was very low, but there was a hint of madness in it. The leader of the assassins glanced at her and said slowly, "Don't worry. I, Yen Suzhuan, have the nickname Living Hades. You think it's for nothing? With my reputation, she must die today." As Yen Suzhuan spoke, he slowly pulled out a crossbow from his boot and placed it on the notch. The crossbow string was slowly tightened. "After this deal, we brothers can wash our hands of the business. Be alert. We must hit the target in one shot. Crow, Great Immortal, Porter, the three of you kill the man. Be polite. Don't be annoying. The two of you follow me to kill the woman." A few quiet replies came from all directions. Yen Suzhuan put his eyes on the mountain gazing of the crossbow, and the sharp arrowhead was aimed at Gu Zhuting's throat. Just as the word kill was about to come out of his mouth, his lips suddenly curled into a devilish smile. The crossbow moved, slightly, and the arrowhead was aimed at the girl's voluptuous breasts. The jet-black, sharp arrowhead pierced through the tender, red, freshly peeled chicken head and pierced straight into the soft, jade-like chest, piercing through the beating heart. Thinking of that scene, Yen Suzhuan suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Shoot!" Chapter 9, 75. Swoosh. The 6 assassins cooperated with tacit understanding, pulling the hanging blade almost at the same time. The hooks separated, the crossbow teeth pulled back, and the taut string suddenly sprang back. 6 crossbow bolts left the string at the same time. "Go!" Yen Suzhuan shouted and rolled to the right. When he reached the edge of the pile of goods, he suddenly leapt onto the ground. With a nimble forward roll, his entire body was already 30 feet away. He bent his back and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. When he reached the edge of the dock, he threw himself forward without a moment's hesitation. Thump! His graceful figure submerged into the river. The surface of the surging ice only produced a slight splash. His figure completely disappeared into the water. He was as quiet as a virgin, but as agile as a rabbit. The other 5 assassins reacted almost at the same time. After their attack succeeded, they immediately fled far away. In fact, in the past, when they succeeded in their crimes and quickly escaped, they would always bring their livelihood, the crossbow, with them. They would not be willing to abandon it. This kind of thing was not something that could be obtained at any time, especially an excellent and incomparably sharp high-grade military crossbow. But this time, they were killing people in the territory of the Chow gang. It was truly too dangerous. Moreover, the reward they received was enough for them to live a life of riches and honor after this success. What was the use of these crossbows? Of course it was to flee as fast as possible. Before washing their hands in a golden basin, they would first come to the Wei River to cleanse themselves. When the last assassin also jumped into the river, the turbulent water quickly calmed down. The sparkling and translucent ice continued to collide and grind against each other as if nothing had happened. Wei Xiaoxiao had wanted to escape as well. She had just heard from Yen Sichuan about their escape plan after they attacked. Living on Ba, she was also good at swimming. Although the water of the Wei River was bone-chilling and was a terrifying experience for someone as delicate as her, she didn't want to fuss too much about it since she was running for her life. But while the living king of hell, Yen Sichuan, could be 100 times more confident in his attack and immediately flee after one attack, Wei Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. She wanted to personally see her enemy die. This wasn't just because she was worried, but also because of the pleasure of avenging a great hatred. Thus, when Yen Sichuan shouted, "Go!" her figure paused for a moment, and she glanced at her target happily. With just that one glance, she couldn't leave. "Helmsman Shu, we can reduce our demands, but you should at least make some concessions so that we can give an explanation to our tens of thousands of brothers. We, Helmsman Dugu and Helmsman Gu, are actually very sincere in resolving the dispute through peace talks." Following Gu Zhuting's instructions, Li He was prepared to make some concessions. Dugu Wentao and Gu Zhuting, whom he'd mentioned, smiled and nodded to the Western faction leaders. Just then, 6 crossbow bolts flew through the air. Before the sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard, they were already within reach. The position Yang Fan was standing in was facing the sunlight. The light in his eyes changed slightly when the 6 sharp arrows flew across the sky. It suddenly aroused his vigilance, and he reacted almost without thinking. Fortunately, the minute the arrows were released, the slight change in light caught his attention. Fortunately, his vigilance was as quick as his reaction. Otherwise, if he only noticed the arrows that could pierce through heavy armor within 100 paces of him, he wouldn't have a chance no matter how skilled he was. Although martial artists devoted themselves to the development and improvement of physical strength, no matter how high one's physical strength was, it couldn't surpass the speed and strength of machinery. Machinery was the crystallization of human intelligence. As the most intelligent of all creatures, humans could become the rulers of this world not because they had the enormous strength of an elephant, the ferocity of a lion, or the agility of a leopard, but because of their intelligence. Yang Fan made his move the moment the arrows left the bowstring. They were so fast they left behind a blur in the air that the naked eye couldn't follow. Yang Fan was relying entirely on the initial fluctuations of light to make his judgment. He didn't even have time to shout a warning. Yang Fan leaped up like an eagle, and with a whoosh, he arrived in front of Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting was smiling and nodding at Xu Zishuan and the others. The light above her head dimmed. She clenched her fists and was about to counterattack in the air, but what she saw was Yang Fan. Gu Zhuting could not help but be startled. Yang Fan's hands and feet moved at the same time. He kicked with all his might, and at the same time, he used his sleeve to grab another blur. 3 arrows were fired at the same time by 3 people. But even if it was only a millisecond, by the time the arrows arrived in front of Yang Fan, there was still a distance of 10 feet between them. Bzzz. Yang Fan only felt the bottom of his boots shake. Half of his leg went numb. A thin arrow could reach a speed of more than 100 meters per second after passing through the military crossbow. It was a terrifying kinetic energy, but Yang Fan's kick still hit the arrow. The arrow deviated and pointed to the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Gu Zhuting's shoulders shook slightly. A pearl fell from her earlobe. The pearl was not big. The small beads were connected by a thin chain. This was the only ornament on Gu Zhuting's body. Normally, she didn't wear any ornaments. Today, this pair of beads was specially worn because Yang Fan came in disguise. It was just a small thought of a woman putting on makeup to please her lover. But now, the thin chain was broken. The pearl fell to her shoulder. The wind from the arrow cut Gu Zhuting's jade-like face in pain. Yang Fan wrapped his hand in his sleeve and stretched out his hand to grab the arrow. A shadow flashed, and he caught the back half of the arrow shaft. The arrow slid through his hand. Although the sleeve was thick, it was still torn into pieces. Then the arrow flew past his palm, leaving a deep cut on his palm. His palm was badly mutilated, but his grab was effective, especially on the wings of the arrow. It changed the direction of the arrow. The arrow that was originally aimed at Gu Zhuting's throat flew past Gu Zhuting's right arm. Gu Zhuting cried out in pain. A piece of flesh was scraped off from her shoulder. Then there was a muffled groan behind her. The arrow had pierced through a guard's lower abdomen. At this time, Yang Fan's strength was exhausted. He fell in front of Gu Zhuting. The third arrow shot out like a ray of light. Yang Fan's body fell from the sky. At this time, even if a skilled martial artist stabbed him with a sword, he wouldn't be able to block it, let alone an arrow that was as fast as the netherworld. The sharp arrow pierced through Yang Fan's chest with a piu sound. He was knocked into Gu Zhuting's bosom by the sharp arrow. On the other table, Dugu Wentao was also hit by an arrow. The powerful kinetic energy of the arrows caused Dugu Wentao's body to fiercely fall backwards. The first arrow accurately pierced through his throat, and the second arrow shot through the top of his head as he fell backwards, nearly ripping it open. The third arrow brushed past his scalp, and fortunately, it passed through the gap between two guards, disappearing into the distance across the river. Gu Zhuting looked at Yang Fan in her arms in horror. An inch of bloodied arrowhead could be seen from his back. There was a black arrow feather in front of his chest. The sharp arrow had pierced through his body. Gu Zhuting felt as if she had fallen into an ice house. Her hands and feet were cold, and her body was stiff. She had been used to death for so many years. She would never have reacted in this way, whether she was putting someone else to death or falling into an ambush. But this was different. For so many years she had lived only to live. It was not until she had fallen in love with him, until she had been acknowledged by him, that she had lived with taste, that she had lived like a woman. But now, her man was lying in her arms, his body pierced by a sharp arrow. Gu Zhuting wanted to call out to Ah Lang, but her voice was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't make it out. Her vision turned black, and she almost fainted. All of this happened in a flash. When Yang Fan fell to the ground, and Dugu Wentao fell on his back, the whole dock was silent. Everyone was shocked and didn't have time to react. A moment later, the sound of drums was heard. The leaders of the ASEAN gangs jumped up. Those who didn't know martial arts quickly retreated. Those who knew martial arts didn't wait for the guards to come forward. They roared and pounced on the leaders of the Western Alliance. They didn't give the other side any time to explain before they started fighting. Some of the guards outside pulled out their swords and rushed towards the pile of goods, while others tried to rush back to protect their leader. However, both sides suspected that the other side's guards were going to harm their leader, so they each took a few steps forward and shouted at each other to stop. Seeing that it was useless, they pulled out their swords and started fighting. The scene was chaotic. On the outside, there were swords and swords flashing. On the outside, there were guards shouting and fighting. On the dock, there were punches and kicks from the leaders. Gu Zhuting held Yang Fan in her bosom. She murmured, "Ah Lang, Ah Lang," tears were welling up in her eyes. Her cheeks were as white as snow. "Get out of my way." Guda's fists were as large as bowls. The wind howled as he swung his fists fiercely to knock away the two martial arts experts hired by the other side. He leapt to Gu Zhuting's side and stretched out his hand to check Yang Fan's breathing. He shouted anxiously, "He's still breathing. Take Ah Lang to the doctor." Oh, When she heard that Yang Fan was still alive, Gu Zhuting suddenly came to her senses. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she suddenly stood up from her cross-legged position while carrying Yang Fan. She staggered and ran. Gu was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. His fists were unstoppable as he rushed in front to clear a path for her. Gu Er and Gu Sen also saw the situation. They didn't want to get entangled with the others and quickly approached. The three of them formed a triangle around their little sister, who was carrying Yang Fan, and rushed out to protect her. No one knew why Helmsman Gu was so concerned about an ordinary bodyguard, nor did they have the heart to think about it. The scene was already a mess. If they hesitated for even a moment, the other people's fists would land on their faces. Everyone was roaring and fighting to the death with the enemy in front of them. They couldn't care less about anything else. Xu Zishuan, who was hidden in the middle of the bodyguard, jumped up and shouted, "Don't do it! Don't fall into their trap. We didn't send the assassins. We didn't send them." But his shout had no effect, not to mention the fact that the leaders of the ASEAN gangs were as furious as lions. Even if they still had some sense left, they would still choose to fight with the other side. Who knew if the assassin with the crossbow had another target? At this time, fighting with the other side was the safest option. "It's Miss Wei. It's Wei Xiaoxiao. It's the daughter of the Heavenly Eagle Gang's leader. Come down. Come down right now." The guards surrounding the pile of goods shouted in a stern voice. Wei Xiaoxiao slowly stood up from the pile of goods. She looked at Gu Zhuting, who was staggering away with a corpse in her hands, with a bit of disappointment. She then turned her head to look at the chaotic scene of battle and that terrifying corpse, and suddenly began to laugh crazily. What a pity that she only killed one. But it doesn't matter. They can no longer talk peace now. That bitch betrayed her father. Her allies will now go all out to kill her. Wei Xiaoxiao laughed maniacally as she pulled out a dagger and pressed it against her throat. This crazy woman is dead. The other woman is crazy. Chapter 976. The deer antler was placed on a plate of pure silver and heated up with charcoal, slowly turning into ashes. The deer antler ashes were then mixed with black grass root, Angelica dehurica, angelica root, dried Rehmannia root, Coptis chinensis root, raw Rehmannia root, dragon bone, blood, amber, and other herbs mixed with sesame oil to form an ointment, which was then stuffed into the wound. Then, the wound was stitched up using mulberry bark as a thread. A top-notch ointment mixed with fresh chicken blood was applied on the outside, and the wound was then carefully bandaged with steamed white cloth. Some of these medicines were used to stop bleeding, while others were used to relieve pain and reduce inflammation. Even the thread used to stitch up the wound was made from mulberry bark. The mulberry bark itself was a type of traditional Chinese medicine. It had sedative, analgesic, anti-inflammatory, and bactericidal effects. After the wound was healed, it would naturally be absorbed, and the exposed parts would fall off. Even removing the thread was unnecessary. Back when Wei Tuaner framed the crown prince, Li Dan, the musician, and Jin Zong, in order to clear the crown prince's name, cut open his abdomen in front of everyone and pulled out all of his intestines. The imperial physicians in the palace also used mulberry bark to stitch up his wound. This bastard was lucky and actually survived. After Li Tang restored the throne, he greatly rewarded this musician. In the end, he was promoted to a duke, and was even given the posthumous title of Zhong after his death. Of course, this was a story for another time. Yang Fan remained unconscious from start to finish, while Gu Er and Gu San assisted the famed physician from the side. Even so, the famed physician was still sweating profusely by the time they were done. His disciple helped him to the side, and he drank a few mouthfuls of water using his disciple's hand. Only then did his breathing stabilize. Gu Zhuting asked with a pale face and weak legs, "Teacher, Maya Lang, how is he? The famed physician was washing his hands in the basin. The blood on his hands quickly turned red as it mixed with the water. His disciple brought the basin down and changed it for him. Only then did the famed physician slowly say, "This is a formula passed down in my family for nourishing the muscles and promoting blood circulation. It has the miraculous effects of cooling and stopping bleeding, detoxifying and relieving pain, and removing rotten flesh." Gu Zhuting was not in the mood to listen to him boast about his ancestral prescription. But now that her Longjuan's life was in his hands, she had to listen even if she was impatient. Guda became impatient and said, "Sir, we just want to know, is our Langjun all right?" Although this famous doctor was someone invited by the Dugu family, and he knew that the Dugu family valued this person greatly, he was certainly an honored guest of the Dugu family. However, people with outstanding achievements in their profession would always have an air of arrogance. He was very unhappy with Gu Da's disrespectful tone. He glared at Guda and said, "Nothing? No matter how good this old man's medicine is, it can only save people who shouldn't die." Although this person's body was strong and he had avoided being hit in the vital organs, he had still been pierced through the chest by an arrow. His injuries were too severe. Even if he woke up, he might not be out of danger. Whether or not he could survive would depend on the will of the heavens. Oh, by the way, you mustn't let him eat too much porridge for the next few days. And you must avoid sour and salty food as much as possible. You can eat dry food or fatty food to quench his thirst. Although this doctor was arrogant, he was still very attentive to the patients he was treating. His disciple brought a basin of water over. As he continued to wash his hands, he carefully reminded Gu Zhuting, who was more good-looking than Guda. Gu Zhuting nodded her head and remembered his words. Not long after the doctor left, Duguyu walked in with a calm face. Putting aside his personal friendship with Yang Fan, he had already linked the future and interests of his entire family to Yang Fan. The fact that Yang Fan's life and death was unknown was a big blow to him. Compared to Yang Fan's life and death, Dugu Wentao's death was nothing. He had clearly asked the doctor about Yang Fan's injuries. After he came in, he did not ask Gu Zhuting about Yang Fan's condition. He silently stood in front of the sickbed and looked at the unconscious and pale Yang Fan. After a long silence, he said in a low voice, "I will invite another famous doctor. I will invite all the famous doctors in Chang, and who specialize in treating external injuries. I will definitely do my best to save Erlang's life." Duguyu turned around and walked out of the room. He hurried along the long corridor until he reached the end of the corridor. His hands tightly grasped the railing. His figure dived into the water. The fish in the water thought that their master was going to feed them. They all crowded over, splashing everywhere. There were two people following closely behind Duguyu. Duguyu pursed his lips and turned his head slightly. He said to one of them, "Send out the order. Tell our people to stop all actions. Everything will wait until the condition of Yang Fan's injury is clear." That person nodded and quickly left. Duguyu let out a long sigh and painfully closed his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Erlang, don't blame me. Every step I take concerns the future of the entire family. I can't be careless. I can't be careless." Chun Dong and Hu Yuanli did not know about Yang Fan's situation. From the moment they refused to attend the banquet at Furong Restaurant, they knew that the crazy counterattack from the various forces in Chang was about to begin. They were hurriedly making preparations according to the established plan. The generals of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion also did not know about Yang Fan's current situation. Since Yang Fan had fought his way to Chang, and he often left alone, they had long gotten used to it. They still trained the soldiers and repaired the barracks as usual. According to Yang Fan's request, they firmly controlled the two key areas in the north of the imperial city, where they could control the two Xuanwu gates. Rin Wei and the other guards had always been close to Yang Fan. But this time, when Yang Fan had an accident, they had not been by Yang Fan's side. This was because it was not convenient for the ASEAN gangs to bring too many unfamiliar faces to Ba Shang Pier. This time, there was actually no danger, and Yang Fan was skilled and daring. So they had all stayed at the Shun Gate. When Yang Fan had an accident and was rushed to the Dugu residence for treatment, they had also followed. At this time, they were by Yang Fan's side. Ever since they had become Yang Fan's personal guards, Yang Fan had always tried to rope them in. At this time, they finally saw results. Once the news that Yang Fan's life and death was unknown was made public, it would cause Xianzong to once again fall into a situation where there was no leader. Many of Yang Fan's arrangements would also be greatly affected. Duguyu had his concerns and slowed down his cooperation with Yang Fan's actions. It would not have too big of an effect. If Xianzong stopped because of this, then Chundong and Hu Yuanli, who did not know, would have to fight alone and be crushed to pieces. On the surface, Xianzong did not play any role in this matter. But no matter in Chang or Luoyang, countless people and matters were developing according to their wishes under their quiet influence. Rin Wei and the others did not report the news to the succession hall. On this matter, they all maintained silence. In the Ba Shang Inn, Abdullah paced with a heavy heart. His usual frivolous smile had completely disappeared. He had not thought that such an accident would occur in his meticulous and flawless plan. Everything was ever-changing. Indeed, no one could predict everything, especially when it came to human nature. It was too unpredictable. Who would have thought that such an important person would ultimately fall into the hands of a little woman who had been ignored by everyone? Humans could treat others like ants, but humans were not ants. When an ordinary man was angry, blood could be spilled within 5 steps, and the world would be covered in white mourning clothes. Master, a boss rushed in and raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He said to Abdullah, "Master, I'm back." Abdullah rushed forward and asked, "How was it?" Abbas said, "Ba Shang is very chaotic. Fortunately, I look very strange. They knew at a glance that I was not one of them, nor was I their enemy. Otherwise, I might not have been able to return. They were fighting, constantly fighting, one against another, one against a group against a group, a group against a group, a group against a group." Abdullah said angrily, "Abbas, if you continue to talk nonsense, Master will beat you to death." When Abbas heard this, he quickly concluded, "It's very scary. In short, it's very scary. Ba Shang is now more chaotic than ever before. Master, if there's nothing important, it's best not to go out on the streets. It's too scary." Abdullah stared at him and said, "That's it. That's it." Abdullah could not restrain his anger. He grabbed him by the collar, picked up the handsome boy, and shook him like a broken doll. He roared, "Where's the city? How is it? Why did I ask you to go out and find out? Damn it, did your mother sleep with a scorpion to give birth to an idiot with a brain smaller than the tip of a needle?" Abbas was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly shook his hands and said, "There's no news of him in the city. Everything is safe and sound." Abdullah was stunned and stopped his crazy movements. He asked suspiciously, "You mean there's no news of his death in the city?" "He's not dead, Master. It's only a matter of time. More importantly, there's no news of his death in the city?" "Yes, Master. No one knows. The officials don't know. The imperial envoys don't know. Even the imperial guards stationed in the north of the city are as usual. There's no change. I heard that Yang Fan was sent to the Dugu family the moment he entered the city. Moreover, it was in the name of that unlucky guy, Tao, who died. In fact, at this moment, his face was red from being grabbed by his collar. Abbas quickly pointed to his neck. Abdullah snorted coldly and put him down. Abbas took a few deep breaths and said, "Merciful master, in fact, until now, it seems that no one knows his identity. The people in Ba don't know. They all think that the guy who saved the beautiful lady that you're so infatuated with was an ordinary guard, and no one in the city knows that he's General Yam." Abdullah's eyes narrowed. He slowly paced around the room. After a long time, he slowly said, "According to the original arrangement, continue with our plan." Abbas adjusted his collar and tidied his beautiful golden hair. Suddenly hearing Abdullah's words, Abbas became anxious. "Master, that general is already dead. He's not dead yet. He'll die sooner or later. This is what Master said." "So what? He's about to die. Without his cooperation, how can we complete the mission? This is too risky." Abdullah narrowed his eyes and said, "It's not important whether he's dead or not. What's important is that no one knows that he's about to die. So our plan can still be carried out. This is the agreement between him and I, and also the promise I made to Shinmu. The Prophet said that if either party breaks the agreement, it should be mentioned before the separation. I must keep my agreement with them." Abbas clasped his hands in front of his chest and said with admiration, "My master, your integrity and perseverance are admirable. You're a true gentleman." Abdullah smiled and nodded. He thought fiercely to himself, it was originally a double kill. I'm not an idiot raised by scorpions. How can I give up? Chapter 9, 77. The Taiping clan's Chaoquan master, Qin Xiaolong, slowly walked into the inner chamber with tired steps. He waved his hand to dismiss the people around him. He sat on the chair and gently rubbed his eyebrows. The ups and downs of the past few days had exhausted him mentally and physically. Because of what happened at the pier today, peace talks were no longer possible. They could only use force to solve the dispute. He met with many stewards that night and mobilized people, preparing to use force to fight for a path of survival with the ASEAN clans. Today's fight between the two sides was just a chaotic battle after an unexpected accident, but tomorrow's days would not be so good. Qin Xiaolong sighed, got up and walked to the bedroom. He had just taken a few steps when his body suddenly stopped. Other than the flickering light in his eyes, his whole body was like a clay statue. He felt his heart palpitate, as if there was an unknown ghost peeping at him from the shadows. That sense of danger made his hair stand on end. After standing still for a moment, Qin Xiaolong suddenly jumped up. Like a withered leaf blown by the wind, he silently floated to the wall where a good long saber hung. "Guards!" With the saber in hand, Qin Xiaolong's heart calmed down. He shouted loudly, but the expected response did not come. Qin Xiaolong's heart sank again. Ever since the relationship between the two of them became like fire and water, his mansion had increased its security. After today's events, there were even more guards in his mansion. Not only were there 2 bodyguards hired with a large sum of money, there were also 10 experts from the gang, and there were also 4 fierce dogs. But right now, it was completely silent. After he shouted, no one responded. Qin Xiaolong's eyes turned, and he took 2 steps back. His body stuck to the wall and escaped to the door. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he quickly rushed out of the room, he still did not encounter any danger. Qin Xiaolong did not dare to be careless. The long saber was hidden behind his elbow. Just as he was about to break through the nearly 50 feet distance of the courtyard and escape to the outer chamber, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost from under the eaves. "It's before the word. Who came out?" The figure pounced at him. Qin Xiaolong turned his hand and slashed at the person. Pooh! With a ding sound, The sharp blade entered Qin Xiaolong's body. Qin Xiaolong was stunned for a moment, but in the next second, he realized something was wrong. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The silhouette that was stabbed did not make a sound, but another silhouette materialized from that silhouette. It was an even more slender silhouette, followed by a bright sword light. Qin Xiaolong staggered backwards, throwing away his saber. He clutched his throat in vain, but it was useless. Blood gushed out from the gaps between his fingers. Qin Xiaolong's eyes widened in despair as he watched the slender figure disappear over the wall. From the beginning to the end, he didn't see the person's face clearly. Keep your spirits up tonight, and be on your guard. Don't doze off. Tomorrow, I will move back to the city, and I will reward you handsomely. The circle gates Saoko Ruaju. He Lu Shui carried a lantern and personally patrolled the entire rear residence under heavy security. He encouraged the many guards in the rear residence. Only when he returned to the inner chamber did he let out a long sigh of relief. Lang is back. Under the bright and soft light, a charming young woman with her hair tied up in a lazy bun, wearing a translucent silk nightgown, gracefully came up to him. She politely helped him to sit down, spread out the bedding, and then went to extinguish the candle on the wall. Wait, Lu Shui hurriedly stopped her. The lights are on. All the lights in the room are on. The beautiful young woman coquettishly said, Lang, there are dozens of people guarding outside our bedroom. What is there to be afraid of? Even if they have great skills, unless they have learned some invisibility technique, do you think they can break in? Lu Shui suddenly screamed, pointing at the beautiful young woman's back, and said with a trembling voice, You, the beautiful young woman stamped her foot and said, Lang, how old are you? Why are you still joking with me? Liu Shui's goatee trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear as if he had seen a ghost. It didn't look like he was faking it. The beautiful young woman's expression gradually changed, and she suddenly turned her head. Unfortunately, she didn't see anything. She felt a weight on her neck, and her vision went black. She was thrown onto the big bed, unconscious. Help! A bright sword light floated over, and a spray of blood splashed on the window frame. With a few loud rumbles, the doors and windows collapsed, and a few bodyguards suddenly rushed in. The blood-stained sword light trembled, and the kettle on the table suddenly shattered, exploding into countless sharp porcelain shards that flew rapidly in all directions. At the same time, the 4 lamps on the table went out at the same time. The room was plunged into darkness, and the sound of tables and chairs breaking, utensils breaking, curtains tearing, and heavy wind breaking intertwined like a turbulent whirlpool. Clanging shouts and clangs rang out incessantly, but this unusually intense scene only lasted for a moment before it abruptly fell silent. The doors and windows of the room were completely broken, but it was dark inside. The people who rushed over didn't dare to rashly break in until someone fetched a torch. Holding the torch in one hand and a sword in the other, they moved into the room step by step. On the soft and bouncy carpet, there were people lying all over the floor. There was a man on Liu Shui's legs, and another man on his face. When those 2 men were flipped over, Liu Shui's face was revealed. Blood was gurgling from his throat. His eyes were bulging with anger, but the divine light had disappeared. He was already dead. Ha ha ha! I knew you'd take revenge tonight. That's why I didn't sleep tonight. I waited for you until the 3rd watch, and now you're finally here. 2 warriors carried lanterns, and one stood in the middle. It was the 5-Element Guild's chief steward, Qiao Naihe. He was one of the Western gang leaders who had participated in the negotiations at Bashang Pier during the day. A man stood proudly in the courtyard, almost as dark as the curtain of night. Many people rushed out from all corners and surrounded him. Qiao Naihe stood on the steps and laughed arrogantly. You've got guts. You dare barge into my dragon's pool and tiger's den alone? Today, I'll make sure you don't go back. Kill him." At Xiao Nai's command, the warriors immediately swarmed forward. Light swords, sharp knives, long spears, short halberds, copper and iron pestles, all sorts of light and heavy weapons, long and short weapons, and strange weapons rained down on the man like a storm. The man's body was as slender as a blade of grass on the crest of a wave. A wave could drown him. A small whirlpool could drag him down to the bottom, but in the end he always resurfaced. He didn't make a sound, as if he had only come to kill. Under this crazy attack, his figure was like a ghost, constantly flashing and moving. He didn't casually attack, but every time he attacked, he would take a life. Suddenly, after stabbing a warrior to death, the man rushed out from a momentary opening. He twisted his waist and moved forward, his speed increasing. In a flash, he had escaped the encirclement, and the sword in his hand stabbed at Xiao Nai. Xiao Nai didn't expect this man to be able to escape the encirclement. He hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Stop him!" 2 long knives crossed and chopped down, but the rushing figure of the person suddenly seemed to stop. The 2 bodyguards chopped down according to the expected speed, but they hit nothing. The assassin was just 1 knife away. The 2 bodyguards were shocked. Before the knife light disappeared, another knife crossed and chopped down. The 4 knife lights looked like a Yao character, but this time the man suddenly sped up. When the knife light slashed down, the man crashed into the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, but the man didn't kill them. He only lightly bumped their chests with his shoulder, and then bounced back like a ball. 1 jump, another jump, and another jump. The warriors who were chasing after him could only watch him jump and disappear at the end of the corridor. They couldn't catch up anymore. The 2 bodyguards hurriedly turned their heads and asked, "Master Qiao, are you okay?" Xiao Nai didn't say a word, and the 2 bodyguards suddenly had an ominous premonition. They slowly picked up the lantern, and the light shone on Xiao Nai's head was lowered, as if he was staring at his toes. His chest was dark red, and the dark red color had spread to the hem of his robe. Where did the blood come from? It was the 4th night watch period, and the sky was faintly clear. The Heavenly Eagle Gang's Su Lin stood behind the 3 rows of bodyguards with a bitter expression. He said bitterly, "It's almost dawn. Miss Gu, you have been killing for the whole night." Gu Zhuding's green attire had almost turned black. It was dyed black by the blood that had splashed on it. Her face was very haggard, and her face was as pale as paper. The arrow wound on her arm had already ruptured again in the fight, and blood had soaked her sleeves. But her eyes were abnormally bright, and there was a cold glint in her eyes, like 2 ghost fires in the netherworld. The sword was in her hand. This was a top-notch treasure sword. Fresh blood could not stop dripping from the sword edge. The sword edge shone with a cold light, as clear as water. Following the slight change in her posture, the sword would emit a dark light that was as dark as frost. Gu Zhuting, who held the sword in her hand, was full of killing intent, like a female Azura born from the sea of blood. Su Lin licked his lips and explained weakly, "Miss Gu, although Miss Xiao Xiao is our gang leader's daughter, we didn't know about her actions beforehand. We didn't order her to assassinate you." Gu Zhuting's voice was like the icy water of the Wei River, cold, clear, and indifferent. "It doesn't matter. I don't care." Su Lin was extremely angry and said, "But aren't you fine? You only suffered a small injury on your shoulder. Is there a need to be so unforgiving? You have been killing for the whole night, and how many people have died in your hands? Is this not enough to appease your anger?" "Not enough." Gu Zhuting's voice was very calm, but there was a deep coldness and hatred in her bones. "I haven't married yet. I've finally found someone I want to marry, but You want me to be a widow? Then I'll make it so that you won't even be able to be widowers. Ah. Su Lin was shocked and said, You and Dugu and Tao are. Gu Shooting sneered and pounced forward with her sword. Su Lin shouted anxiously, Stop her! Kill! Kill her! In the midst of the enemies, Gu Shooting was like a flowing light, like a bolt of lightning, appearing and disappearing at times, like a ghost. The sword in her hand flashed, and every time it moved, a life would be lost in this bitter battle. With a flying kick, she broke open a person's lower abdomen, and like lightning, she slid 3 feet to the side, and the sword in her hand flashed, and another person's throat was cut open. With a wave of her left hand, a flying knife from her sleeve pierced into a person's eye. In the midst of a mournful scream, she bent her waist and wedged in between the whistling knives and axes. Her elbow hit heavily on a person's ribs, and just as the sound of bones breaking could be heard, her left leg kicked out, and like a whip, it hit the bottom of another person's groin. In the midst of the chase and killing, the people in the courtyard became fewer and fewer. Such a bloody method made the guards and thugs scared, and no one dared to chase after the phantom that specialized in harvesting souls. Su Lin saw that the situation was not good, and started to run. As he ran, he shouted madly, It was not my idea. His death has nothing to do with me. You can't kill me. You are unreasonable. Gu Shooting's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. I have always been unreasonable. In the 4th watch period, Yang Fan's heavy breathing suddenly stopped, and he weakly opened his eyes. The 3 Gu brothers, Ren Wei, and the others had been guarding him, and there were always at least 2 people who were awake, paying attention to his movements. As soon as Yang Fan woke up, Ren Wei immediately exclaimed in surprise, Lang is awake! In an instant, everyone gathered around the bed. Yang Fan's listless eyes stared at them for a while, and then he gradually woke up. He still remembered the moment when he was shot by the military crossbow. His eyes turned, but he did not see Gu Shooting. Yang Fan asked nervously, Where is Miss Gu? Guda hurriedly said, Little sister has been holding Lang since he was shot by the arrow. We wanted to change hands, but she refused. She was really tired after the journey, so after Lang was bandaged, I let her go back to her room to rest. As soon as Yang Fan's expression calmed down, Gu Sen interrupted, but when I went to see her later, she was gone. Guda glared at Gu San, rubbed his hands, and said to Yang Fan, Lang knows her temper. Lang doesn't need to worry, as long as Lang is fine. Yang Fan closed his eyes. He was still dizzy due to the excessive blood loss. Yang Fan closed his eyes and asked weakly, Where am I? What's the situation now? Ren Wei quickly recounted everything to Yang Fan. Yang Fan was silent for a long time, and everyone around the bed thought that he had fainted again. Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes and whispered to Ren Wei, Come closer. Ren Wei leaned against Yang Fan's side and pressed his ear against Yang Fan's mouth. Yang Fan's voice would shake his wound if he spoke too loudly, so he had to lower his voice. He whispered to Ren Wei for a while. Ren Wei's face alternated between surprise and admiration. He didn't know what Yang Fan had said to him, but he only heard him nod his head repeatedly. After Yang Fan finished, he asked again in a low voice, What time is it now? Ren Wei replied, Just past the 4th watch period. Yang Fan softly grunted, After daybreak, you start making arrangements. Yes. Yang Fan turned to Guda. I'm thirsty. Get me some water. Oh. Guda was just about to turn around, but he quickly turned back and said, No. The doctor has strictly instructed that sour, salty, porridge, and seafood are not to be eaten. Yang Fan helplessly said, Then ask the doctor what I can eat and drink. Oh. Guda did not care what time it was. After listening to Yang Fan's instructions, he rushed out impatiently. Yang Fan's energy was running low, and his eyelids were starting to droop again. He forced himself to stay awake and said to Gu Er, "I risked my life to save her, not to let her risk her life again. Find her, come back." Chapter 978. The curtain was heavy, and the silk was hanging down. The boneless lamp was made of pure white jade, and it was painted with mountains, rivers, and people. Flowers and bamboo feathers shone from within, and it was like a clear jade pot. It was refreshing, and it was hard to look straight at it. In front of the bathing pool hung a crystal curtain and a tassel belt which reflected the white jade light of the boneless lamp. It was bright and dazzling, and it was like a cold and pure mansion. The extravagance and splendor of a rich and powerful family was not something that ordinary people could imagine. The Dugu family was not considered a first-class rich and powerful family. This bathroom was only a guest room, and not a place where the owner of the mansion bathed, but it was still so luxurious. In the changing room, there was a spring stool, a small table, an incense burner, and a mirror. The floor was covered with a soft velvet carpet. Gu Zhuting took off her blood-stained clothes and threw them aside. She walked in with only her undergarments, and her hands parted the crystal curtain with a melodious tinkling sound. A large bathing pool with a radius of several feet appeared in front of her. The walls of the pool were made of white jade, and a golden carp jumped on the edge of the pool. It spat out water from its mouth and slowly poured into the pool. Gu Zhuting took off her blood-stained clothes, and her waist was slender, and her legs were perfectly straight like jade pillars. There was a line of dark red in the center of her thighs, and there was not a single hair on them. Gu Zhuting walked along the stone steps that were immersed in the water. As soon as she sat in the water, the clear water immediately turned red. Gu Zhuting's injured right arm rested on the surface of the pool, and she gently sighed. She leaned against the wall of the pool, and her enchanting breasts gently rippled in the water, and the mist lingered. Her body was not made of iron. During the day, she carried Yang Fan all the way, and when she got on the carriage, she carried Yang Fan all the way because she was afraid that her Langjun would be shaken. When she arrived at the Dugu family, she was worried about Yang Fan's life, and in the end, she was filled with grief and indignation, and killed all night. Now that she was immersed in the hot water, her eyes immediately closed, and she wanted nothing more than to melt in the pool. But she forced herself not to fall asleep. She still had to check on Yang Fan. There was no disturbance in the house, which meant that Lang Jun was still alive. However, the doctor's words weighed heavily on her heart. She didn't know if Yang Fan could survive this. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want Lang Jun to smell the blood, she would have gone there as soon as she came back. After sitting quietly for a while, Gu Zhuting began to comb her hair, face, and clean her body. The water was running water. It had a source and a destination. The traces of blood in the water gradually faded, and it became a pool of clear water again. Gu Zhuting carefully cleaned the area around her wound and hurriedly stepped out of the bath. She simply wrapped her wound and then took out the clothes that the Dugu family had prepared for her. She neatly put them on and hurriedly left the room. "Miss Gu, you're back." Ren Wei, who had already received the news, was waiting outside. Gu was also there. The moment he saw his sister, he frowned and scolded, "Why didn't you tell your brother what you wanted to do? You may be skilled in martial arts, but don't forget that they have crossbows with them. It's hard to guard against them, especially at night. If something were to happen to you..." Gu Zhuting's expression was cold. She didn't have the mood to bicker with her brother. She directly interrupted him and asked, "How is Alang?" Gu snorted and said, "You never listen to me. Let me tell you, Alang said this time. He said that he risked his life to save you, not to let you risk your life again. From now on, You're not allowed to act on your own. Alang said this. Alang woke up. Gu Zhuting's expression suddenly changed. She grabbed Gu Da's hand in surprise and hurriedly said, Big brother, did you say that Alang woke up? Gu Da sighed and said, Yes, he woke up around 4 in the morning. Before Gu Da could finish his words, Gu Zhuting rushed out like a phantom towards the house where Yang Fan was staying. Before Gu Da could finish the second half of his sentence, the girl's figure was already 7 or 8 feet away. Gu Da slowly closed his mouth and swallowed the words he wanted to say. He smiled bitterly and said, Girls tend to leave their homes. As soon as he said this, he suddenly realized that there were still outsiders around. It would be too inappropriate to say it like that, so he narrowed his eyes and glanced at Ren Wei. Ren Wei acted as if he didn't hear him and continued to chase after Gu Zhuting. Seeing this, Gu Da hurriedly followed. Alang woke up. As soon as Gu Zhuting entered Yang Fan's bedroom, she quickly asked Gu Er and Gu San, who had already stood up at the sound of her voice. Gu Er replied, Yes, Alang woke up, but now he's asleep again. Gu Zhuting quickly rushed over to the bedside and looked at the still pale Yang Fan, who was fast asleep. She twirled her fingers happily and said, It's good that he's awake. It's good that he's awake. What did the doctor say? Actually, even though Yang Fan had woken up, he was still in critical condition. However, Gu Er was afraid that his little sister would worry. He was even more afraid that she would go on a rampage alone to kill and burn everything down. Thus, he comforted her and said, The doctor said, Alang has already woken up. His life is no longer in danger, but he still needs a long period of rest. Thank the heavens! Gu Zhuting couldn't help but kneel down in front of the bedside. She exclaimed joyfully, then covered her face with her hands as tears rolled down her cheeks. Gu Da chased after her into the bedroom and stood by the bedside. He gently patted Gu Zhuting's shoulder and said in a low voice, Don't cry. If Alang were awake, he wouldn't want you to be so sad. Ren Wei coughed lightly and said, Miss Gu, when Alang woke up earlier, he instructed me to do something. He needs Miss Gu's cooperation. Gu Zhuting abruptly turned around and asked, What is it? Ren Wei gestured outside. Gu Zhuting understood and stood up gently. She gazed longingly at Yang Fan for one last time before following him out. In a small courtyard within the second winding alley of Chang, on workshop, the living king of hell, Yen Suzhuan quietly opened the door. He looked outside for a moment, then walked out. As he stepped out of the door, the water droplets dripping from the eaves dripped onto his neck, making him shrink back subconsciously. The walls of the small courtyard were very high, and the door was made of wood, so that one couldn't see the situation in the courtyard at a glance. From the outside, it looked like a middle-class family. This was the place Yen Suzhuan had chosen to stay. After a while, someone knocked on the courtyard door. 3 long knocks and 2 short knocks. Yen Suzhuan pulled out the dagger from his waist and hid it in his sleeve. He walked quickly and looked outside through the crack of the door before opening the door. The person outside the door immediately dashed in. This person was about 30 years old, with a thin face and a shrewd look. This person was Yen Suzhuan's confidant, Luo Jiahao, because he was proficient in the local dialect of Chang and was familiar with the local situation. He was sent out to gather information. As soon as Luo Jiahao saw Yen Suzhuan, he said, Big brother, the situation is not good. The Western Alliance's gangs on Ba are not willing to take the blame and have sent people to block all the main roads in Chang. And these local gangsters are even more shrewd than the government. It's difficult for us to leave now. Moreover, it's not just Ba who is looking for us. Yen Suzhuan frowned and said, It's not just Ba? Yen Suzhuan suddenly understood and said, Their Tsaoko's helmsman is surnamed Dugu. Naturally, The Dugu family won't let it go. They are also a local gangster. Luo Jiahao nodded and said, "Yes, big brother, what should we do now?" Yen Suzhuan frowned and slowly paced for a while. He said resolutely, "This is our last deal. We can't take any risks. Tell everyone to split up and stay in different inns and rented rooms. Otherwise, it'll be too conspicuous with so many people gathered together. We can't underestimate these city rats. They're 100 times better than the government when it comes to finding people. They can dig them out even if they hide in a hole." Luo Jiahao said hesitantly, "Crow and the great immortal both caught a cold and are now feverish. If we let them hide separately, I'm afraid. Besides, we haven't split the reward yet. Won't they be worried?" Yen Suzhuan looked at him and said coldly, "Them? I'm afraid you're also worried. Aren't you?" Luo Jiahao hurriedly said, "How can I? Big brother, we've been brothers for so many years. How can I not know what kind of person you are? I have absolute trust in you. All right, all right." Yen Suzhuan impatiently interrupted him. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Temporarily separating is the safest. If they don't want to, we can't let them live in the room so openly. It's too conspicuous. Tell them to hide in the cellar. Even the medicine should be brewed in the cellar. It's better to be safe than sorry." After Chendong and Hu Yuanli refused to go to the Lotus Banquet and completely broke off with the local forces in Chang, and the fight between the two sides began to move from the dark to the open. The Chang and local government began to take an uncooperative attitude towards the imperial envoys of the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. They began to delay and neglect the files they read and the manpower they deployed. The people sent by the Chang and local government to the censorate and the Ministry of Justice to cooperate with the imperial envoy became their best eyes and ears to monitor the imperial envoy. The suspects in prison also began to receive information from the outside. They colluded with each other, 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 retracted their confessions, and fabricated false evidence. At the same time, the various factions in Chang and began to spread unfavorable rumors about the imperial envoy. They used their various connections to impeach and accuse Luoyang. These local factions could not be underestimated. They would not easily make an enemy out of court officials, but once they were forced into a corner, the power they could unleash was enormous. In view of this, Hu Yuanli hurriedly met up with Chendong. For the sake of safety, the two decided to abandon all the attendance provided by the Chang and local government and bring all the suspects and witnesses into the military camp of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. As soon as the two of them made their decision, the news was made known to the Chang, and gentry, celebrities, officials, and nobles. At noon the next day, the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion sent out 300 soldiers led by the loyal General Yang Fan, who had not shown his face for a long time. They first went to the Ministry of Justice and then to the censorate to pick up the imperial envoy and all the attendants from the capital. They detained all the criminals and brought all the witnesses along the Vermilion Bird Avenue and headed for the Kaiyuan Gate in the north of Luoyang. Yang Fan rode in the middle of the team, with Chendong, Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, Shiyu Wen Ao, and the others on his left and right. The group was talking and laughing, as if they were not worried about becoming the public enemy of Chang. And as the troops and horses were traveling on the long street, human heads suddenly popped out from the walls on both sides. Before the armored soldiers could react, they saw arrows raining down on Yang Fan, Chendong, and Hu Yuanli's positions. "Watch out! There are assassins!" General Yang reacted quickly. He suddenly pulled out his sword and took a step forward on his horse. He stood in front of Chendong and Hu Yuanli and quickly deflected the arrows. Puff, puff, puff. The arrows poured down like a torrent. The guards in front of Yang Fan were hit by the arrows one after another and screamed in pain. Chundong and Hu Yuanli took the opportunity to roll off their horses and crawl on the ground. "Raise your shields and protect the general," someone shouted, and took off his shield to rush to where Yang Fan was. But it was too late. Who could resist the dense shooting of sharp arrows at such a close distance? Under the eyes of the people of Cham, and Yang Fan screamed in pain. He was hit in the chest and fell off his horse. Chapter 979. In the Ministry of Revenue's office, Qiu Lingji and a few confidants had just finished discussing the last few charges against the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. He was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue and had no direct conflict with the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. But since he was on the Wu family's side, he had to plan for the Wu family. The Ministry of Justice and the censorate were obviously not on the same side as the Wu family. If he could take this opportunity to bring them down, then the Wu family would no longer have anyone to cause trouble in Cham, and they could then smoothly lay out their plans and subdue all the other forces. The Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works were in charge of grain and transportation, and the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate had chosen to start with the Baishang Plain fishermen. This gave Assistant Minister Qiu an opportunity to take advantage of. The blackmail was written in a thick book. Qiu Lingji patted the material he was preparing to send to Luoyang and revealed a proud sneer. "Tonight, I will write a memorial to the imperial court with this evidence attached to it." Just as Qiu Lingji finished speaking, Zhang Zhongbo walked in from outside. Zhang Zhongbo was thin and withered. His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyebrows were inverted. He always had a worried look. Qiu Lingji glanced at him and asked disapprovingly, "What's the matter?" Zhang Zhongbo frowned and said, "Assistant Minister, Yang Fan was assassinated." Qiu Lingji was stunned at first and then reacted. He jumped up and said loudly, "What did you say? What happened to Yang Fan?" Zhang Zhongbo frowned and said, "Yang Fan was escorting the Ministry of Justice and the censorate to the 1,000 Cavalry camp and was assassinated on Zhuke Avenue. The assassin's target was Chundong and Hu Yuanli. In the end, Yang Fan was protecting them and was shot in the chest. No one knows if he is dead or alive." Bada, the blackmail material that Qiu Lingji had painstakingly concocted with the help of his advisors for several days, smashed heavily on his feet. Qiu Lingji slumped back into his chair, his eyes staring blankly as he said, "How did I get assassinated? Who did this? Who did this?" The thick pile of materials at his feet was the result of his hard work, but he was too lazy to pick them up. The assassination of Yang Fan meant that all the materials he had concocted were meaningless, not to mention the fact that there were many groundless accusations taken out of context and distorted facts. Even if all the things listed above were true, it would still be meaningless. There was nothing more serious than the assassination of a high-ranking member of the imperial court. It involved the law, involved politics, involved the reputation and authority of the imperial court. It was not something that could be provoked. Even if everything he accused of Yang Fan was true, even if the Baishang Chao Fu really was not guilty of any wrongdoing and was persecuted and suppressed by the Ministry of Justice and the censorate, this public assassination case that happened on Vermilion Bird Avenue had already turned all of their grievances into the river. Even if the emperor delayed or did not move the capital, he would not accommodate the matter of an imperial envoy being publicly assassinated. If this matter was not dealt with, there would be nothing left of the court's dignity. From then on, imperial power would face countless challenges. The fact that he was assassinated was the most powerful weapon of the Ministry of Justice and the imperial censorate. It could defeat the countless crimes he had carefully prepared. Bastard, stupid, impossibly stupid. Who did this? Who did this? From the depths of the Chang and government came a roar that shocked the entire government. The veins on Lu Qiantian's forehead bulged like earthworms. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. All the counterattack strategies he had carefully prepared were useless. From now on, the only thing he needed to do was to prove to the emperor that under his rule there were not so many lawless madmen in Chang, and he needed to catch the murderer and prove that he was not someone who did not do anything. He might have to do a lot of things, wipe his own, but wipe other people's, but he could not attack Yang Fan. If he did this kind of thing now, he would be sending himself to the emperor's blazing anger and burned to ashes. He hated Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli for not understanding the situation. He wanted to completely knock them down so that they would never be able to rise again. He wanted to prove to all those who tried to challenge his authority that his fangs were not dull. But all the means must be within the rules of the officialdom. Using violent means to challenge the authority of the imperial court, and the imperial power was the stupidest thing to do. He was confident that he could completely destroy Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli, the two dragons crossing the river. He had integrated the forces of the aristocratic families, officials and nobles in Chang, and was ready to complete the task in one battle. Unexpectedly, a pig-like teammate popped up at this time and did such a thing that hurt his friends and pleased his enemies. If in the officialdom, using violent means to get rid of opponents could solve all problems, then everyone could just raise a group of assassins to kill each other. Why would they need to figure out the ways of flattery, and flattery? Why would they need to practice the heart sutras of being ruthless, accurate, steady, and patient? Why would they need to talk about weighing the pros and cons? Why would they need to keep a low profile? Ruined. Everything was King ruined. All the plans were ruined by this idiot who assassinated the imperial envoy. Especially, the assassin was using a military crossbow. Thinking of this, Lu Qiantian felt a chill in his heart. He could completely imagine how the emperor would react when he heard this news. Lu Qiantian paced around the detention room like a trapped beast. He gritted his teeth and gave an order with a sinister smile. Investigate immediately. Find the murderer, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Commander-in-Chief Dai, Judge Xing, and Constable Wu wiped their cold sweat and retreated. Lu Qiantian opened the drawer, took out the written memorial, and threw it into the brazier. Watching it burn to ashes, he secretly rejoiced that he did not have time to send it to Dongdu. A moment later, Lu Qiantian arrived at the 1,000 Horsemen camp, dressed in his official robes. He paid a visit to General Yang, who was on the verge of death. This sly old fox had a keen sense of smell. When the news of Yang Fan's assassination came, he decisively switched sides and stood on the side of the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Who cares about the frost on other people's roofs? Those aristocratic families, nobles were all blown away by him like he was blowing snot. The King of Hanoi and the great general of the Jinwu Guards have arrived. Before the echoes of the announcement died down, Wu Yizong rushed in like a spark. A pair of military boots clanked against the green brick floor. He was wearing a military uniform with 3 layers of soft armor underneath. His originally short and thin body seemed much stronger because of this. Su Liang led a group of generals out to welcome him. Wu Yizong did not stop and asked with a gloomy face, "Where is Yang Fan? How is he now?" Su Liang said with a heavy expression, "The military doctor has just finished bandaging the general's wounds. The general is currently unconscious, and his life is in danger." Wu Yizong did not stop when he asked the question. After Su Liang finished speaking, Wu Yizong said, "Quickly take me to see him." As he spoke, he was already in front of the commander's tent. The door opened, and a soldier came out with a basin of water. Seeing that the newcomer was a great general, he quickly moved to the side. Wu Yizong glanced at him and saw that the basin of water was already red. It was clearly half a basin of blood. He stepped into the commander's tent and went straight to the small tent at the back. In front was the guest hall. Although Wu Yizong had been there before, he knew the layout of the room. Without stopping, he turned and went around the screen. On the ground behind the screen, there were balls of soft cloth, all of which had been stained with blood. Many people in the room were busy, but they were moving quietly. Their expressions were heavy, and they did not say a word. The atmosphere was very oppressive. Wu Yizong's military uniform was the best proof of his identity. Regardless of whether the people in the room recognized him or not, when they saw this commander's uniform, they hurriedly saluted and gave way. Wu Yizong strode, like a shooting star, until he reached the bed. Focusing his eyes on Yang Fan lying there, he could not help but suck in a cold breath. If he still suspected that Yang Fan was faking it on the way here, at this moment, all his doubts vanished. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Yang Fan only had half a life left at most. Yang Fan's injuries were real. Even his coma was real. There was not a single flaw to be found. Seeing Yang Fan's appearance, Wu Yizong was so angry that he wanted to curse. He and Yang Fan had a grudge. Even the emperor knew about this. The two of them had come to Chang, and together, and there was a competition of interests. Now, Yang Fan had been assassinated. Moreover, the assassin had used a crossbow. He was the biggest suspect. This time, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Su Liang, Huang Xuchang, Chu Kuanga, and the others followed in and stood on the left and right. They did not lack any of the necessary etiquette, but the way they looked at him was a little. Wu Yizong could not explain it clearly, but he understood what that look meant. It was the look of looking at the murderer. Now, he was yellow mud on his crotch. Even if he was not shit, he was shit. The open and secret struggles in Chang, and would eventually be reflected in the imperial court. That was because the key to victory or defeat would be there. It was in the center of the imperial court. The Lantern Festival had just passed, and the officials opened the yamen to take care of official business. After a long holiday, people were still lazy. There was not much official business in the yamen. Even the emperor did not receive many memorials. However, within a few days, all kinds of memorials from the 6 ministries of the imperial court, the 3 departments of justice, and the Chang and region flooded the front of the emperor. The memorials described different matters, and the officials who were impeaching them were also different. However, the many memorials that suddenly appeared all had one thing in common. Chang, and all the memorials, no matter the topic, were related to Chang, and some of these memorials were the result of the open and secret struggle between Wu Yizong's faction and Yang Fan's faction. Some were the result of the struggle between Chundong and Hu Yuanli and the Chang and gentry and the aristocratic families whose interests had been harmed. In addition, there was no lack of obvious and hidden sects adding fuel to the fire. When Chundong and Hu Yuanli refused to attend the Lotus Banquet, the struggle between the two sides entered a white-hot stage. Shun Mu, who had been staying in Luoyang under the guise of rescuing the officials involved in the corruption case in Yenzhou, made a timely move. He suggested to the emperor that moving the capital was not a good time and should be postponed. Officials paid attention to figuring out the intentions of their superiors. Figuring out the intentions of their superiors was to achieve their own goals. However, figuring out the intentions of their superiors did not necessarily mean that they had to cater to their superiors. Sometimes, doing the opposite would lead to unexpected results. The ingenuity of this so-called application depended on one's heart. Wu Zetian had always been a dictatorial person. When she made a decision, anyone who dared to go against her decision would be touching her reverse scale. If someone suggested that they stop moving the capital, it was easy to imagine what kind of effect that would have on Wu Zetian. The group of boatmen on Ba influenced some of the middle and lower class officials in Chang and the Directorate of Studies, and some scholars in the Imperial College who had no hope of entering officialdom. These middle and lower class officials and scholars influenced the high-ranking officials, aristocratic families, and nobles in the capital. These high-ranking officials, aristocratic families, and nobles in the capital could also influence the influential officials in the imperial court who could establish their own offices and establish their own government. The small Jianghu on Ba had finally affected many of the important figures in the imperial court. Each faction had their own objectives and joined the fray. At this time, the news that an official from the Ministry of Justice and the censorate had been assassinated, but the assassin had accidentally hit the secondary carriage, seriously injuring Yang Fan. Moreover, the weapon used by the assassin was a military crossbow. The noisy officialdom in Luoyang suddenly became stagnant and silent. In the officialdom, assassinations had been used to achieve their goals since ancient times. However, those who did this were extremely stupid. If the basic rules of the officialdom were broken, no official could guarantee that the next person to be treated the same way would not be him. Therefore, doing this was equivalent to becoming the public enemy of the officialdom. When the news that Yang Fan had been assassinated spread, the attacks on the Ministry of Justice and the censorate in the imperial court immediately disappeared without a trace. Two huge waves continuously collided and offset each other's tremendous power that could destroy heaven and earth. If one of the huge waves suddenly disappeared without a trace, what would happen to the other? It would topple mountains and overturn seas. Unstoppable! Chapter 980. When the news of Yang Fan's assassination reached the Yang mansion, the teacup in Buchi's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Yang Fan's journey west to Guanlong, south to Barbarians' territory, north to Khitan, he had braved fire and water, but each time he was more scared than hurt. Not to mention such a serious injury when he went west to Guanlong and south to Barbarians' territory. He did not even have a scratch on his skin. When Khitan fell into the enemy's camp, he only suffered a minor injury on his leg. Who would have thought that he would be seriously injured in Chang, and the capital of the imperial court, the heart of the imperial court? Xiao Man composed herself and slowly stood up. She said to the messenger who came to report, "Steward Niu, this messenger has worked hard. Please go to the cashier's office and withdraw 5 coins as a token of gratitude." When the official heard this, he was unable to contain his joy and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. After Steward, Niu led the official away. Tao Mei and third sister, who were waiting on the side, immediately rushed over. Their voices changed as they said to Xiao Man, "Eldest lady, a Lang was attacked by an assassin. His life and death are unknown. What should we do?" "Why are you panicking?" Xiao Man stopped him with a stern voice and said, "A Lang is far away in Cham, and what's the use of being anxious?" Tao Mei and third sister could only lower their heads. Xiao Man lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Even if we don't say it ourselves, I'm afraid there will soon be rumors spreading. You two immediately inform everyone in the mansion to keep this news a secret, especially a new. Whoever dares to leak a word will be severely punished." Tao Mei and third sister hurriedly acknowledged and retreated. As soon as the two of them went out, Xiao Man's knees went weak and she fell onto the chair. How could she not panic? How could she not be afraid? She was more worried and scared than anyone else when she heard the news. However, she was the head of the family now that her Lang Jun was not here. She could not panic, or else how could she maintain the family? Beep, 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 do. A rhythmic whistle sounded. Yang Mianzu, with his peach heart hairstyle, dressed in a cute little robe, rushed into the reception hall with a stick in his hand. He had just learned some martial arts from his mother. Although it couldn't even be considered a showy but impractical move, the little fellow had fallen in love with brandishing a spear and a stick. In his mouth was a colorful porcelain whistle made from the Tongguan kiln. The whistle was shaped like a cute bird, and when it was blown, it produced a pleasant sound. Mother! Did Mother cry? Yang Nianzu's mouth loosened, and the whistle fell to the ground. There was a red string on the whistle that hung around his neck. When the whistle fell down, it swayed in front of his chest. Yang Nianzu quickly ran to Xiao Man's side and nestled in her arms. He looked at Xiao Man with his big eyes and said timidly, "What's wrong with Anyang?" Xiao Man hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face and forced a smile. "Silly boy, I'm not crying. I was just blinded just now." Yang Nianzu blinked his big eyes and said, "There's no wind in the room. Where did the sand come from?" Xiao Man bent her finger and scratched his little nose and said angrily, "You're so clever. There's no sand, but there's dust on the dust." "Oh." Yang Nianzu suddenly understood, nodded, and asked in a simple voice, "Mother, when will Daddy come back?" Xiao Man's heart ached, and she faintly said, "Baby misses Daddy?" Yang Nianzu pouted and said, "Yes, baby misses Daddy. Daddy doesn't come home during the Upper Yuan dynasty and doesn't accompany others to watch the lanterns. Other people's children have Daddy to carry them. I want to go to the big lake to catch big fish with Daddy. Daddy promised baby before." Xiao Man's tears almost flowed out again, and she hurriedly said, "Soon, soon, your father will be back soon. You don't blindly play around. Your father told me that when spring comes, he will find a teacher for you to teach you and your sister to read and write." As soon as Yang Nianzu heard that, he hurriedly said, Baby still wants to go play with my sister. Goodbye, Mother, baby is leaving." After saying that, he ran away. Xiao Man broke into a smile and said, "This brat." The flower hall quieted down again. Xiao Man stared at it for a while, and then stepped out of the flower hall and rushed to the courtyard where Anu lived. At this time, Anu was about to give birth. Her belly was protruding high, but she didn't look fat at all. Especially her thin waist. It was like a big fruit on a thin branch that was cut off. Contrasted by her big belly, it looked like it was about to break. After a winter, spring finally came. At this time, Anu was sitting comfortably in the back garden, lazily basking in the sun. As soon as she saw Xiao Man, Anu hurriedly stood up from the chair, and Xiao Man rushed forward to hold her down and said reproachfully, "We're sisters, why are you always so polite? You lie down." Anu said, "Oh," and couldn't wait to ask, "I heard that someone brought a message from Lang Jun from Chang." And Xiao Mang was secretly shocked. Whenever there was a big or small matter in the family, the considerate servant would immediately run to report to the master. Fortunately, she reacted quickly this time and gave a sealing order in time. Otherwise, how could she explain to Lang Jun if Anu, who was pregnant with a big belly, heard the news and was frightened and worried that something bad would happen to her? Xiao Man pretended to be calm and said, "Well, he sent back a message saying that he misses you very much. He calculated that your birth date is coming, but he can't come back because of business, so he is very sorry. He asked me to prepare more delicious food for you and pick a few older women who have experience in childbirth to serve you." Anu felt sweet in her heart and very happily asked, "What else did he say?" Xiao Man's nose was sour, and she forced a smile. "He also said that he likes you and hopes that you can give him a beautiful and obedient daughter." Anu snorted, wrinkled her nose, and said, "What's so good about a girl? I just like boys. Look at how cute Nianzu is. This time, I want to give birth to a big fat boy." Anu said with a smile and stroked her bulging belly, feeling the wonderful feeling of the child's movement. Although it was a pity that her Langjun couldn't see the birth of the child at the first time, a little life had been bred in her belly and was about to be born. As a mother, there was nothing more satisfying and expectant than this. Princess Yongtai Li Xianhui stroked her bulging belly with a serene face, and there was a kind of soft charm unique to pregnant women on her face. Wu Yanji smiled as he looked at his beloved wife, his heart also incomparably satisfied. His wife wasn't just beautiful and generous, she was also gentle and virtuous. This was his good fortune. The crown prince's father-in-law's daughters had grown up in the mountain villages. Even though they studied and learned to write, most of them didn't know much about etiquette. Now that they suddenly became noble, some became arrogant and licentious, some became arrogant and domineering. But his wife, even though she was Empress Wei's daughter, her personality was extremely gentle and well-educated. She could be considered an anomaly among the sisters. The emperor's eldest grandson, Li Zhongruan, accompanied them and chatted. Wu Yanji, husband and wife, had entered the palace to pay their respects to imperial grandmother. In the end, news came from the lovely spring platform that the emperor was reading through an important memorial, so the two of them waited outside. Coincidentally, Li Zhongruan was going to the imperial garden and passed by. He saw his Mimi and brother-in-law and started to talk with them. As the three were talking, they suddenly saw a person coming from the direction of Fengqinjian. Arriving at Li Chuntai, he didn't need to be announced and walked in openly. Li Xianhui asked in surprise, "Who is that person? How can he enter and leave the palace so casually?" Li Zhongruan glanced at the person's back and said scornfully, "That person is Fengqinjian, Zhang Changzong." Li Xianhui had heard the rumor that the imperial grandmother and 6 youths filled the inner palace. She knew that among them, the Zhang brothers were the most favored. She couldn't help but say, in surprise, "So, this person is Zhang Changzong, the one people call Lianhua Lulang? He really is as handsome as jade, and even more handsome than a woman." Wu Yanji said disdainfully, "He's just a gigolo who amuses people with his looks." "So what if he looks good? Speaking of which, he is also a descendant of an aristocratic family and the prime minister's descendant. Such behavior is not a disgrace to his family's reputation. If his grandfather in the underworld knew about the family's misfortune to have such an unfilial descendant, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have the face to see people as a ghost." Wu Yanji and Li Zhongruan spoke one after another, mocking Zhang Changzong's behavior of using his body to serve the emperor for wealth and glory. They didn't expect that one of the little eunuchs beside them was the second Zhang's spy. This little eunuch heard their words and quickly left quietly north of Chang and in the commander's tent of the 1,000 cavalry camp. Yang Fan leaned against a pillow with a soft blanket over his body. Gu Zhuting sat sideways by the bed, holding a bowl of caterpillar fungus whole duck soup in her hand. Her spring dress was thin, showing off her slender waist and plump buttocks. Because she sat sideways, the undulating and moving curves of her waist and buttocks were like a beautiful and smooth melody. Yang Fan had already passed the critical period. After 7 consecutive famous doctors confirmed that he really wouldn't die, Gu Zhuting almost thanked all the gods and Buddhas she could think of. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't bear to leave Yang Fan reckoned that she would really go to all the temples and Taoist temples in Chang. And now that Yang Fan didn't dare to eat porridge or drink water, Gu Zhuting couldn't wait to stuff all the good things into Yang Fan's stomach to make up for his losses these days. In fact, although Yang Fan felt that he was weak, he didn't seem thin. But in Gu Zhuting's eyes, her husband seemed to be emaciated. With Yang Fan's financial resources, he could naturally buy all the best food, but some things could only be encountered by chance and not sought. It wasn't something that could be bought with money. The Duga family had such things, And Duguyu wasn't stingy either. He gave everything he had, and as long as he could get it, he sent it all in one go. Because Dugu Hueji was the commander of the Thousand Horsemen Battalion, the Dugu family's actions could be interpreted as Dugu Hueji fawning over his superior. Therefore, these tonics didn't need to be secretive, and they could be openly brought over. As for the Dugu family's decision to delay the operation during Yang Fan's critical period, Yang Fan didn't mind. The Dugu family was his business partner, not his subordinates. This matter concerned the survival and future of the entire Dugu family, so Duguyu's choice at that time was understandable and could even be considered wise. But Duguyu felt guilty, and when he saw that Yang Fan didn't blame him, he felt even more guilty. Perhaps it was to make up for it, but not only did he search for all the natural treasures to nourish Yang Fan's body, he also went all out in the subsequent operations. With the cooperation of a local tyrant like him, the incomparably large and complicated network of relationships that shrouded Chang and was slowly revealed in front of Yang Fan. "Come, drink another mouthful." Gu Zhuting pouted her thin and tender lips and lightly blew at the soup in the spoon to cool it. Her red lips, which were as translucent as freshly peeled carrots, were a feast for the eyes, and when paired with the delicious tonic soup, they were even more delicious. Yang Fan leisurely took a sip of the sweet and fragrant soup and gently shook his head. Gu Zhuting immediately picked up a handkerchief and gently wiped away the water stains at the corners of his lips. That pair of elegant and beautiful hands could be like steel that killed countless people, or they could be gentle and considerate. Between the clouds and the rain, it all depended on who they were facing. Other than her father, the only person who could be so gently served by the great killer Gu was this arrogant master beta Persei. Chapter 9, 81. I want to go out for a walk. The doctor said that Ah Lang still needs to rest. The room is so stuffy. Miss Gu must have owed Yang Fan a lot of money in her previous life that she could never repay. Therefore, she had to repay her debt in this life. She could not resist any of Yang Fan's requests. Yang Fan's tone was only slightly pleading when a wheelchair was pushed to the front of Yang Fan's bed at the fastest speed possible. The wheelchair was similar to a modern wheelchair in terms of structure and shape, but the wheels were not tall. This was because the wheelchairs in this era were not pushed by humans, but by others. The wheelchair was padded with a thick mattress. Gu Zhuting rejected Run Wei's kind offer of help and carefully carried Yang Fan to the wheelchair with her own hands. Then she pushed him out of the door. The mattress in the barracks was very smooth. Gu Zhuting pushed the wheelchair very slowly. The wheelchair was not bumpy, and Gu Zhuting heaved a sigh of relief. As soon as Yang Fan stepped out of the door, the bright sunlight shone on his body. He squinted his eyes slightly and sniffed the fresh air. However, he did not dare to take a deep breath. He could only greedily taste the fresh air in small mouthfuls. The blue sky was filled with white clouds. There were soldiers training in the distance, but they were very far away. Their shouts were so soft that they could not be heard. It was obvious that they were afraid of disturbing the general's rest. There were a few trees nearby. The tender yellow of the new green was like fog. The wheelchair was driven under a tree. The sunlight shone through the tree's shadow, creating a beautiful scene. On a mound overgrown with mugwort, bandove and gray sparrow were strolling peacefully. They were enjoying the scent of spring with Yang Fan, who was sitting quietly under the tree. In the distance, Ma Qiao, who was dressed in military attire, saw Yang Fan coming out and quickly walked up to him. As Yang Fan's good brother, he had always felt that he was the one who should be by Yang Fan's side. Unfortunately, this right was taken away by Miss Gu. Not only could he not stay by Yang Fan's side, but Miss Gu, who was standing beside him, would look at him with a hidden bitterness when he visited Yang Fan for a long time. Even Ma Qiao, who had always been careless, could not ignore the resentment on the beautiful woman's face. He could only shut his mouth and stop chattering. He clumsily found an excuse and then fled, leaving the time for them to be lovey-dovey. After so many times, Ma Qiao was somewhat afraid to visit Yang Fan. Every time he went in, he would brace himself as if he had a guilty conscience. At this moment, it was rare to see Yang Fan come out to bask in the sun. How could Ma Qiao let go of such a good opportunity? Yang Fan smiled as he looked at Ma Qiao, who was happily walking over. He turned to Ren Wei and said, "Because of my injury, we have to make some adjustments to our plan. Go tell Hu Qianxian and Director Chen that there is no need to rush to settle accounts with them. The imperial court will definitely make a move. Now is not the time to alert them. Tell Director Chen and Hu Qianxian to bluff to attract attention. The Dugu family will secretly gather all the information. Now, we are just waiting for the Emperor's horse-slaying sword." At this point, the sickly Yang Fan's eyes revealed a sharp glint, like the edge of a blade. Ren Wei nodded and left quickly. After Yang Fan was seriously injured, Ren Wei and the other guards had gained Yang Fan's full trust. They were officially his confidants and could participate in many secrets. Yang Fan patted the back of Gu Zhuting's jade-like hand on his shoulder. He said softly, "Dugu Wentao is dead. You haven't shown up for a long time. Qiao Mu can't hold it anymore. Speaking of Li He, this person is quite a character. The problem is that he is not like Qiao Mu, who can only stand on our boat. He knows too little about us, so it is inevitable that he will have disloyalty. You have to go back to Ba immediately to calm people down. You can ask Hu Qianxian and Chen Xianlang to put pressure on Lu Qiantian and cooperate with you to send out the transport ships as soon as possible. The old fox surnamed Lu will not make things difficult for you anymore. Besides, this is also a great benefit for him. If Chang'an's transport is affected again, his position as the prefectural magistrate will really come to an end." When Yang Fan asked Gu Zhuting to go back to Ba, her face was full of reluctance. But she dared not let Yang Fan see it. When Yang Fan said this, she had already obediently answered, "Yes." Her answer was very natural. Yang Fan then said to Gu Zhuting, "How to fight in Chang, and now depends on Luoyang and the Emperor. It has nothing to do with Ba. But the transport of the water is related to the millions of people in Chang, and it will also directly affect whether the Emperor will move the capital or not. You must be careful. Go quickly." At this time, Ma Qiao had already approached. He raised his voice to greet Yang Fan. "Erlang, are you feeling better?" But his eyes were looking at Yang Fan's housekeeper with a hint of flattery. On the lovely spring stage, Wu Zetian looked at the memorial in her hands. Her heart was burning with anger. Assassinating an imperial envoy was simply lawless. Just thinking about the use of military crossbows was secretly frightening. Who was the one who used military weapons? How dare they use military weapons to assassinate an imperial court official? What did this mean? This meant that the imperial power and the laws of the country had no restraints on these fugitives. The murderers had completely lost their respect for the laws of the imperial court and the authority of the imperial family. If they dared to assassinate an imperial official today, they would dare to assassinate the emperor tomorrow. Wu Zhe had been assassinated before, so he was especially afraid of this kind of thing. Looking at the memorial jointly submitted by Chen Dong, Hu Yuanli, Shi Yu, and Sun Wenyu, Wu Zetian immediately thought of Wu Yizong. Wu Yizong was the one who had the motive to commit the crime and the conditions to use a large number of people and military crossbows. Wu Yizong was the most suspicious. However, Wu Yizong had already submitted a memorial to defend himself in time. The words in the memorial were sincere. He described in detail all of his actions after he arrived in Chang'an and he was even not afraid of making a fool of himself. He took the initiative to confess that when Yang Fan first arrived in Cham, and he deliberately invited the Cham and officials to a banquet in order to embarrass Yang Fan. Instead, he was humiliated by Yang Fan, based on Wu Zetian's understanding of her nephew. Since he was even willing to talk about this kind of scandal, it was not very likely that he was the one who did it. After that, he and Yang Fan did not cross paths again. It was not very likely that he delayed until today to take action. Moreover, the murderer's original target was Chun Dong and Hu Yuanli. The person who had the biggest grudge with these two wasn't Wu Yizong. If this still couldn't remove Wu Yizong's suspicion, then Wu Yizong's following request was enough to prove his innocence. He took the initiative to remove himself from the imperial envoy position to avoid suspicion. It didn't matter if the person who died was Yang Fan, Chun Dong, or Hu Yuanli. If he was the mastermind and asked to resign after the assassination, then the gains would not make up for the losses. If he firmly denied it, Wu Zetian wouldn't be able to do anything to him because she didn't have any evidence in her hands. The reason he made such an extreme reaction was obviously because he didn't want to be a scapegoat for someone else. He didn't want to become the public enemy of the officialdom. If he was the murderer, why did he need to assassinate her back, then, when he had such a reaction today? Judging from her experience, Wu Yizong wasn't the murderer. From her feelings, she also didn't want to believe that this lawless murderer was from the Wu family. However, she still had to show the proper attitude. Wu Zetian thought for a long time and then ordered in a low voice, Wu Yizong, as the general of the Jinwu Guards, is now in charge of the security of Chang. However, he allowed rebels to run amok and killed officials. Wu Yizong can't escape the blame. Immediately remove him from the imperial envoy position and transfer him back to the capital. Order Chun Dong of the Ministry of Justice and Hu Yuanli of the Censorate to immediately rectify the Cham, an officialdom. No matter who is involved, those who use their power for personal gain, those who take bribes, those who fill their own pockets, and those who violate the law, no matter who it is, punish them all. Order Lu Qiantian to investigate the murderer and bring the murderer to justice. Also, I don't care how much trouble they make, but the Baishang Canal must start on time. If he doesn't do these two things well, he will be punished for dereliction of duty. 1. Memorized all of Wu Zetian's orders and respectfully responded. Wu Zetian slowly stood up and raised her eyebrows. She laughed coldly and said, "If the Guani Dao is rotten, I will cut out this rotten piece of meat. If the Ming Tang falls, I can rebuild it. I can also rebuild the Guani Dao. If they think that I don't punish the masses and that I am afraid of harming the innocent, then they are gravely mistaken." At this moment, Zhang Changzong walked in with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Wu Zetian saw her little lover and said to Wan, "Go and draft the edict." Shang Guanwan bowed and retreated swiftly. Zhang Changzong spread out his sleeves and bowed to Wu Zetian. He said, "Changzong greets the sage." Wu Zetian put down the memorial and used a white jade paperweight to hold it down. She smiled at Zhang Changzong and said, "Lu Lang is slacking off again. Is the Pearl of the Three Sects finished?" Zhang Yiji wanted to quickly expand his influence, build up his meritorious service, and increase his seniority. He was not good at martial arts, so he could only start with literature and education. Therefore, he asked the empress for permission and gathered Song Jiwen, Shan Wenqi, Du Xinyan, Zhang Shua, Li Jiao, Wei Zhigu, Lu Zhiji, Cui Shi, and other famous scholars to compile a book. This book would collect the poems of famous scholars since the early Tang dynasty, as well as the scriptures of Buddhism and Taoism. Therefore, it was named Three Sects. Writing a book was a shortcut for a scholar to become famous. Once the book was completed, he would be a great scholar in the literary world and would have the capital to compete with a group of famous officials in politics. This was also used by Wu Zetian when she was competing for the throne of the empress. Zhang Changzong said with a smile, "This matter has Wulong in charge and many scholars to help me. Changzong's talent is shallow, so why do I need to do this? When the book is completed, Changzong will follow all the scholars and just hang my name behind them." Changzong feels that accompanying the sage is more important. Wu Zetian laughed and said, "Xiaodongxi, you have a sweet mouth. Come, sit beside me." Zhang Changzong walked to Wu Zetian's side and sat down next to her. Wu Zetian picked up the half-drunk fermented rice and personally fed him a few mouthfuls. The two of them whispered and laughed very intimately. They also touched each other's ears and temples. Only then did Wu Zetian remove the paperweight and start reading the memorial again. Zhang Changzong sat on the side and gently massaged Wu Zetian's shoulders. The little servant tiptoed into the main hall and stood behind a huge pillar that was as thick as a person's arms. Zhang Changzong saw him and knew that he had something to tell him. He excused himself from urinating and left the main hall. The little servant quickly followed him. As soon as he left the main hall, Zhang Changzong said impatiently, "Sneaking around, what's the matter?" Chapter 9, 82. Wu Yinji also said, "Pa." A heavy slap to the face caused the little attendant to spin twice on the spot. He was dumbfounded. Zhang Changzong's face alternated between red and white as he angrily said, "Shut up, don't say any more." The young attendant covered his face and answered embarrassedly, "Yes, yes, yes." Zhang Changzong's face was burning. He was still young. Even though he had served a 70-year-old woman as a youth and knew that the world was secretly laughing at him, he still couldn't accept the fact that he was being ridiculed and humiliated by others. It was as if he had been slapped hard in the face. He even had the intention to kill. Li Zhongruan, Wu Yanji, Princess Yongtai. Zhang Changzong's handsome face was distorted. His eyes were filled with hatred. He wished he could smash these three people into pieces. He raised his head to look at the young attendant who was at a loss and shouted, "Scram!" The young attendant originally wanted to snitch on his master, but he didn't expect Zhang Changzong to fly into a rage at him. He didn't dare to let out another fart and hurriedly slipped away. Zhang Changzong flicked his sleeves and walked toward the lovely spring stage. "Sixth Lang is back. We are a little tired and want to sleep for a while. Come and massage my head." When Wu Zetian saw Zhang Changzong, she put down the memorial and leaned back on the soft couch with a smile. She slightly closed her eyes. In the end, she didn't wait for the gentle massage of 10 fingers on her head. Instead, she waited for a low sob. Wu Zetian opened her eyes and saw Zhang Changzong kneeling on the ground with his forehead touching the ground and his shoulders shaking. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What happened to Sixth Lang?" As Wu Zetian spoke, she quickly got up from the couch and walked over to help him up. As she did so, she saw Zhang Changzong's face covered in tears. Wu Zetian felt very distressed and hurriedly said, "Sixth Lang, why are you crying? Quickly get up. If you have any grievances, tell us. We will take care of it for you." Zhang Changzong choked with sobs and said tearfully, "Changzong can no longer serve the saints. Please have mercy and let Shi Changzong leave the palace." Wu Zetian panicked even more. She hugged him and said, "Shen's little sweetheart, you were fine just a moment ago. What happened to you?" As she spoke, Wu Zetian swept her gaze across the hall, thinking that one of the palace maids and eunuchs in the hall had offended Zhang Changzong. Her gaze was very fierce, and the palace maids and eunuchs in the hall all knelt down in fright. Zhang Changzong said with tears in his eyes, "Everywhere under the heavens, everywhere belongs to the king. Everywhere belongs to the king." It is Changzong's great fortune to be doted on by the saint, but now there are people making irresponsible remarks. Changzong can ignore these rumors, but I can't let the saint's reputation be damaged, and I can't bear to let my late grandfather be shamed. Wu Zetian vaguely guessed something. She asked in a stern voice, "Just tell me, Lu Lang, who humiliated you, who slandered the monarch and offended his superiors? Speak. This emperor will help you." Zhang Changzong told Wu Zetian about the matter of Wu Yanji, Li Zhongruan, and Princess Yongtai, adding oil and vinegar. Hearing this, Wu Zetian was enraged, and her cheeks glowed green. In recent years, she was getting on in years, and her temperament had become more benevolent, so she rarely had any murderous intent. Now, this long-lost cruelty had resurfaced. "Come." Little Hai, who had been promoted to the chief steward of the inner attendants, quickly stepped forward and bowed to receive the order. Wu Zetian gritted her teeth and said, "Go, arrest Li Zhongruan and Wu Yanji and beat them to death in the palace." Of these two people, one was her own grandson, and the other was her grandnephew. Little Hai knew that these two people were going to have bad luck, but he didn't expect that the order was to beat them to death. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright, but the emperor was in a rage, so he didn't dare to say another word. He quickly complied. Wu Zetian added, "Take Yongtai to the crown prince's palace. Tell the crown prince that if he can't even raise a daughter, how can he be the heir apparent? We will now send his daughter over and have him properly discipline her. If we are not satisfied, we will personally teach his daughter for him." Little Hai obediently complied, then turned and left. Li Zhongruan had lived in Fangzhou since he was a child. Although he knew that this grandmother of his was formidable, he had never seen her since he was a child. Everything he knew about his grandmother came from his parents and the soldiers who had imprisoned them. As a result, he was not as clear as the Prince of Xiang's sons, who had been imprisoned in the crown prince's palace since they were children, of his grandmother's personality. He had underestimated Zhang Changzong's position in the heart of an old woman who had never valued family. When he was captured by the ruthless palace warriors, he still believed that he was still a prince, an imperial grandson, the grandson of the current emperor. At most, he would be detained and given a few words of reprimand. His grandmother would never heavily punish him, just because of a few words of disdain for Zhang Changzong. It was only when he heard Little Hai say death by flogging that he paled in fright. Perhaps it was only now that he remembered that he, the imperial grandson, was worthless. Perhaps it was a rumor that his fifth uncle Li Hong and sixth uncle Li Xian had died at the hands of his imperial grandmother, but his sixth uncle's two sons had been whipped to death on his grandmother's orders. Why did he only think of this now? In the Eastern Palace, the heavily pregnant Princess Yongtai struggled to kneel on the ground. She did not understand why her imperial grandmother was so angry. Was it just because she had criticized her gigolo? When Princess Yongtai was escorted to the Eastern Palace, she still did not know what had happened to her husband and brother. In the palace hall, Li Xian and Wei Fei stood side by side. In front of them stood a eunuch who had rushed over from lovely Spring Terrace. In a completely calm tone, the eunuch repeated Wu Zetian's words. The emperor said, "If the crown prince can't even teach his daughter well, how can he be the heir apparent of a country? Now that Princess Yongtai has been sent here, I ask His Highness the Crown Prince to discipline her well. If His Majesty is not satisfied, the Emperor will personally teach his daughter for the Crown Prince." After the eunuch finished speaking, he raised his horsetail whisk and turned to leave. "Gong Gong, wait." Wei Fei suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly chased after him. With a smile, she asked, "Gong Gong, how did the sage deal with Chongrun and Yanji?" The eunuch glanced at her and faintly replied, "Death by flogging." Wei Fei staggered back 2 steps. She stared in a daze as the eunuch left the palace hall, her face ashen. Li Chongrun was her own son, and Princess Yongtai, Li Xianhui, was her own daughter. But now, Li Xian stood in a daze for a while. Suddenly, he cried out involuntarily, "Chongrun, my son!" Tears gushed out like spring water. Wei Fei grabbed Li Xian, who was about to run out of the palace hall, and asked in a trembling voice, "Lang Jun, where are you going?" Li Xian sobbed. I'm going to plead with the Empress." "Plead?" Wei Fei said. "Didn't you hear that Chongrun has already been flogged to death?" At this point, Wei Fei's face was also covered in tears. Li Xian's face was gloomy as he replied, "I heard, but Xianhui is still alive. The Empress wants me to discipline her, but how can I discipline her? I'm going to plead with the Empress." Wei Fei gritted her teeth. Her eyes blurred with tears. "You still not understand? Wu Yanji and Chongrun have both been flogged to death. Do you still not understand the Empress's intentions?" Li Xian's body shook. He turned around in shock and looked at Wei Fei in disbelief. He roared, "That's your own daughter. She's a piece of flesh that fell from your body. She's pregnant. She's only 17 years old. Wei Fei suddenly cried out as if she had gone crazy. I know. Of course, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Do you think I'm willing to give up my daughter's life? But even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. The human heart is even more vicious than the tiger." At this point, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly covered her mouth. The palace maids and eunuchs in the palace were all sent by the emperor, who knew how many eyes and ears there were among them. Wei Fei lowered her voice and said to Li Xian with tears streaming down her face, "Lang Jun, do you think that if it was possible, I wouldn't want to save my own daughter? It's useless. The Empress's heart is as hard as iron. How could she allow others to change her decision? If you go, you won't be able to save your daughter. You'll only be sending yourself to your grave." Wei Fei hissed, "Lang Jun, Chia isn't that ruthless. That's Chia's own flesh and blood. But Chia has no other choice." As Wei Fei spoke, she collapsed to the ground. Hugging Li Xian's thigh, she began to cry bitterly. Li Xian stood in a daze for a while, then also collapsed to the ground like a pile of soft mud. Not only was Princess Yongtai being punished, but her parents were also forced to personally give the order. How tragic was this? In the courtyard, Princess Yongtai was pressed to the ground. The eunuchs raised their large staffs and began to carry out the punishment. It wasn't until the staff landed heavily on her buttocks that Princess Yongtai came to her senses. This was real. This was actually real. Princess Yongtai screamed, "Father, mother, your daughter was wrong. Your daughter deserves to die. But your daughter already has a child in her stomach. Please, father, mother, help your daughter ask grandmother for mercy. As long as your daughter can give birth to the child, please let your daughter give birth to the child first. Father, mother, pa, pa, pa." The eunuchs raised their large staffs and struck Princess Yongtai's body again and again, causing her skin to split open. What made her even more frightened was that her abdomen was cramping with pain. Li Xianhui was both in pain and afraid, and actually fainted. In the main hall, Li Xian and his wife collapsed to the ground. Wei Fei tightly clenched her teeth, her fingers already digging into Li Xian's arm. A trickle of blood slowly seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Li Xian tightly held his head. He was in unbearable pain, his entire body trembling. However, the sound of the punishment outside the hall and his daughter's miserable cries still entered his ears like a demonic sound piercing through his brain. When a palace maid who sympathized with Princess Yongtai brought the news that she had fainted, Li Xian jumped up as if he had gone mad. He screamed, "I want to see Mother Empress. If I have to die, Then let me die. I want to see Mother Empress. Li Xian crazily pushed aside Wei Fei, who was crying and trying to stop him, and ran for his life toward Lovely Spring Terrace. When Wu Yanji and Li Zhongruan became two badly mutilated corpses, the hostility in Wu Zetian's chest slightly lessened. Li Xian rolled and crawled, crying loudly as he rushed into Lovely Spring Palace. Then he kowtowed with each step he took until he crawled in front of Wu Zetian. With blood dripping from his forehead, he banged his head on the golden brick floor, wailing and begging for his daughter's life. Only after Zhang Yiji, who had just arrived, interceded on her behalf did Wu Zetian show mercy and pardon Li Xianhui's death sentence. Li Xian was wild with joy. From Lovely Spring Terrace to the Eastern Palace, the palace maids, eunuchs, guards, and warriors all saw this crown prince of the Great Zhou with disheveled hair and bloody forehead running back and forth like a madman. Wu Yanji's bloody corpse was sent back to the Wei prince's mansion. Wu Qingxi, who had been bedridden with a serious illness, was shocked to hear the grievous news. He hurriedly called for someone to help him out. When he saw his son's corpse, his heart suddenly ached. With a loud cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Xian ran back to the Eastern Palace, gasping for breath. Li Xianhui was unconscious on the ground, a pool of blood still flowing out from under her. Li Xian turned pale, with fright. He staggered and threw himself forward, holding his unconscious daughter in his arms. He wailed miserably, "Someone come quickly! Save me! My son has a miscarriage! Someone come and save me!" Chapter 983, Zhang Yiji, was presiding over the compilation of the 3 teachings Shu Ying in Fengchen prison. These days, he did not go to Wu Zetian's place as often. However, today the emperor had beaten the imperial grandson and a Junwang of the Wu family to death because of a few words of gossip. The matter was too sensational, so the news quickly spread to Fengchen prison. Zhang Yiji, who was busying himself amidst the ink-scented manuscripts, turned pale with fright when he heard the news. He hurriedly rushed to the Lovely Spring Terrace. When he rushed into the courtyard of the Lovely Spring Terrace's palace, a few little eunuchs happened to be carrying Li Zhongruan and Wu Yanji's corpses out. When Zhang Yiji saw this, he immediately complained incessantly in his heart. He then entered the palace and saw Wu Zetian. They had only exchanged a few words when Crown Prince Li Xian barged in like a madman. Zhang Yiji kindly persuaded Wu Zetian to appease her thunderous fury and promised to pardon Li Xianhui. Li Xian then madly ran away. Although Wu Zetian was standing up for Zhang Changzong, she had killed a grandson and a grandnephew in one fell swoop, and the life and death of a pregnant granddaughter was still unknown. The atmosphere in the hall was inevitably strange. The 2 brothers felt very uncomfortable standing there, so Zhang Yiji found an excuse to take Zhang Changzong away. With a gloomy face, Zhang Yiji led Zhang Changzong back to Fengchen prison. Zhang Yiji said coldly, "Lu Lang, we've offended both the Wu and Li clans." Zhang Changzong resentfully said, "Wu Lang, if someone insults your mother, what will you do?" Zhang Yiji said sternly, "Whoever dares to humiliate my mother will be spilled with blood." Zhang Changzong said, "That's right. They slandered and humiliated me. Not only that, they even insulted our Zhang family and our deceased grandfather. If I didn't know about it, it would have been fine. But now that I know, how can I not retaliate?" Zhang Yiji sighed heavily and said, "A small punishment is fine. There is no need to kill him. Now, you and I are the target of public criticism." Zhang Changzong said indifferently, "So what? With the saint doting on us, who can do anything to us?" Zhang Yiji lowered his voice and said, "The hatred is too deep. It can't be resolved. The sage is already very old. If anything were to happen to him, you and I would die without a burial ground." Zhang Changzong could not help but be moved when he heard this. He thought about it carefully and became angry. He said the Luling family was able to return to Luoyang and become the crown prince. If we did not put in a good word for them in front of the saints, how could they have returned so easily? They actually looked down on us. I really can't take this lying down. Zhang Yiji said coldly, "What's the point of saying all this now?" Since the enmity had already been formed, he could only think of a way to face it. We must hasten the process of seizing power, of forming cliques, of building up support. The favor of a saint is not to be relied upon. We must have our own strength to protect ourselves. But for now, you have to escape first. Zhang Changzong's eyes widened. Why? Zhang Yiji said. Because of some rumors? You instigated the saint to kill a grandson of the emperor and a prince of the Wu clan. Is this a small matter? Even if Li Xian and Li Dan dare not say anything, it does not mean that Princess Taiping will turn a blind eye. Some ministers in the imperial court will inevitably impeach you, and the Wu clan will be more sympathetic. Although you have the protection of the saint, it is good for you to temporarily avoid the limelight. Zhang Changzong heard this and said angrily, "Avoid? Where can I avoid?" He lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly he said, I remember. Just now when I went to see the saint, there was a memorial on the saint's desk. It was dealing with the case of Yang Fan's assassination. How about I ask the saint for an edict and go to Chang and to supervise the case? Zhang Yiji's expression changed. He quickly asked for the details. When he learned that Wu Yizong had been removed from his position and transferred back to the capital, his eyes brightened. He blurted out, "Good place. I will stay in the capital and continue to compile the 3 schools pearl. You go to Chang and to replace Wu Yizong and take the opportunity to control the military. At that time, our positions will be as stable as Mount Tai." Zhang Changzong was overjoyed and said, "That's good. I will go tell the saint now." "Wait." Zhang Yiji pulled him back and smiled meaningfully. "We cannot let the saint understand our intentions. We have to go in the name of avoiding disaster. Let's wait a little longer. When the memorial to impeach us reaches the emperor, it will not be too late to bring it up to the saint." In the Eastern Palace, Li Xian and his wife did not sleep a wink. The imperial physicians came in and out, and the Eastern Palace was brightly lit. In the middle of the night, Li Xianhui, who was only 17, gave birth to a stillborn child that was not yet fully formed. When it was almost dawn, the oil lamp was completely extinguished. This young and beautiful princess used up the last of her life force and left this world with her husband and child, who had just died. Li Xian sat in the palace with a haggard appearance. It was as if he had aged 10 years overnight. His hair was much whiter. Concubine Wei's own son and daughter had died in one day and one night. She cried until her eyes were red and swollen, like peaches. When the sky brightened, the majestic and loud bell above the gate of heaven began to ring. The sound of the bell drowned out the faint cries of the Eastern Palace. In the Wei Palace, in Wu Qingxi's bedroom, Wu Yenni, Wu Yanan, and Wu Yanshou knelt in front of the bed. Wu Qingxi lay on the bed, his face as pale as gold paper. Wu Qingxi had 6 sons. The 5th son had died young. The eldest, Wu Yanji, had been beaten to death yesterday. The youngest, Wu Yanxiu, had gone on a diplomatic mission to the Turks. In the end, he had been detained on the plains and had not been released. He only had 3 sons by his side. The 3 sons looked at their father with tears in their eyes. When Wu Qingxi had been exiled to Jinzhou, Hainan's Sanya, by Wu Zetian, he had suffered from an illness because of the harsh environment and poverty. In the past few years, his illness had flared up and his health had worsened. Now that he had been aggravated by the death of his son, He was on the verge of death. Wu Qingxi, who had long been as thin as a stick, lay on the bed like a dried corpse. His unfocused eyes gazed at the ceiling of the tent as he muttered to himself, "My father died in her hands. My son died in her hands. This evil woman, more poisonous than a snake. Cough, 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 cough." Wu Yeni said uneasily, "Father." He waved his hand and chased the servants out. With tears in his eyes, he said, "Father, the dead cannot come back to life. Eldest brother has passed. Father, please take care of yourself." Wu Qingxi was already on the verge of death. He did not seem to hear his son's words and only stared at the ceiling of the tent. His face swelled red for a while before he suddenly shouted, "She is the bane of all existence. She is the bane of all existence. This evil woman, punishing her husband and punishing her children, punishing her relatives and friends. She is the bane of all existence." "Father." Wu Qingxi shook off Wu Yeni's hand and cursed at the top of his voice. "This evil woman, she is destined to have no relationship with her 6 relatives and live alone for the rest of her life. She is destined to be miserable in her later years and be deserted by all. She is not fit to be the daughter of the Wu family, not the daughter-in-law of the Li family. Even if she goes to the netherworld, she will not have the face to see her relatives. Even if she becomes a ghost, she will still be a lonely ghost. Father, please don't say any more. Father, father?" Wu Yeni stared blankly at Wu Qingxi. Wu Qingxi's eyes were bulging with anger as he stared at the empty ceiling of the tent. He had actually died. When the 800th bell in the morning rang for the last time, a luxurious carriage drove onto Ding Ding Street. The tassel curtain swayed gently. Princess Taiping, who was sitting upright in the carriage, had a gloomy expression. She had been staying in Zizayuan for the past few days. Although someone had informed her of what happened in the palace yesterday, she did not have the time to return to the city that day. Therefore, she rushed back early this morning. As soon as Princess Taiping entered the city, she ordered the carriage driver to go straight to the palace. The carriage was spacious. An old man in a black robe was sitting on the side. His hair and beard were half white, and his face was delicate. His expression and temperament were elegant, but steady and resolute. The old man stroked his long beard and said in a deep voice, "The emperor is going to attend the court early in the morning. If the princess enters the palace at this time, it will be too aggressive. In my opinion, the princess should not be so impatient. Do not panic when you encounter something, otherwise you will be in a mess." Ever since she received the tacit consent of Wu Zetian, Princess Taiping could build a government office and accept people under her. After she formed her own power, her power expanded rapidly. Every day, there were more and more things that she had to deal with. Even though Taiping was smart and capable, she could not bear it. The steward of her mansion, Li Yi, could only listen to orders and run errands. They could not do this kind of thing. The ministers under Taiping had their own official duties and could not often go to the mansion to discuss business. Therefore, Taiping urgently needed a capable advisor. This old man was the advisor that Princess Taiping currently relied on the most. The old man's surname was Mo Yuhan. He was from Fuzhou. He was originally the advisor of Li Qianli, the son of King Wu Li. When Li Qianli was transferred back to the capital, he brought him with him. Li Qianli was originally a provincial governor. He was in charge of military and political affairs. Although he ignored all government affairs to avoid arousing Wu Zetian's suspicion, there were still some things that needed his approval and seal. These things were all handled by Master Mo. Now that Li Qianli had returned to the capital and become a general of the imperial army, he no longer needed this advisor at his side. Once when he attended a banquet at Princess Taiping's house, he heard that Princess Taiping was in need of someone, So he recommended this old man to Taiping. Master Mo was extremely knowledgeable, wise, and farsighted. He was highly regarded by Taiping and was now Taiping's #1 advisor. Upon hearing Master Mo's words, Princess Taiping shot him a somewhat displeased glance. Does Master Mo mean that this princess should not be involved in this matter? Mo Yuhan harshly replied, "You shouldn't. At the very least, you shouldn't be the vanguard. If there is a need to appear, the crown prince and the Prince of Xiang should appear before the princess. If the princess barges into the palace early in the morning to see the emperor, isn't there suspicion of relying on favor and arrogance? The Son of Heaven is going to attend court early in the morning. If the princess is so impatient, isn't this too overbearing? Princess, please do not forget that this is the princess's mother, the current Son of Heaven. Moreover, because of a few offensive words, the emperor has caned a crown grandson and a prince to death, treating the lives of his sons and grandsons like grass. This matter is certain to shake all levels of society. In today's court assembly, all the officials are certain to take action. If the princess goes to see the emperor early in the morning, what will the emperor think? Will he think that these officials have all received the princess's orders? Princess, be careful not to overreach yourself." Princess Taiping was startled. As the carriage rumbled, the ornament on Taiping's head trembled. Suddenly, Princess Taiping called out, "Turn around and return to the estate." Master Mo saw that Princess Taiping readily accepted his advice, so he smiled and stroked his beard, nodding his head. The carriage had already reached the bridgehead of Tianjin and came to a stop, turning toward Shangshan Lane. The carriage entered Shangshan Lane. Not long after, Master Mo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and loudly declared, "Stop the carriage." Princess Taiping looked at Mo Yuhan in surprise. Master Mo said, "The Liang estate is just ahead. Does your highness not wish to pay a visit?" Princess Taiping's eyes slowly sharpened as she said, "Teacher is saying." Master Mo enunciated each word clearly. The harm caused by the second Zhang is gradually getting out of hand. The Li and Wu families, at least on this matter, can walk together. Chapter 984. In the northwest corner of Luoyang, across the Luo River, was Luo Bin Workshop. The muddy courtyard that had once suffered a flood had long been cleaned up. It was spring, and the flowers were blooming. The courtyard was full of fragrance, and butterflies and bees danced. It was a lively scene. Shun Mu paced between the lush greenery and the blooming flowers. His advisor Lan Jinhai accompanied him. In front of him was the Luo River. There were few boats on the water. There were only a few merchant ships, cargo ships, and passenger ships. Not a single large transport ship could be seen. Compared to the bustling transport scene in the past, it was much more deserted. "How is Erlang's injury?" "Chang, and just sent news that he is out of danger. Now they are working on restoring the transport to normal." Shen Mu heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "That's good. This fellow is really lucky. However, as the son of a rich family, he should not sit under the eaves. He really should not take the risk lightly. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his own martial art skills. So it was inevitable that he would be careless. Look at me. I never take the risk lightly. Every time I go in and out, there are always imperial bodyguards, like clouds in the open and in the dark. Hee, I am afraid of dying." Shen Mu joked for a while before his expression turned serious again. He said, "Second Lang was shot by an arrow and almost caused our entire plan to fail. Fortunately, he was able to set up another assassination and turn the unfavorable situation into an advantageous one. With this, we can abandon many of our original arrangements and cut the Gordian knot." Lan Jinhai nodded. "Headmaster is right. But when do you plan to leave for Chang? And Shun Mu smiled and said, "With Erlang and Chang and Abdullah secretly assisting us, the official situation is now very favorable to us. What's the harm in me not going?" Lan Jinhai said, "But Headmaster has no choice but to go. Yang Fan's clever reversal may have increased the Imperial Court's efforts to control Chang, but it has also alerted the enemy. The aristocratic families are now alert and aware that if the situation in Chang continues to develop, it will seriously affect their interests. They will definitely want Headmaster to settle this matter." Shenmu sneered. "This is the Imperial Court's matter. What can I do? The Imperial Court sent Zhang Changzong to replace Wu Yizong? That's right." "Huh, that would be even better. This person was fond of grandiose achievements and did not have a shrewd mind. It was very easy for him to be manipulated by Erlang. Back then, the trip to Yenzhou helped him achieve some merit. This person has tasted the sweetness of success, this time in Chang, and he will definitely use the same trick again. Behind him, Erlang will add fuel to the fire." He. Lan Jinhai sighed softly and said, "Because of this person, he killed an imperial grandson, a Junwang, and a pregnant princess. Everyone in the court felt insecure, and the righteous people were indignant. They could not directly accuse the Son of Heaven, so they all began to impeach Zhang Changzong. Who would have thought that Zhang Changzong, who was clearly trying to avoid trouble, would be given such a heavy responsibility? It was really unexpected." Shenmu's gaze turned towards the palaces on the other side of the river. Under the sunlight, the arched eaves shone with golden light. The huge Dubhe pillar in front of the palaces and the golden phoenix at the top of the hall could be clearly seen. Shenmu said solemnly, "The one who complained was Zhang Changzong, but the one who killed was the female empress. Such a venomous woman is rarely seen in the world. Although the imperial family is the most heartless, it is unprecedented for someone as vicious as her to act so viciously just because of a verbal offense." Shenmu was silent for a while. Then the corners of his mouth curled up. The crown prince and the Prince of Xiang did not impeach Zhang Changzong. Lan Jinhai's face also revealed a contemptuous and cynical expression. No, instead it was Wu Sanxi, who had always been at odds with Wu Qingxi, who gathered many people to impeach Zhang Changzong and strongly requested that the traitor be severely punished. Shenmu said, "No matter how fiercely the Wu family fought among themselves, it was still their own business. They did not want to see the Wu family members killed like dogs. Wu Sanxi is a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. With the crown prince and the Prince of Xiang's performance, Princess Taiping must be very disappointed." Lan Jinhai sneered. "Princess Taiping should have been disappointed in her two useless brothers long ago." Shenmu sighed. "You can't say that. The Empress's 4 sons are Li Hong, Li Xian, and Li Dan. Li Hong and Li Xian were intelligent, astute, and daring to speak up. They had the bearing of an emperor, but what was the result? Li Dan and Li Xian had long been frightened out of their wits by the tragic deaths of their 2 brothers. In these circumstances, it was not wrong for them to play it safe." Lan Jinhai said. However, Princess Taiping's reaction this time was unexpected. She only imitated Wu Sanxi's method of impeaching Zhang Changzong and did not personally enter the palace to complain tearfully to the emperor. In the past, Princess Taiping would never have acted like this. This is not Princess Taiping's usual behavior. Shenmu lightly nodded his head. I have already received news that the one who persuaded Taiping not to enter the palace and persuaded her to join forces with Wu Sanxi to deal with Zhang Changzong was one of her trusted aides. This person's surname is Mo Yuhan. Keep an eye on this person." Lan Jinhai replied, "Yes." At this moment, an imperial guard hurried over and bowed. "Young master, Chui Lin of Clear River requests an audience. Shen Mu turned his head and smiled at Lan Jinhai. Look, the person who urged me to go to Chang and to put out the fire has arrived. Chang and Square, an old shop. The mottled signboard spoke of its long history. This was truly an old shop. The shopkeeper sat by the counter, bored to death. When he saw acquaintances, he would greet them. The accountant sat on a high stool and leaned against the counter, calculating on his abacus, even though there were not many customers at this time of the day. When Luo Jiahao arrived at the front of the shop, he vigilantly looked around and pressed his bamboo hat down to his eyebrows. Only then did he quickly walk into the old shop. In one breath, he ordered 20 biscuits, 3 caddies of braised donkey meat, and 3 caddies of braised dog meat. With business knocking on the door, the kitchen immediately bustled with activity. The shopkeeper glanced at him with his old eyes and immediately looked away. However, his heart was already filled with suspicions. This was the second time Luo Jiahao had come to this shop to buy things. Every time, he would buy as much as possible to avoid going to the shop too often. Moreover, he would go to different restaurants in the square to avoid buying things from the same restaurant. Such behavior could not be said to be careless. However, this square was relatively remote, and there were not many unfamiliar customers. Therefore, although he had come for the second time after many days, he still attracted the attention of the old shopkeeper. With his rich experience and extraordinary eyesight, the old shopkeeper immediately analyzed a lot of things. This customer bought a lot of food, which meant that it was not for 1 or 2 people. He came to buy food again, after a long time, which meant that this group of people had been living in the shop for a long time. They were not guests of a certain family. If they were guests, the owner would not let the guests buy food by themselves, nor would they not come with them. The old shopkeeper yawned and leisurely strolled into the kitchen. When Luo Jiahao packed the food and left in a hurry, a young waiter of the old Chang and shop had already changed his clothes and quietly followed behind him. In the square, there was a tailor shop, a small food shop, a general store, as well as a painting and calligraphy shop, a flower shop, and a hairdresser shop. It was bustling with people coming and going. The young waiter looked like a child, walking through the crowd without attracting any attention. Luo Jiahao arrived at the entrance of the second alley and quickly dashed in. The waiter chased him to the entrance of the alley and immediately squatted down. There were a few children squatting on the ground playing games. In the eyes of the children, the waiter was watching them play games, but in the eyes of Luo Jiahao, the waiter was a child playing games. Luo Jiahao knocked on the courtyard door and went in. Soon, the young waiter also left. Vehicles and ships, foot and teeth, had always been one of the most closely related industries. The Baishang Chow gang was determined to find those assassins, these city foxes and rats, fish, shrimp, turtle, and crab, when they displayed their abilities. It was also very astonishing what the government could do, they could not do, what the government could not do, they could do. Soon, the news was sent to Ba, and the 5 Elements Association immediately sent a group of experts to Chang and City. Longqing Square was located in the east of Chang and City. This square was originally the same as other squares, with many families, neat streets, and neatly planned houses and buildings. But a few years ago, a family in Longqing Square dug a well and accidentally touched an underground spring. The spring water gushed out, and the ground sank. After a few years, it actually formed a pool the size of 10 hectares. The people who were drowned by the water moved away. The aristocratic families were very happy about the appearance of such a water feature in the city, and they all built houses around the lake. There was a place protruding out of the water, forming a small island in the middle of the lake. There was only one road connected to the land. This island in the middle of the lake became a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Now, there were only villas built by the Chang, and local magistrate Lu Xiantian, and a marquis. There were no other houses on the island. The island was covered with trees, green grass, and flowers. Coupled with the ripples of the lake, it became a beautiful place with beautiful scenery. After Yang Fan's condition was stabilized, Lu Xiantian, who visited him many times, warmly invited him to live in his villa to recuperate. The Long Qing Pond was beautiful, and the environment was elegant. Moreover, it was located in Chang and city, so it was convenient to come and go, so it was suitable for recuperation. Moreover, if Yang Fan continued to live in the military camp, it was obvious that he was wary of the Chang and officials. This was very disadvantageous to Lu Xiantian, who was eager to clear his name. Lu Xiantian was eager to show his attitude, so he needed Yang Fan to respond. Yang Fan knew what he was thinking, and he also knew that the island in the center of the Longqing Pool Lake was indeed elegant, and it was surrounded by water on 3 sides. The island was quiet, and it was convenient to recuperate and defend. Therefore, Yang Fan generously agreed, and now Yang Fan lived on the island in the center of the Longqing Pool Lake, when a group of murderous masters of the Chao gang rushed to the Chang. And Lane, a group of fast horses, also arrived at the Longqing Lane. There were 8 horses at the back, and 8 horsemen in black were very strong. There were 4 horses in the middle, and 4 female horsemen in green were riding on them. They looked delicate and pretty and wore tight clothes. But there was only one person at the front, dressed in red like blood. There were a total of 13 horsemen, all carrying long swords on their shoulders. The swords were as long as Tai Yi, and they were worn on their shoulders. The blood-red tassels on the swords fluttered in the wind, looking majestic in all directions. The woman in red was standing straight, looking very spirited. She took the lead, and the 13 horsemen were intimidating, as if they had filled the entire long road. It was none other than the eldest daughter of the Gongsun mansion, Gongsun Lanji. Chapter 9, 85. The aristocratic families were not aware of the turmoil in Ba when the Ministry of Justice and the censorate were fighting with the various forces in Chang, and they thought it was the Wu and Li families fighting for territory. When the situation became more and more serious, they realized that they had become the unlucky fish in the pond. The battle in Chang was out of control. If it continued, it would harm their interests. That was why they were busy and urged Shun Mu to clean up the mess. After Cui Lin paid a visit to the Shun family, Shun Mu readily agreed, because they still had to travel a long way to Chang, and he was afraid that something might happen during this period. He also wrote an urgent letter, asking his confidant, Miss Gongsun, to visit Yang Fan on his behalf. Miss Gongsun was his confidant, and from the same sect as Yang Fan's legal wife, Xie Xiaoman. With such an identity, no one was more suitable than her to be the mediator. The aristocratic families were pleased with Shun Mu's reaction, but they did not understand Miss Gongsun's temperament at all. There was a Li Tian in Lantian County of Chang, and he thought of filling explosive rods with saltpeter so that firecrackers would go off with a loud noise. There was a Miss Gongsun in the Gongsun family of Chang, and her temper was like the firecrackers in Lantian. Long Qingqi's island in the middle of the lake was not a forbidden area, but it had become a forbidden area since a marquis and Lu Qiantian, the magistrate of the Chang, and local government built villas there one after another. High officials and nobles used this place to feast and enjoy the spring, so it became a forbidden area. Gongsun Lanji had not seen a single pedestrian along the way. It was even quieter on the island. As soon as they entered the forest, they could only hear the chirping of birds and the rustling of pines. However, Yang Fan had already been assassinated once. Since Lu Xiantian invited him here to recuperate, he would definitely increase the security. However, at Yang Fan's request, only Yang Fan's men were left on the island. The guards of the government were set up outside. There were a few boats around the island that seemed to be leisurely. Other than the boat operators, there were also masters from Six Fan School. When Miss Gongsun and her group went to the island, no one stopped them. This was because their identities had been confirmed before they stepped onto the only path leading to the island. Gu Zhuting pushed the wheelchair and carried Yang Fan on a stroll on the green grass. Now that Yang Fan had moved to Longqing Lane to recuperate, she was closer to Ba. She would come over whenever she had time. The Gu brothers, Runway, and the rest were scattered all over the place, seemingly very casual. Yang Fan seemed to have received news from outside the island in advance. He knew that someone was coming and knew who it was. When he saw Gongsun Lanji, there was no surprise on his face. Gongsun Lanji came out of the forest. When the sun shone on her red dress and white horse again, she saw the smiling Yang Fan. Gongsun Lanji subconsciously pulled on the reins, but immediately felt that this was a little weak, so she pressed her slender legs against the horse's abdomen and stepped towards Yang Fan. She had a slim waist and long legs, and her figure was very healthy and beautiful, coupled with her fiery red clothes and the long sword on her shoulder. She looked very valiant and formidable as she rode on the horse. "Greetings, eldest senior sister." Yang Fan covered his mouth and coughed lightly. He said, "Eldest senior sister, did you hear that I was injured and specially came to visit me?" Yang Fan was older than Gongsun Lanji, but from Xiaomon's perspective, he indeed had to call her senior sister. Gongsun Lanji snorted and pursed her pink lips. She raised her slender and round chin and ridiculed. "I thought you were going to die, you ungrateful guy. But who knew that good people don't live long, while scourges live for thousands of years? Even an arrow piercing through your heart can't kill you. You're really lucky." Gu Zhuting's expression suddenly changed, and her willowy eyebrows gradually raised. Yang Fan inadvertently frowned and said with slight displeasure, "When I first saw eldest senior sister, I really didn't know that you were unruly and unforgiving. I think brother Shenmu was probably deceived by your appearance, and now he is regretting it. That's why he repeatedly refused to marry you." When Gongsun Lanji heard this, her complexion changed. She hated this the most. Her heart had been tied to Shenmu for a long time, but she didn't know why this guy, who had always been dissolute and lecherous, had turned into a blind man. He put her, a great beauty, on hold and refused to marry her. Yang Fan's words just happened to poke at her sore spot. Gongsun Lanji immediately grabbed the hilt of her sword and glared at him. "You dare to be so rude to me." The three Gu brothers stood at a distance. They saw that behind Gongsun Lanji, there were 4 female riders in green and 8 male riders in black standing at the edge of the forest. They didn't lower their heads, and the horses didn't wag their manes. They stood in an orderly formation and didn't move forward, so they also didn't move. Yang Fan's face turned cold as he said, "Eldest senior sister put up such a big formation, and it's not to visit this Yang's illness. The moment we met, you first ridiculed me, and then blamed this Yang for being disrespectful." Gongsun Lanji said in a carefree manner, "If it wasn't for the fact that you are ungrateful, why would I speak so rudely? Speaking of extravagance, when has this young lady ever had an extravagance? They aren't even members of my Gongsun family. My family doesn't have such an extravagant style." Yang Fan's heart moved. He quickly swept a glance at those obviously well-trained male and female riders and suddenly understood. Gongsun Lanji admittedly liked to fight. Now that he was in a hostile state with Shenmu, and she had fallen in love with Shenmu, it was inevitable that she would have enmity towards him. However, she wouldn't use such malicious words to ridicule him the moment they met. This was no longer a matter of temper, but a matter of upbringing. Although eldest young, Lady Gongsuen's temper wasn't good, her upbringing wasn't that bad. Then, with her current attitude, could it be that she was simply looking for a fight? Yang Fan anxiously calculated in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He indifferently asked, "Ungrateful? I wonder what kind of gratitude Miss Gongsun is talking about." Gongsun Lanji cast a glance at the hostile Gu Zhuting. Yang Fan understood and said, "It's fine. You can speak freely. There are no outsiders here." Gongsun Lanji nodded and arrogantly said, "Back then, if it wasn't for Brother Shenmu's discerning eyes, you wouldn't have entered the eyes of the various aristocratic families. If it wasn't for Brother Shenmu defeating young Master Jiang, you wouldn't have been able to sit in your current position. A person should know how to repay kindness, but what about you? Once you grasped power, you and Brother Shenmu started to fight openly and covertly." Yang Fan interrupted her words and said, "I can also repeat Miss Gongsuen's words to Brother Shen. However, the discerning bowl will be replaced by young Master Jiang, and the one who is supported by others will be replaced by Brother Shen. I wonder how Brother Shen will feel after hearing this." Gongsun Lanji flew into a rage out of humiliation. She forcefully suppressed her anger and said, "Brother Shenmu is about to rush to Chang and from Luoyang." Yang Fan raised his brows and said in a carefree manner, "So what?" Gongsun Lanji said, "That's why I'm here to advise you. You better behave yourself." Yang Fan was so angry that he smiled and said, "I don't quite understand Miss Gongsuen's words." Gongsun Lanji said, "You are fighting with the king of Hanoi for power, but you shouldn't implicate the innocent. Now that the imperial court has decreed that the king of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, will be transferred back to the capital in a few days, there is no one here to fight with you. You better give up now. Otherwise, the imperial court will make a big move, and the entire Guanyi will be in a reign of terror. In the end, you can only end up with mutual destruction." Gu Zhuting couldn't hold it in anymore and reprimanded, "My Alang was plotted against. If it wasn't for heaven's help, he would have died on the streets. Miss Gongsun, you want my Alang to stop with just a few words? Even if young Master Shen was here, he wouldn't dare to order my Alang around like this. Miss Gongsun, you are too arrogant." Yang Fan continued, "Back in Luoyang, with Chui Lin as a witness, I have already reached a compromise with Brother Shen. I have been in Chang, and for so many days, and I have always been well behaved. I didn't do anything against the hidden sect. This time, the emperor is about to move to the west. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate are the vanguard to rectify Chang and please the emperor. Unexpectedly, it affected the interests of the Chang'an officials, and there was a lunatic who tried to assassinate the imperial envoy. Yang Fan just happened to be caught in the crossfire." Yang Fan coldly glanced at the 12 male and female knights and said in a deep voice, "As far as I'm concerned, I hope that the officials of Chang and can hand over the murder and give me justice. As for other matters, they have nothing to do with me, and I won't interfere. As for the various aristocratic families' concerns, do you think that the imperial court will let the matter rest after an imperial envoy was assassinated? Or perhaps if I submit a memorial to the emperor and state clearly that I don't want to pursue the murderer in order to maintain the stability of Chang, and the emperor will listen to me and listen to me? Childish. Miss Gongsun, if you are arrogant, you can still be treated. If you are arrogant and stupid, then you can't be treated." Gongsun Lanji really had a temper that flared up at the slightest provocation. A red shadow flashed, and she had already leaped down from her horse like the wind. She stretched out her fingers and grabbed at Yang Fan. Her almond-shaped eyes were spewing fire as she said angrily, "Who are you calling stupid?" "Pa, pa, pa, pa." Like a burst of firecrackers, Gu Zhuting swiftly spun out from behind Yang Fan. Like a phantom, she blocked in front of him and slapped at Gongsun Lanji's forearm, knocking her palm away. If the first impression between beautiful girls was not good, then the more they looked at each other, the more they disliked each other and inexplicably became enemies. Moreover, Gongsun Lanji had cursed Yang Fan for not dying early. Gu Zhuting had long since hated her to the bone. Once her move succeeded, she immediately used the rebounding pipa to slap Gongsun Lanji's pretty face. This eldest, Miss Gu, would only pretend to be an obedient little white rabbit in front of Yang Fan. In front of others, she did not have the slightest bit of good temper. Seeing this, Gongsun Lanji became even angrier and immediately launched a counterattack. Their fists and palms clashed, and their legs collided. In an instant, they were entangled in a fight. The 12 horsemen were indeed not from the Gongsun mansion. They were sent by the aristocratic families to boost their morale. As for whether or not they had the intention of monitoring, only they themselves knew. Since the news of the Empress's intention to move to the west spread, the elders of the aristocratic families who had been entrenched in Chang and all year round returned to their respective counties. Some things that were in the open also went underground. Those officials who were close to them also temporarily cut off contact. These old fellows had very sensitive noses. It was precisely because of this reason that when the sudden accident occurred in Chang, and it was already too late for them to intervene, there was no great general in Sichuan, so they put Zheng Yu out to be the vanguard. In the end, Zheng Yu was muddle-headed and failed miserably without even finding an opponent. Only then did they find Shen Mu. Shen Mu hurried back, but he was afraid that something might change midway. Therefore, he entrusted Gongsun Lanji to appease Yang Fan first. Gongsun Lanji was the senior sister of Yang Fan's legal wife. The last time Yang Fan came to Chang, and he stayed in the Gongsun mansion. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, Gongsun Lanji was indeed the best mediator. She was even more qualified than Shen Mu, who was about to return. However, if they made a wrong judgment from the root, how could they make the right move on this basis? Now, the mediator had not even said 3 words and actually attacked Yang Fan's people.